So lights coming on now. We've got 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 red lights, and it's lights out and away we go. We hope to see a good German Grand Prix. Tennis gets off to a good start. So did J-Dam. J-Dam's trying to go around the outside of exit, thinks better of it and goes a little bit wide. So I think everyone got away pretty cleanly out of turn 1 as they go into turn 2. As Nicholas passes J-Dam down the inside into turn 2. Brilliant little move.
Oh, we have a spinner at the back. Both of the Mercedes have gone. And there's Astro Boys and Pretorius getting contact.
What we could do
I think
drivers.
I'll say sorry, Larson's also closing and Falco's also closing in really close, and that's a battle there as Dennis begs it gets him. Does he get him? Yes, he gets him into the hairpin. But will Dennis be able to get him back on the cut? No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
No.
Nicolidis is off! Nicolidis is off!
Oh no.
Him and Larson squeezed each other.
As we speak of that, Dodger 12 Vexit. And Vexit, Dennis has got wide in the pace into the gravel, and Vexit takes the position for the lead.
No! J-Dam gets a penalty, and that could be race over.
Sorry to interrupt, Dennis takes the lead in the race, down in inside and towards the hairpin, and I think he's got the move done.
Sorry,
Vexit going to send this note, he has a look, but he doesn't make the move. So I think if Dennis can keep this together, he could win this race.
Sorry, J-Dam, there's an absolute battle here for the final position. They're going wheel by wheel into the stadium section. J-Dam gets past Pretorius. This is brilliant racing. Right, sorry, the final position. Pretorius and J-Dam. J-Dam takes him around the outside. Pretorius still wheel to wheel. Who's going to come out first in the stadium section? This is the final position. J-Dam goes for the first goal. Sorry, Dennis wins, but that was an absolute brilliant move by J-Dam.
Here come the lights then. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Long hold, but now they are indeed underway, and it's Futuristic who gets the better start on the front row. He's going to be a big crash. A huge crash. Knocking off already out of the race. Ferrari getting really sideways into turn 1 as well. But still side by side, it's our front 2 of the weekend. Futuristic, they're still battling it out on the exit of the first couple of corners there, but it is Luigi who takes the lead into the S section.
Sneaky stole on the grid and was hit by Jedi Ruler, I think, also knocking off and dragging his teammate. So already 2 cars out of this race, and
so some sort of incredible strategy here, but into turn 1, Bruce Jeans and Ingenio will be side by side here. The Williams with the inside line, but the tighter line as well. The Ferrari trying to hang it around the outside and will have the inside for the beginning of the S section. That will mean that Bruce Jeans is able to retain the position on Bruce Jeans either. Meanwhile, right up at the front, what a drive it has been from Luigi. The gap has come down.
Wait a minute, because there is a collision between Vinny and Gross Jeans. They have gone together into Spoon Curve and Vinny's round. That's the end of his charge into P5. Sapso sends the fastest lap, and Luigi has won it.
And as the lights now come on, our drivers stay focused as they wait for the lights to go out. We have 5 red lights, and we are now racing here in the circuit as well, Francorchamps. And it's a great start from Wow as he hits past Sebok. And again, as he goes round the outside, but Sebok will try and dive back inside and keep it nice and clean. And everyone seems to get through nice and cleanly through there, as there seems to be no major incidents there. But again, now on the run up through Radion and Eau Rouge, the dirty air will be crucial here, how the drivers can manage that. And again, track limits as well to make sure to not get a penalty.
Oh, there's someone in the wall going up through Radion. I think it's a Haas. He is definitely out of the race.
In the wall. And Stig is out as well. And Cosmin as well in the Ferrari.
As we go on to lap 3, DRS will enable. Drivers will know that if they're within 1 second, the Kemmel Straight is very easy for overtakes if you've got that DRS and under the 1 second mark. As we can see, NJJ will definitely have the DRS, and then McLaren going through a Rouge.
Sebok now, so he's going away, now takes the lead ahead of Wow with that DRS. As Thomas was just saying, the slipstream and DRS those here on the Kemmel Straight is massive around here, and now he needs to pull away. Wow should be able to stay out ahead if he can get a good exit out of here. But again, will Sebok? No, Sebok does just take it. So so WoW didn't get the lap that he needed, but WoW now, with 10% more ERS, is closing in at a great rate of knots here for Rouge, and he will know that if he gets the DRS ready, she throws on the side-by-side as they get to the DRS zone, and WoW will activate it, and this looks like an easy move here, but Sivok will try and fight it, but again, he now tucks back in to stay with him, and again, this cat and mouse race with the DRS on the Camel Straight is going to go to the end. As they now come into the bottom chicane for one last time, and WoW will get a great exit out of this corner. As they approach the line, WoW should take the checkered flag in P1 and will win here in Spa.
As soon as the lights go here, yes, for the final round of the CF charity stream here, 5 lights. And we're go in Silverstone. It seems to be a pretty good start from Popo, pretty good from Hugos as well. And in the background, somebody's already onto the grass. That is the Williams of Tailman. As if we go into turn 1 here, David is still ahead, and he might actually get ahead of Popo here as they go wheel to wheel. There's a 5-second penalty for Kimi Räikkönen. DS tries to hang it around the outside. He may end up actually wheel banging him a bit. They make contact and sliding all over the place here, and there he goes around. And he collects one of the cars with him. That's Noel he collected, unfortunately. That is unfortunate for both of them. There's a lot of history in Silverstone, and one of those moments is here, as here goes Hugos on the inside of Cops, the old turn 1, and here goes, and Flying Finn goes side by side. Is Flying Finn gonna get it? But that might actually not have been the smartest thing. Is Hugos gonna send it? Yeah, he is gonna send it.
He's
Down the inside. He wants this.
Contact! He's gonna potentially drop out of the top 5, is he? He should be safe now.
Somebody just went well off, and that was Popo. I don't know what he was doing there. He's safe. But he might lose out to Nick. Yeah, he does. So Hugos went from being in the lead of this race the entirety of it until the final parts went from P1 to P4, and that just shows you how quick things can fall in a Formula 1 25% race in F1 2019.
Oftentimes a lot of switching and that sort of stuff, but we have our lights and they go out for the final time for tonight, and it looks like it's been a good start from Luigi. He's already car length ahead of WoW, but Dennis Vyers is challenging WoW into turn 1. They are side by side, and it looks like WoW is going to be in trouble. Dennis Vyers through into P2. Flying Finn has also gained a position off the start from Vexit. There's yellows in the background. We've lost Jim Wong, but the rest is through safely. Vexit lost some ground. Rover stayed in position. Rover taps the back of Flying Finn there, and Vexit is able to sneak through once again. He's looking on the inside. He breaks later than Vexit, and can he edge him out?
He has it. He's done it.
Ahead. Good move, but still not done. Vexit's got his nose there. They have never gone, really.
Flying Finn ran a bit wide there.
A little bit of dirt on the outside, and Rover sees his chance, and the Frenchman is almost pushing the McLaren around these corners, but now in the slipstream, DRS will open, a little bit of lag going on, and he's gonna go towards the outside, superior straight line speed. Can he hang on? Luigi holding on to that,
pushing him up.
Squeezed out. Flying Finn is holding on, and
he's got
doesn't
it.
give up. He is charging on that straight, and he has made the move stick. That was some great racing.
Flying Finn to P1.
I mean, in the end, it was closer than expected. Still, very commendable drive, and congratulations to him. Just about.
Luigi brings out P2.
Yeah, amazing drive from him. Hugos gonna come home in P3, unless the penalties have something to say about that. Yeah, Luca jumps in.
Luca, yes.
Make sure to mute. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second charity event here on the EGL channel. Last year, you just saw the you saw the highlights from last year's charity event in Aid Assisted by Bristol. But this year, we're going for Mind, a mental health charity, and we'll learn more about that as we go through the night. But tonight with me, there'll be many commentators, but throughout me, during this evening is Mr. Ocean Chief, also known as Sir Gammon. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm here to keep you on your toes, Joel. But yeah, we're looking forward to a really great evening of racing. We've got 4 groups and then a final race, which will feature all the top finishers from the previous group sessions. But like I say, we've got a varied amount of commentators. Myself, Icewind, Tipsy Bob Triton, 256 Logan Parr will be doing Group A in a minute. Terra Incognito and Beamer, aka Timo, and also Timo and Kebab will be doing the finale. So yeah, I mean, you'll see on screen there'll be the donate link. So make sure to donate to a worthy cause, the Mind charity.
Yeah, so we're going to get underway with Group A as soon as possible, but just so you're aware of the format, there is 4 group races, and the top 5 from each race are going to go through to the final, which will be a 50% race, as Chief said. So one-shot qualifying, and for your first race, it's going to be 256 and Logan, and it's time for a hot lap recorded by Tipsy and driven by Mr. Danny Coe. Here's Group A.
Okay, so here we are on board the Williams with Danny Coe in Spain, as he is running down onto this first corner. Going to be moving over to the left here. 100 meter board is your brake marker board, dropping down to 4th gear, not taking too much curb, or it will of course send your car flying, and then you want to just hug this nice inside line here, maximizing the straight line speed. Just under the bridge here at the shadow, want to drop down a few gears into about 4th or 5th gear, gradually on the par, then back over again just as that lamppost moves on your right hand side is your braking point. Again, not running too wide, otherwise you do want to invalidate it. As the curb starts dropping down to the 4th, even 5th, early on the par, Danny does a good job there, not running out too far, and then full commitment on this fast right-hander. DRS open, and then coming up to the tricky 3rd sector, just at the 100 meter boards, heavy on the brakes. In the 2nd gear, short shifting up to 4th. Up into 5th, then dropping down slowly into 3rd gear, only to short shift back up again. They get all the traction. Almost over here now, avoiding the sausage curb on the right hand side as the shadow starts as your next braking point, guiding the car around. Easy to lose an awful lot of time here in this traction zone. On the par and across the line, completes the lap of the Spanish Grand Prix.
Welcome.
Well, I guess. Hello. Yep, that was inevitable.
Definitely, it was completely bound to happen. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is about to be Group A of this wonderful event. You just recently saw all the highlights from what happened last year. Absolutely amazing, and we're getting ready now for Group A. It's Spain. It's the Catalina circuit, a brilliant track. We've got a one-shot qualifying coming through here, and then a 25% race. I'm being joined here by Mr. 256. It's a pleasure to have you with me. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing very fine. Thanks for having me, of course. Also for this great cause here. So yeah, we're just loading into that one-shot qualifying around here. Always tricky to commentate over, of course, but we can have a look in the meantime, of course, on the track as usual. I mean, Barcelona is just a track that has been in Formula One for basically the longest time, right? Not quite as long as like Silverstone or Monaco, but it's an interesting track. We can see some battles right here, especially into turn 1, into turn 10. So Logan, do you have any thoughts on this track?
Definitely, as you said, it can be quite tricky in certain areas. I feel through sector 1, it's going to be fairly standard in a sense. There's going to be a lot of training out through there. Coming up through your DRS detection zone 1 into turn 9. That's where you saw on the hot lap there, full commitment is going to be needed by a lot of these drivers for the qualifying and even throughout the race as well. It's very tricky to get, and if you just hit it that little bit too wide, you can come into some major trouble there. Down into sector 3, I think is going to be the trickiest part. You know, you hit turn 10, it's very hard braking zone. You're coming through 11 and 12, and as soon as you get to turn 14 and 15, the chicane there, very tricky to get the right exit there, can be the make or break as we come in after turn 16. That big long straight, the DRS is just so strong throughout the entirety of that. So it really comes into that third sector exit throughout the race and even the qualifying. Just, you know, how well you're going to be able to perform there. And I think that's where we're going to see a lot of the move happening down into turn 1 and 2. It's going to be right down that straight. Throughout the second sector can definitely happen as well, but for the most part, I feel like a lot of people are going to really try to chance it in down at the bottom end of that straight.
Yeah, it looks like we already have some invalidations here. I think I just saw Yari and Hendrix jump all the way down to the bottom of that timing sheet there. You've got Rainbow right now just leading a pack up there, just in that racer, and Dragon seem to be fighting there virtually, of course, for position right here. I think we're on board with Crystals here, just on that back straight, activating the DRS, getting into that Lacacia turn 10 as Dragon puts himself into that first place there. For now, Rainbow just jumping up and down the order through that, as you said, very tricky and reworked third sector, at least on the F1 2020 game. Now everybody looking for that good exit, and it does seem like Dragon will be the one across the line to take that pole position with a 114.7 all the way down at the grid. It seems to be reasonably close between everybody, and lots of invalidations in there as well. And I think Yari then not invalidated, but he must have gotten something wrong out of turn 1 and 2 there, where you can really lose the back end as well, especially turn 2 if you take too much curb.
Definitely. So very, very exciting qualifying session. This will continue throughout the night up until we get to the finals, where then you'll get to see a short qualifying session. But Dragon putting in an absolutely phenomenal lap, a 114.7 with a one shot, followed by Rainbow and Justin in your top three. Second row, Justin obviously starting in front there with Crystals in P4, Jozu, Wazuk, and the rest. It's honestly, these drivers are very, very close together. Regarding a one shot qualifying, it's very tricky. You don't really have the time that you would normally have in a short qualifying to really get your tires prepared. Prepare yourself mentally also, in a sense, for the upcoming lap. You're more or less just thrown into it and expected to really just get the charge on. I think all these drivers have done a phenomenal job of it at this point, and I think this is going to make for quite an amazing race. It's going to be very, very exciting. I just hope that these drivers going into turn 1 and 2 aren't going to try to be too risky and aren't going to try to just go for them lunge moves. It's a 25% race, so it's a little bit shorter than the usual races you would see here on the EGL channel. But still with that, there's more than just lap 1, turn 1. It's going to be exciting to see how these drivers can all put it together as we're getting ready to go for this 25% race around the Barcelona track. The Catalunya circuit, it's going to be a great one. I'm quite excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Not much to talk about, I guess, in terms of strategy. We will see what the guys all qualified on. I don't think there's too much of a big advantage just qualifying on the mediums or starting on the mediums even outside the top 10. It's usually quite straightforward in all of the 25% races, just the straight soft mediums also around Catalunya here. So as we're loading in, I'm not sure if we're going to have a formation lap. I didn't do my homework, apparently. We will see. And yeah, it looks like we do have the formation lap just on the way there. And that is a very exuberant Dragon there at the start, lighting up his rear. And wow, that was quite a lot of wheel spin there. And that is basically the mission that these guys are on their formation lap. Make sure to get the tires up to temperature. But of course, the percentages, they are counting up already. And yeah, we do have some guys starting on the mediums. So that's going to be very, very interesting. Of course, there is going to be a pit stop in here, just like in any other race, apart from your 5 lappers that you would do in an open lobby. But with the 25%, you're 17 laps. We're thinking about lap pits about lap 10, around there. The softs maybe a little bit earlier.
Definitely. The thing is as well to consider, there's a few drivers we hear or that we see that are on the medium tire at the moment. Very good race tire for this track, if I'm completely honest, is the medium. So honestly, I actually expected a few more to decide to opt in for that and just get that bit of a longer stint and then just be faster more towards the end for the shorter amount of laps and then even push to try to get that fastest lap. Of course, we know top 10, they're all starting on the softs all the way down to Jensen there. So they'll be pitting obviously a bit earlier. I can definitely see between lap 7 and 10 is looking like a decent pit window there for most of the drivers. And then up to about lap 13, I'd say the mediums can last to lap 13 in a sense on a 25%, but they'd be on their last leg. So not too far spread apart for these drivers, but it's going to be very interesting. It's always nice to see drivers going for different strategies. It really shakes up the grid in a sense as we're going through. It's not just everyone on the same tire, same strategy, pulling in at the certain points and coming out. There is the possibility of drivers like, say, Hendrix down here. He's in P13 at the moment. can come out with a very, very good result from being on the different strategy and just being that bit faster more towards the end. But the drivers now, they're going to be lining up on the grid, getting ready to go for the 17-lap race around quite an exciting track. Do you want to do the honors or shall I?
Well, I'm gonna do them if you don't mind. As you've brilliantly delivered everybody just onto the grid here. Dope, just being the last to line up there. We've had some ghosted cars, but here we are. The lights are coming on. We have got the 5 lights, and that's very long. The lights are out, and away everybody goes. Let's hope for some decent camera angles. Here we go. It seems like a very, very good start by Dragon there. A little bit of chaos down the back. There's a McLaren already spun, but it is Rainbow now challenging that Mercedes driver for P1, and he does it. They're side by side, and behind them, the McLaren of Justin that race and X Crystals, with X Crystals coming out on top there. A little bit wide there for Rainbow, but he keeps it out ahead. Down the order, we do have some more battles going on there. Justin, that racer, now into P3 as well. Hectic start here for everybody. Lots of positional changes everywhere. But for the most part, it's been clean, apart from that initial getaway. And we see guys already climbing up the order. Hendricks there, as you said, on those medium tires. Already up in P11, climbed up 2 positions there. Pretty decent on the start for starting on the mediums. We had somebody down at the grid there get it a little bit wrong on that famous turn 9 into the gravel. But what a start for these guys. Reasonably clean for most of them.
Definitely. I mean, going down the off the start there, it actually seemed there was a bit of scrapping going back and forth. We saw Justin, that racer, getting very, very aggressive, and even the 2 Red Bulls both looked like they were having a bit of trouble. And Wazuk managed to get the worst out of that. He ended up dropping back quite a few positions, all the way into P15. It looks like Jensen is going to be going into the pits. He's got some damage he needs to repair, but a brilliant start from Rainbow at the moment. He's got Dragon behind him at the moment, and Justin. The gap is all very close together, all the way down into P11 at the moment. There's one of the drivers, I believe, who's just lost it a little bit. Our grid is starting to disappear a little bit. We all know Codemasters likes to do that, but very good from all of these drivers, really. I mean, Rainbow, he may be in P1 at the moment, but I feel that Dragon's going to sort of stick with them for as much as he can. He's got a bit of a gap to close on him, but I think he's going to stick with them. DRS is going to be enabled here. And, you know, these drivers, this is where it's going to start counting. Keep those gaps, stay as close as you can. And then as soon as that DRS is activated, the back wing gets opened up. And that's when they really start to gain that extra speed and can get those moves done. I believe it's either this lap they're coming to finish now is when it'll be available. So they won't be going down the back straight with it on. But it will then be their next one coming in Sector 2. We'll get to open all of that up. But yeah, no, the gap from Rainbow to Dragon still under 5/10 from what we can see at the moment. It's all one big tree, and I think it's just about fixing itself completely now. Setting the fastest lap, of course. Again, their DRS should be enabled, and it's reset itself, and it actually looks like Dragon has fallen outside of the DRS range of Rainbow, and this is the chance for this Racing Point driver to make his move. Now that he knows that this driver is about a second out, start pushing that little bit more, increase the gap, and let him fight with all of the drivers behind him. So a brilliant job from all of these drivers so far. They're all putting up a great fight, and I feel like it's only going to get more exciting from here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's absolutely crucial, as you said, that Rainbow gets himself out of that DRS window, but Dragon is doing a fantastic job just sticking with him, just hovering up and down there between that 1 second mark, and like the low 1 second and high 9/10. He really wants to get himself into that DRS window to train him, because to join into the train behind him. There's plenty of people waiting on Dragon to be the head of that DRS train, as we I think have a Haas back crashing as well with Shaka. I think that's Kisro and Shaka for P15 and P16. Yeah, that's a Racing Point without a front wing, all the way at the back there. But at the front, of course, there's still more battles going on. For sure, Yari here looking to get a move done now with that activated DRS on the Astro Boys here, as they're just slipstreaming each other towards turn 1. It's looking reasonably close up in front there. Justin that racer doing brilliantly to hang on to the rear of Dragon there. X Crystals as well joining into that DRS train, and the next DRS train is the one that we just talked about. Futuristic Astro Boys and Yari here.
The Renault against the Mercedes, against the Alpha Tauri, and they are looking very fast indeed at the moment. Oh, just a little bit of a touch there into the grass on the exit of turn 4. Nothing you want to do. Astro Boys gives Yari that little shove outside off the track there. They're really going at it here, and it's Yari still looking at the rear, at the exhaust of that Mercedes. And that is incredibly close. You need so much confidence, so much just trust in the other drivers as Yari goes for that dive bomb move there for P7. Is he able to hold it through? They're still side by side in Sector 3. This is really tricky to nail and even harder to get side by side through, and they have absolutely aced that one. Yari is past Astro Boys, and what a battle that was. Full of respect between these two drivers, exactly like we want to see it.
Definitely, and while all this has been going on in the mid-pack, more towards the front, Dragon and Justin have been really going at it. Justin and Crystals have been trying to make sure they stay within that gap to try to make a move there throughout Sector 3. It looked like they were falling back just a little bit and coming into a little bit more trouble as they headed down into the chicane. The dirty air can be a bit of a factor there, but Justin, within about 4/10 of Dragon, getting very, very close to possibly being able to move up and get into that fighting spot. Realistically, Dragon is the biggest driver at risk here. You know, he's done a very good job to hold himself in that second place position. He's not too far behind Rainbow. He would want to close that gap down, but with being at the front of a DRS train, especially around this track, that's where you're going to be most at risk. You can just see the gap that they're able to cut down, and you'll see as we come into Sector 3, as soon as they get out round turn 15 and 16, you'll see just the difference in how much speed the drivers can carry going down into the first corner. And if Justin can get a good enough exit, he could be within the chance of getting ahead of Dragon. And Crystals might be able to take a little bit of a toe down that as well and get ahead of him as well. It all depends on this exit from these drivers to come through. The DRS is going to be enabled. Wing is going to be wide open. Rainbow is going to be the first to pit of the front runners. Is Justin and Crystals going to be able to get close enough to these drivers, or to Dragon, sorry, to get past them? Doesn't look to be close enough at this point. He can close down the gap, but he just cannot get it seen to make a move. Rainbow then, coming out of the pits, the first of the front runners to head in, opt onto his mediums. He's going to fall all the way down to P8 at this moment. There's a nice enough gap that he can get out of the pits. He's in P8. He's not too far behind. All the drivers in front of him still have to pit, so he is our provisional race leader at this point. It's going to be all whether he can cut down this gap. I mean, he's going to be on the fresher tires. The guys in front of him, Hendricks and Reyes, 5-lap bold mediums. All the drivers in front of them again are all on their softs, which will have to come in fairly, fairly shortly. Rainbow then, he's just got to cut down that gap. If he can, which it looks to be he's doing, he'll be able to push himself further up that order, because Dragon and Justin now, they're going to have to be pushing, deciding when they're going to be coming into the pits. Are they going to make that response to Rainbow? We're going to see that in just a second. If they're going to head in now, try to get out maybe ahead of him and keep that fight going.
Yeah, of course, the soft tires right about now just losing a little bit of grip. And as we see the top three going into the pits, Yari continuing on for one more lap, so he will take over the race lead for now. But of course, virtually, it is still Rainbow in the race lead, having done his pit stop, his one and only pit stop, of course, in this 25% race. And he's got a pretty nice gap ahead. He's been chewing that down for sure, getting some DRS off Race there as well. And we will see Rainbow coming out ahead of Dragon here with quite a gap again. Oh, actually, around the same than before. He maybe got 1 or 2 tenths out of it, so not too much. But now, of course, Rainbow needs to get the moves done on Race, on Hendricks, on Potato ahead, because these guys are just holding him up right now, and he does not wait for anything to happen. He goes towards the inside of Race here. And, well, he's got that move already done through turn 4. I think Race was a little bit wide there, or just made some space. We don't know. Look, not terribly well fought for that position by Rainbow, but who are we to judge? We're not sitting in these drivers in this, well, on this beautiful day here in Barcelona, of course, as these guys are making the way around again. Yari and Potato were expecting them to pit at any time now. Looking further back towards the grid, we did see Astro Boys in P12 now go for a move on. That was Jake Lidon 05 in the Alfa Romeo. So there's plenty of DRS trains, plenty of overtakes still going on, as we do have our top 2 now, our top 2 runners going into the pits, and it is Rainbow now in P2 challenging Hendrix for that top spot. He's going towards the inside of turn 1, off turn 2. And, well, it looks like, a very sideways moment here for Rainbow. But Hendrix not gonna quite be able to hold on. His tires are already 7 laps old. But it was well fought for position there. And behind, of course, Justin, that racer. Got it past Dragon there. Don't know if that happened during the pit stops. Logan, do you have an idea what happened? Did you see that?
I believe it was actually down the DRS straight, down into turn 1. He was able to just get ahead of Dragon there. But with Rainbow on that move, was very, very tight. He came out of turn 1 into turn 2 on the outside, and you could actually see the rear end of the Racing Point just really slip out, and it looked like he was actually going to lose a lot of traction there. He managed to get the power down, though, really straighten up the car and start charging forward for that. He's made some amazing moves, and he's put as many cars between them as they can. But here's Justin trying for the inside of Hendrix at the moment to try to get ahead, put a driver between himself and Dragon. Looks like he's got it done. They go wheel to wheel with that, and Dragon isn't going to waste any time at all himself as he goes in for the outside and gets ahead of Hendrix as well. They don't want to let him get ahead at all or stay in front of them. Crystals then gets up into P4 with Hendrix going to be diving into the pits. Brilliant fight from Justin and Dragon. None of them have any form of penalties at the moment. They all know that they're fighting for that position on the podium. Rainbow almost 2 seconds ahead of these drivers. They want to close that gap down if they want to be within that chance to fight for the win here. But I think it's going to come down to Justin and Dragon. Both of them are being very aggressive on one another while also keeping it as clean as possible, giving the space when they need to. But it's a brilliant drive from everyone so far. Further down the grid, it looks like Hendrix, and he's going to be coming out in P15 on a set of soft tires. He's about 1.5 seconds behind Reyes then. He's got a lot of fighting to do. He can definitely get himself within the top 10. We're a lap 9 out of 17. Plenty of race left to go before we cross the checkered flag. So he can definitely bring it back, possibly even get himself a fastest lap. So it's not all out for him. There's plenty to go at this moment. Speaking of Yari, though, in the Renault, fighting once again with yet another driver. That's Jozo. He's fighting with at the moment. He's managed to move himself all the way up into P6. They were going side by side for a couple corners there. He's had a phenomenal... Sorry, I was just going to say, he's had a phenomenal drive so far, to be honest. He's been able to fight with all of the drivers that he's come across, really, and he's kept it as clean as possible. It's just unfortunate that he does have a penalty. And speaking of penalties, real quick, there's a 3-second time penalty for VRT Rainbow at the moment.
Oh, that's crucial now as well. He's got a gap of 1.6 seconds, Justin making sure he doesn't pull away too far, as we do have one of the Alfa Romeos, unfortunately, there somewhere in the middle of the track. If you see the track map there, interestingly enough, DNF'd out of this race. But I wanted to have a quick look also at the winners and losers of this Grand Prix. Like, Bailey Thompson did a brilliant job up to P5 from P9. Yari, of course, as well there, making up 6 positions. Futuristic as well, 6 positions, as well as Potato down in P13. And unfortunately, the world's breaking a little bit apart for Wazuk there. In P12, qualified then on a brilliant P6, but lost some positions, getting him out of the points. And I think now is a pretty alright time now to talk about how this setup's gonna work. I mean, we're gonna have all of the top 5 moving on to the next, well, to the finale, right? So we've got the 4 groups, and the top 5 of all of the races will be in that 50% race finale, and that is for sure something that Yari is looking at, as we are looking at him. He just set the fastest lap of the race. He's slipstreaming Bailey Thompson, who you would think will defend like mad with his life to just hang on to that 5th position, but of course Yari still has that penalty. It is 3 seconds at the moment. I just spotted him going just that tiny bit wide out of turn number 5. So he might even add to his collection of little penalties here and there. So let's hope that he won't do that, and that he will, in the next 7 laps, get a gap going to Thompson down in P6. Also then at the front, I'm gonna let you take over that battle when it comes, Logan, here between Ferrari of X Crystals and Dragon. They look to be very, very close, and a move is in the make.
Definitely. I mean, like you said with Yari, I'm just going to touch up on that a little bit. Bailey Thompson is actually in a brilliant position, realistically. Those 3 seconds on Yari is going to be sort of the definitive thing here. We're on lap 11 out of 17. All Bailey really needs to do is stay close to Yari, not drop back 3 seconds, which is very, very possible here. But more towards the front, of course. Rainbow, almost 2 seconds now. He's got a whole second to build up if he wants to be able to hold that position for the victory. It looked like Crystals didn't get the best of exit out of the final corner. Dragon getting very, very close down into turn 1 on Justin, but Justin manages to just get in there that little bit quicker. Dragon not able to look for a move at this point. These front 4 drivers, in a sense, from P2 to P4, really, they're putting up an absolutely amazing fight, putting on a great show. This could go either way, because if Justin has the slight issue, we're going to have Dragon and Crystals there ready to take advantage of that. Same happens if Dragon maybe has a little slight mishap. Crystals will easily take advantage of that. We've seen that with both all of these drivers. They're not afraid to push. They're not afraid to get aggressive. And the last thing I want to see is any of them picking up some form of a penalty, but Crystals is very close and he's looking for a move on Dragon. He's looking at the inside, but he's just not quite close enough to get it done. He does get the traction done. He is going to be trying to fight it back, isn't able to get alongside of him again, but doesn't lose too much time from him, manages to keep up with it, and if he can stay this close, he'll be in with a good chance to get it out of turn 16. With this fighting that's going on, Justin then, about 6/10 or so, he was able to build up a little bit on Dragon, and that's what Justin wants. Justin wants Crystals to challenge Dragon. Justin wants him to fight with them and really just sort of pull out a bit of a gap with what they'll be trying. Crystals then not getting close enough into turn 1 and 2. Once again, it just seems to be a whole train throughout these drivers. Could we be looking at something that maybe a last couple of laps is when that's where we see the really aggressive pushing? Maybe some of them, they're just trying to keep their tires to a level where once we get to lap 15, they can really start pushing, really get aggressive, and really fight for those positions. A little bit further down, we can with Yari and Bailey Thompson. It looks like Bailey's having some trouble because about 2 seconds almost back from Yari, almost just has to hold off 1 second, and then we'll be out of the running to move on to the finals. I mean, some of the drivers, we see Astro Boys moving up as well into P7 at the moment. He's about 5 seconds behind Bailey. So in a sense, Bailey's in a safe but unsafe zone. He's got to hold on to that time for Yari. He's got to stay within a second at this point to be able to hold that. But it looks like he's losing out just a little bit.
Yeah, also all of this squabbling at the front is helping Rainbow out a little bit. Justin, of course, having the pressure from both sides. He knows that Rainbow has that 3-second penalty. He has to move out of there, and he has to stay inside those 3 seconds if he wants to have a chance at that win. But he needs to think about the guys behind. If Dragon starts closing in and tries just jostling for position with Justin in P2, then it's gonna make it so much easier for Rainbow to just get outside of that 3-second window, and he's doing a reasonable job there to do that. Rainbow, that is. 2.4 seconds is the gap, and I just had a little bit of a look at that gap over the past couple of laps, and it has been going up here and there by half a tenth, but the general trend is that gap is increasing between the two. He's got about 4 tenths still to work on, and Justin just needs, well, Dragon to not attack and just focus on getting lap after lap after lap in here. As well as you said, Yari, he's now 2.8 seconds ahead of Bailey. So with that 3-second time penalty, that will not quite be enough for Yari to keep the position at the moment. But again, he is working to make that gap go up. And of course, in the meantime, he is closing up on the likes of Bailey Thompson and X-Crystals and Dragon here, who are fighting themselves, so making that 3-way battle at the front a 4-way battle between all of these blisteringly quick drivers. And also, you really gotta say, brilliant respect we've seen from all of the drivers. I can only say it again and again. It's not well, it should be normal, but you see crashes here and there usually, but all of these guys have been so disciplined right here on track. It's a little bit heavy on the track limits, I might say. But of course, this is for something. This is not just turning circles just for fun. You want to be featured in the finale, and of course, that is what these guys are shooting for. As Rainbow has lost just a little bit of time to Justin, that racer behind. Yari now also very, very close to X Crystals behind. And out of that 3-second window to Bailey. So I guess that P5 is more or less secure for Yari, unless there's gonna be something going on down that straight towards turn 1 now.
Definitely.
So is he gonna go? There we go.
Sorry, I was going to say, just to touch up on some of the things that have been going on, as soon as Yari closed up that gap to X Crystals in front of him, in a sense, that was it. It was over for Billy Thompson, because now Yari's going to be able to work up the DRS of the drivers ahead, and he does look to be going side by side with X Crystals as well. He wants to get some moves done. He doesn't want to secure his position. He wants to fight up the grid on track. But yeah, as soon as
He
definitely
needs to.
As soon as
Otherwise, Bailey's just gonna close up there. As you can see, he's within the 3 seconds now again, as they are fighting for positions there.
Honestly, if I was Yari at this moment, I wouldn't try to fight Crystals unless there was an easy move available. Hang on to the DRS, continue to build out that gap. If the easy move is there, go for it, of course. But within all this as well, Dragon did pick up a 3-second time penalty, which put him out of contention for P2. But now, just about at this moment, it's just actually come through that Crystals has also picked up a penalty. Justin, currently sitting in P2, within that 3 seconds of Rainbow, is in a very, very good position to finish this race in first place. He's going to be crossing the line now. We're on to the final lap. Lap 17 out of 17. Group A, the first race of this brilliant event tonight. And it has been phenomenal so far. He's got to stay within that. It looks like he's possibly even able to close the gap. Yari, though, in the Renault into turn 1, getting ahead of X Crystals due to them both having penalties. Yari is still he's able to finish in P4 here for sure. He's about 1.6 behind Dragon at this moment, so he may not be able to get up there to fight for a podium. However, from sitting back in P6, getting ahead of Bailey, trying to get a charge on, all with having that penalty, to then move up into P4, he's done an amazing job so far. He's done an absolute phenomenal job. And with that, you know, he's got full respect from myself. But Justin, while all of these drivers are pushing to the max, trying to get the best possible result they can, even Rainbow, you know, trying to get that, he hasn't picked up a single penalty. I'm sure he's maybe got a warning for some track extension, but he hasn't picked up a single thing. We're coming through in the final sector at the moment. Rainbow is going to be coming through turns 14 and 15. Outrun turn 16. It is going to be Rainbow on track who crosses the line first. But Justin is going to be heading. He's going to jump him. He didn't get a penalty. Justin is going to be winning this race. Dragon comes through, gets P3, last step of the podium. Yari then squeezes in at P4. Bailey in P5 due to penalties. Crystal falls down the order and falls out of the chance to move on.
Oh, that's heartbreak. That is heartbreak for him. He was fighting so well for that 3rd and 4th spot there. And, well, immediately disappointed leaving the session there. Out of the top 5 there, crucially for him. What a race by X Crystals. If there was something I could drive off today, I think just out of respect, I would give it to him.
I mean, honestly, from what we saw there, I would definitely give it to our Renault driver, Yari. You know, fighting so much on the track.
Yeah.
Did nothing but fight. It comes up even on the screen. The game knows, you know, he had a great drive, closed down that gap, and, you know, it's just absolutely brilliant. But we'll see then if we can get a quick little chat with some of these drivers from our top finishers. They should be sitting down very shortly. Congratulations to Justin, that racer, having a great drive, managing to hold off Dragon for that whole session and stay within Rainbow to be able to get himself on that top step. He's got to be proud of himself. I know I am. So then, finishing up the first race, the Group A race, Justin, that racer, comes home with the win. Rainbow P2 and Dragon P3 as your podium finishers. Yari then in P4 in the Renault. Great drive from him. And then Bailey Thompson just about squeezing it in at the end, and will be moving on to the finals.
Yeah, what a great race that we have seen. Oh, who's moved? Okay, here we go. What a great race that we've seen from these guys, and just utter respect to them. Always clean on track. One or two little, well, collisions there into the wall, but for the most part, really, really nice and clean.
Definitely. The only thing I'm wondering now is if we'll get to have a little chat with them and see exactly what was going through their heads. I think we are, and we'll see if we're able to get Justin in here into the booth. Justin, absolutely amazing. It was an amazing drive today. Absolutely amazing. Holding off Dragon throughout all of that session, and just about managing, really fighting, trying to keep up on Rainbow to the ending stages of that. What were the emotions going through? What was going through your head throughout that entire session? Coming home and managing just to get onto that top spot.
Well, surprised for one-shot qualifying. I set a pretty decent lap, 14.9. I think it was only 0.4 off my league race time, so I was impressed with that. And then I knew that from here on then, for these 17 laps, I gotta send it to keep in top 5, and then perhaps win the race. I saw that Dragon was vulnerable in the third sector, so I pounced and then pushed really hard, and then down the DRS straight, got an easy move. Easy move into turn 1, turn 2. We fought side by side, but he's my teammate, so we respect each other on track and off track, so no contact there. And then I knew that I just had to stay close to Rainbow because I had similar pace to him. However, with all the fighting, I ended up 2.3 seconds behind, so I knew as long as I stay in the 3 seconds, I would have been fine, and keep dragging behind. And I also saw Yari coming through, so I was a bit nervous from him too, but in the end, happy to qualified and also won.
Definitely was a great drive, and well deserved as well. A lot of the drivers were the pressure was getting on, and they were just really trying to get ahead. The track extensions then came in, but you managed to keep your cool while also still pushing, and you've done a great job. It's really happy to see. Congratulations for qualifying for the finals, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you can bring to that, and hopefully maybe you can even pull out a win there as well.
Hope so. See.
Definitely. 256. Do you have anything to add with Justin?
Well, first of all, congratulations, of course. Kept it very nicely in that 3-second window, but apart from that, nothing to add. Just a great race that we saw, that we've seen.
Thanks.
Definitely. Thank you for joining us. We'll catch up with you then in the final. Best of luck.
See you. Thanks.
All right. With that, do we have any? Do you think we have enough time to have a chat with one of the other drivers, or because it looks like we're exceeding our time a little bit? We should be moving on to Group B very, very shortly.
We will be moving on, I guess. So thanks for having us once again, and of course, great cause that we're doing this here for. Thanks for everybody who has donated, and of course, if you can spare some money for this, please just go ahead and donate. It will help out immensely.
Definitely. As 256 said, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for having us here, and thank you all for getting on board with such a good cause. Coming up next then will be Group B. Best of luck to all of the drivers. I hope you all do enjoy that session.
I suffered from mental ill health for as long as I can remember. In the late 90s, I had a breakdown and I decided to take my own life. I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety and depression. My wife and my family are my rock. Being able to offload how I feel at a very early stage, understanding that I do need to talk about stuff is very important, and that works both ways. I talk openly about it in the hope that I give people the confidence to be able to come forward and say, actually, it is okay to not be okay. It is okay to talk about your mental health. My role now is to visit stations and departments within the London Fire Brigade and talk about Mind and the brilliant work they do, and also to deliver my take on mental health awareness. I'm also the co-chair of a newly formed London Fire Brigade mental health support group called United Minds. It is in the early stages, but with the support that we have from our commissioner and senior officers, it is going to be a big part of the London Fire Brigade, both for operational and support staff and for families as well. London Fire Brigade has changed massively. Society has changed massively over the years with regards to stigma, discrimination with mental health. We are only human beings. We're just carrying out a career that we absolutely love and very passionate about, but we also need time to be helped and to be given that support always.
That was the Group A race at Spain. Coming up, we've got the Group B race at Singapore. But quick donation update. You can see we've actually got a pretty smart thing going across the top of the screen showing you who's donated. But thank you to everyone who has donated. 16 people so far. 13% of our 3,000 target. Probably not going to get there, to be honest. But, you know, loads of people donating. And it's very nice to see all the support. Thank you to everyone who has. Donation link always going to be at the bottom of the screen, so if you can spare a few pence, be much appreciated. £393 so far by 16 people, so I'd say it's going pretty successfully. Chief, how did you enjoy that last race?
Yeah, I'm very impressed with those guys. I mean, it's inspirational to see those guys on track. It's also demoralizing as a fellow league racer to see those guys. I mean, the top guys there, they got through. They earned that for sure. But yeah, we've got Group B coming up, and some more big names like got Hammer and Dane the Dangerous in there, as well as Keyboard Manson on the keyboard. S. Triton is apparently driving McLaren, but I think he's doing commentary with Bob for this one.
Oh yes, I've messed that up, haven't I?
Oopsie.
Unless you could do both at the same time, Triton.
I mean, I wouldn't, but I don't think it's going to work out very well.
It's going to be Tipsy and Triton for the next race, and I think there's a hot lap now. We're going to have to like speed up a bit because we're running behind schedule. But yeah, here's the hot lap for Singapore at night time.
So here we are at my personal favourite track, Singapore. This is going to be a roller coaster. It's going to be hectic trying to call this one. Here goes. So, on board the AlphaTauri with Danny, as he's running down to turn 100 meter boards on their brakes. Just skimming these corners, not cutting too much, not getting too greedy, or you will invalidate. Easy to lose it here. Looking ahead now, just at the black box where the curb starts. On your brakes, dropping down to the 5th and 4th. Skimming the wall. DRS activated. As early as possible. Try and maximise your rundown onto this next section. Just at the black box, on the brakes, dropping into the 4th. You can cut a little bit more curve than that. You can get away with that. Again, the black box, dropping down into 2nd, early up onto 3rd, and then into 4th. Getting plenty of traction as can. Black box again. Skimming that left curb, just skimming the wall on the right. Full commitment here by Dan. Then as late as you can, on the brakes. Guiding the car nicely, a little bit over this curb, not too much. Dipping your wheels into the left hand here to pull yourself around. Just this corner here, hard on the brakes. And guide around nicely. Short shifting up into the 4th, DRS, again nice and early. Looking ahead now for the 100 meter board. Heavy on the brakes, dropping down into 2nd, skimming the curb. Not running too wide, you will invalidate it there, not many people know that. Halfway around this corner is your braking point. Half on this curb. Again, a little bit half on this curve, black box up ahead again. Heavy braking point, drop it down to the 2nd, up to 3rd, then up on the 4th, gentle on the power. Easy to lose it here. It could all go wrong in these next last couple of corners. Nicely done. Then the black box, a little lift on the accelerator. Keep her in 6th. Across the line, completes a lap of the Singapore Grand Prix. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for what is sure to be another fantastic event of Formula One racing here on the EGL, all in the name to raise awareness and hopefully a bit of funding for the Mind Mental Health charity. I'm Tipsy Bob, and joining me on the mic to help my old eyes keep up with all the action is the effervescent and youthful voice of Mr. Triton.
Youthful's a strong word to use for me as of recent, but let's see. Welcome everyone. Thanks for having me. Thanks to the coordinators for setting up this, in my opinion, very important event, because they're supporting a very important and, to me, a very personal cause. So I rarely talk about it, but yes, I do have my own experiences with mental health issues and other sorts of things that pretty much can affect anyone. And I think that this is a brilliant event to host to raise awareness. So if you haven't already, just being here, is already a great enough form of support. But be sure to donate if you can. And yeah, I look forward to seeing some racing with my good friend Mr. Tipsy Bob. It's great to be back in the commentary with you. And
Pleasure is all mine.
we're getting this on the road soon here. Singapore, a very difficult track to master and drive. I have driven this track very often in my time playing F1. It's one of my more favorite tracks to lap. It may not be the greatest for overtaking, but it challenges the drivers far more than most circuits would, with probably being up there with Monaco in terms of difficulty. But yeah, here we go for our qualifying. So at the moment, you're going to see everyone trying to take as much as they can there, as you saw in the hot lap. Use as much of the curbs, as much of the track as possible. So far, going into turn 1, we'll see Hammer taking the early lead. Probably the one to watch out for in this split, being a very fast
Dane. Yeah,
Dane as well. Yeah. But so far already we have one retirement, so somebody already as well, another one. I think that's
we've lost Potato. We have lost the Potato from Formula One.
Well, you know what? Just do be like that. But
Yep.
Looking now so far, Hammer dropping down the order a bit, so I think he may have made a mistake somewhere. Dane, meanwhile, flying through the streets of Singapore, or in the nighttime, in the spotlight. I guess as watching Epic here, or I was on board with Epic just now. He completely overshot the hairpin, so he's going to drop down the order. But Domi so far taking the lead ahead of Dane. A name I'm not aware of, but I do know that some of those guys in that, I think that's a league or a group of racers, they're all fairly fast. And they're all really good drivers, so that'll be one to look out for as well.
I just want to mention, I see a couple of guys saying I'm a little bit loud, and it's not like me to be loud, but if I am, if people can try to get a wee message to the producer, Mr. Kebab, to try and turn me down. Oh, his Dane gets really sideways, and I don't know if you saw that, but Dane just slid across the finish line to come in P2, so big surprise there. I was all for Dane there. Dane is a force to be reckoned with in the SLR Tier 2 division, so yeah, the usual names up there. As we can see, who's had Dane and Hammer and these other guys. As you said, Triton, I'm the same as you. Domi is an unknown quantity to me, as are many of these guys. But yeah, Singapore, one of my own personal favorites as well. I often say it's not really a racetrack that you race at. It's a kind of the track that you just try to survive more than anything. A real old school track, Triton, for me, because, you know, one mistake, you're into the wall. And just one thing I wanted to pick up on what you mentioned earlier about, you know, what this cause is for. You were, making awareness that, you have some connections to it, and I would too as well. Not me personally, but my extended family have also been affected with the mental health. So yeah, I'm totally proud to be part of this charity, and also very proud to be doing it with Mr. Triton.
And I'm proud to be here with you as well, Tipsy. We've worked together in the past very often, and I consider you a very good friend, so this is a very good place to, I guess, commentate together, and enjoy. Maybe not the best track for overtaking, but this is F1 2020 by Codemasters, so you can expect some sort of action here.
Oh yeah,
we saw it from Spain. It's not the best track in real life, maybe, but this is a game. There's a lot more you can do here. So, I think you made somebody cry in the chat, Tipsy, which
that
is
would've been, that'd
we're
been my
already.
wife.
Yeah, that of all people too. So I think we're looking good so far. So and we already got bets in the chat for our DNF counter.
So can we just make anybody who's watching is not familiar? Oh wait, sorry. Is there a formation lap? There's not. Is there?
There is a formation lap.
Okay. Well, I can waffle. So anybody who's not.
Yeah. We got time.
Okay. So it's been a while since I've done commentating, so I might be a little bit rusty. But anybody who isn't familiar with me, I do waffle a little bit. So if anyone wants me to tell me to shut up, go ahead, no problem. But what was I going to say there? Now I have completely forgotten. I tried. Oh yes, the DNFs guys in the chat.
Oh boy, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, 2 guys disqualified. That's Eversnacks a lot and Potato F1 both disqualified from the formation lap there. But keep going.
This wee DNF thing in the chat. It's a wee fun game that a couple of us created when we were watching the races. Obviously, you don't wish anyone misfortune in these races, but of course, we need a little bit of action as well to follow in the chat. So we started this thing with we have a bet of the day, and it is how many people do you think are going to DNF, which did not finish. So we'll have who's this we got in the chat? Let me see. We got Dragon, my old buddy Dragon. Has got 3 DNFs. Let's want to get more bets in there, guys, and to see who can get the bet of the day.
Yeah, so one might call it yeetage or a desire for yeetage. I won't mention any names for that one, but or who may call it that, but they know who they are. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can mention it. You live with her, so you can deal with that. But yeah,
what do you mean deal with it? She's not that hard to live with. It's just really difficult.
We're gonna get kicked off the mic. We're gonna get kicked off the mic here, but anyways,
they are navigating their way around Singapore. I tell you what, to see for DNFs and yeetage, this is possibly the best track on the calendar for this event for yeetage, because I mean, as we said,
Singapore,
one mistake and you're in the wall, and you very rarely recover from that. But yeah, Triton, they are coming around, lining up on the grid, and I think that it is wise and beneficial for the stream to leave the start to you, because you're younger, you're more intelligent, you can keep up with the action than my old head, so you do it.
That's all very debatable, but I appreciate this. I appreciate the kind words. So this is the Mind F1 charity. Yeah, this is the Mind F1 charity tournament. We're in Group B here in Singapore in the nighttime. This is going to be a very action-packed race, hopefully, and we're going to keep an eye out here for the lights as the grid reforms, as I try and get a good camera angle here for myself. And here we go then. We have 4 or 5 lights on ahead of everyone here. And we are going Singapore. That's a good start from the Mercedes of Dane. Good start as well from Domi. In the background, we have a bit of wheel spin from some, but Domi gets away very cleanly. Hammer tries to get alongside of him, but doesn't get it enough. Brocail there in the McLaren, trying to make up some positions. We got yellows in the back. That's Potato F1 already off in the back and spun around. So very unfortunate. He's still struggling, but up here down Raffles Boulevard we go. We have a 4-man or a kind of a train going on here between the guys here. We have the 2 Renaults side by side, Psycho, I think that is, and Weiborg going alongside each other, but not making anything happen. And in the back, there was a racing point of Alexander, and I think that's I don't know the name, MGC Morph, as already a time penalty for Alexander. They're unfortunate, but yeah, up front, Domi gunning it and getting away then off both Dane and Hammer, who have all 3 kind of split each other a little bit, almost out of DRS range.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hectic start there for some of these guys. The 2 AlphaTauri seem to have having a coming together, as we have a Potato has retired. We see already in lap 1, again, the brutality of Singapore, that's what happens. But yeah, one of the AlphaTauris was going proper sideways. It was going to Brazil, as the guys say, but the other AlphaTauri kind of hit him and straightened them up, so corrected them, and they're all back underway as well. Again, Weiborg is another one that I've been watching from the back. I don't know if he's made any movements, but he's been looking really racy and really sending it up the inside of some of these guys. And as well as Wisp and Wunz were having pretty tasty battles. So that is to be expected, because you can see some of these guys on the softs, and up ahead of them is the medium guy. So of course there will be that little bit of battling on track. But yeah.
Meanwhile, up front, going side by side there, Spicy and Mr. Enville going side by side into turn 1, and Spicy and the Williams getting ahead of him. So good move there. Some drivers trying to make up some ground, some trying to pick up the pieces, maybe. I think we have a bit of a glitch here. Or no, my timing sheet is a bit messed up because saying Snackslot is up in front. But yeah, it should be Dommy. It's fixing itself now. So far 1.6 seconds already. That is pretty hefty already. Especially here, you are gonna struggle if you're not in that DRS. So another thing to also mention is the tire wear is pretty strong or pretty significant on the soft tires here, and the chances of overheating the fronts is very high. So because of how many corners you have and how fast they come at you, even if they are slow speed, you're going to be cranking a lot of lock. Sometimes it's going to be very brutal on the fronts for the temperatures, and then on the rears too if you start spinning them. So this is going to be a bit of a management game in the front, or for the first part here for some.
It's quite a hectic battle here, Triton at the back. All these guys who were going from roughly, say, P12 back, whenever they're coming into these twisty sections, they're like really just on the edge, on the gearbox of these guys, and it's quite amazing how they've been able to avoid basically ripping anybody apart. So yeah, it's that's the only thing about Singapore, as we were saying, it is a bit difficult to overtake. Oh, we see an overtake up ahead. We see for P7, P8. Who have we got here? McGorth and who's that? McEnville are really going for it. We've got the Alexander is joining them. Oh, and Alexander gets round.
Oh no, there's 2 cars around. Yeah, that's the Renault of Psycho getting him around. I think Alexander catching the back of somebody and then getting caught up in that was the Renault. So disappointing there for them. Some weaving going on in the back as well. I saw down Raffles Boulevard there between I think the AlphaTauri of Vance and Postier. I'm sorry, I'm butchering the names, but the Ferrari there against the AlphaTauri, fighting it out, but not having it there. Vance keeps his position for the time being.
Yeah, Postie's looking pretty racy. He wants to get past Vance, but they're all kind of falling behind each other nicely. It gives me just enough opportunity just to remind people to donate to this charity, guys. You can get the wee link there on the bottom of the screen. Just head up to there and just anything you can, even £1, anything at all. Oh, we got a crash! Forgive me. It was Wisp, and who was the other guy?
It's Alfa Romeo of Wisp, and I think that's Mr. Enville there getting caught in it as well. So yeah, Wisp lost his entire front wing now, almost, or half his end plate there is gone. So he's gonna have to box, and that's unfortunate because he's on the or on the medium tires. So. And he gets Mr. Enville behind 5 seconds for corner cutting because he's also missing a front wing.
Yeah, he's just cutting. And I think the hand Jess, I think that's pronounced, he rear-ended Enville as well. So he may have some front wing damage. And that's just allowed Alexander to catch up in the back of P15 here. I think it is the closest battle on track at the moment. Oh, and they're blocking the Red Bull getting into the pit, but he manages to get in. But yeah, this battle here for P14, Triton, if you've got it, or
yeah, I'm watching it right now. Here goes Alexander down the inside there of Henges. It's gonna be fairly straightforward there, as they give each other plenty of space. Something that is very respected. So good job to them. Some people not getting as much space. Some people getting a bit too close for comfort here on the streets of Singapore. So some people kind of getting away, but. I'm going to mention as well, somebody we usually mention because we always end up commentating his races, and it's basically tradition at this point. Keyboard Magnussen.
Yes.
As the name implies, he's on a keyboard. And if you don't know, the keyboard on this game, I mean, in any sim, is insane and impossible in most cases. This is probably the only one where it is possible. And even then, it's pushing it because, yeah, he is... the tire temperatures are way harder to manage on the keyboard. And also the tire wear is way harder to manage. So the fact that he's doing this on Singapore and he's in P8 is telling of his skill. So yeah, that's just I'm meeting my quota of praising Keyboard Magnussen, as Domi gonna set the pit stops here, or start the pit stops here for the front runners, as he is in for his set of medium tires, and that gives Dane the current lead of the race, and Hammer into P2 now as epic 5 seconds for speeding. So that's gonna come back to bite him later on. Luckily, Domi does not get held by him because he was right there.
Yeah, I just wanted to be shout out to our producer, our lovely producer, Mr. Kebab. If he could get the tire delta on the stream for the people watching, so they can see the different strats happening. I can see a guy who's that Christoph Russen is requesting tires.
Bono with the tires. But yeah, right now Gotita. I've raced with Gotita before in VVDL. Yeah, they are a fairly solid racer as well. They're on the back of Hammer right now in the AlphaTauri. So in the back earlier we had AlphaTauri v Ferrari. Now we've got another battle up front here with the AlphaTauri and a Ferrari. So Dane still 1.4 ahead of Hammer. So Hammer not going to have any DRS to save or to hold on with here.
Yeah, so there's two battles on track here, Triton, at the moment. So we've got that P3 up ahead fighting Hammer. He's only, just half a tenth now or half a second behind him. Oh, the guy I was watching was P4 Vance on Eversnacks, but Vance got a snap of oversteer and smacked the wall. So I don't know if he got any front wing damage of that.
Yeah, I see front wing damage there on those
front right
left
is it?
hand.
Yeah, well, it's front right.
Front left.
Wall, yeah.
Yeah, should be front left when you're facing the camera. Dane. Oh no, Dane. That is a big one. 5 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. So that is going to pay. That is going to pay off for Hammer later on, and possibly Gotita, who's coming to the pits, and I think held Hammer or held one of them. I think I don't know what happened there, but and he's going to get held as well, and comes out a little bit behind Hammer. So this is all to play for him. Let's see where Domi comes out. Wait a minute. Actually, I think Domi might have gotten held there. Actually, look at that. Yeah, look where he came out. So I think he had a wing change or something, because now Dane is in the lead of the race, and Hammer just comes out alongside, or just behind, I mean.
Oh, he's a good bit behind Domi. Yeah, 1.7 seconds behind. But yeah, Titan, as you're saying, this battle with Damon and Domi, he's really going to heat up here. I think Domi's going to go for it here. It's going to be a bit of a late lunge. Oh, and it's going to be a very late lunge. And he's
here he goes. He cuts his nose off there. He's got the right to do so. He has the corner rights there, as somebody by the name of Mark Harrison would say, but and would be correct in saying so. So yeah, Dane holding it on there, but this might have been the killing blow to his race, is that slight speeding into the pit lane, which is going to give him 5 seconds on his race time. So
yeah, man, and it's 5, as you say, it's 5 seconds. So even Domi just gets 1 3-second time penalty. He still has that advantage. But it's also not to forget that Hammer is still in the hunt in this. If this battle between Dane and Domi goes a little bit haywire, Hammer is in for this. And let's not forget too, anybody who's unaware that Hammer and Dane are fierce rivals in SLR Tier 2, currently battling for that championship title. So there's a bit of history here, a healthy history, but a bit of history nonetheless.
Yeah, so the only one missing from this is the guy who's going to be commentating the finale and Group D. I think he's commentating Group D. I forget which one it is, but that'll be Beamer. Yeah, he's Beamer? There's a 3-way title fight in SLR Tier 2 if you guys want to check that out. And it's getting very spicy over there. But also getting spicy is a fight up here, actually, for P2 on the road at the moment. Keyboard Magnuson, you see the light flashing on the rear of his car. He is derating a bit with his battery, which means he is using it up. But he makes a bit of a mistake, goes a bit wide, and Posty, I'm gonna say it like that, I guess, tries to get the switch back on him. Posty. As Stecco into the is out of the race, in the pit lane.
Triton, can I take this opportunity, because I can see Dane is still on a fight with Domi, but can I take this opportunity while I have it, because I can see there's a special person in chat, Elementrix and Wimps. Can I just congratulate them? Because today they got married, 2 awesome human beings on this planet, and they tied the knot today on this very special day for them, which will, of course, follow them through the rest of their lives.
Yes,
so
congratulations.
Yes. Yeah. On behalf of myself and Kitty, and I'm sure many other people will wish
behalf of me as well.
And Triton.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes, and everyone here at EGL. Mr. EGL himself we now have Mr. and Mrs. EGL. So, congrats you two. But also while we were watching that fight, the fight between the P2 on road with Keyboard Magnuson and Posty, And also congratulating the newlyweds. We missed out Domi getting back the lead of the race, so apologies for that. But yeah, Dane still in DRS. Domi's not out of the woods yet, and he is still holding on, as you can see, and out of battery almost. So Dane is looking still like he can fight for this, and Hammer has caught up to this train as well, so he will have DRS on both of them. And he also is looking very decent with battery life. So Domi not going to have an opportunity to breathe just yet.
Yeah, what was I going to say there? The thing about Dane, as you mentioned there, Domi's doesn't have much battery. So if anybody's been watching these tier 2 races, they'll know about Dane. He's proper quick. He's like potentially the title contender for tier 2. But I think the last race I seen him was a couple of days ago there in Austria. He's very patient with his race pace and his ERS whenever he was battling crystals. He didn't panic. So yeah, Dane's not out of this one just yet. He's although of course it is only a 25%.
Oh dear. Yeah, Gotita didn't retire, crashed. I think their game crashed, so hopefully they have a spare invite or they can rejoin through I think Kebab if he has them on his friends list.
Posty up at P2 sends it on keyboard. What? My goodness,
Oh,
it's never gonna
dear.
work.
Yeah, and now and he cuts off Domi there, and Domi.
Oh no!
This is getting insane here now. Yeah, so Domi getting his wing chopped off. I don't know if he has damage. I don't know if he got damage from that. It does look like he did because he put his nose in, and they just closed the door on him. So that's gonna be big problems there for him. And he already had one wing change, I think, earlier. And now Dane is right on the back of him because he's going to be. Yeah, he's struggling heavily here. And now down the inside, is he going to go 3 wide there? Dane goes and has a look. Nearly hits the rear of Posty there. But yeah, now Dane retaking the lead. And now Hammer is going to... I don't think Hammer knows about the damage there. But he's going to have to try now and get past him as soon as possible. Because look at how close these 4 are. And now he's still got DRS. So he may still be able to use this. Posty has is derating as well. So is Keyboard Magnuson. Everyone here as well is going to be struggling. Dane's going to take 1. Is he going to take 2 as well? No, he's not. He's going to try and get Keyboard Magnuson here at the moment.
No.
But
3 wide
yeah,
in
no.
this corner.
But here goes Zombie, and he puts Dane in the wall. Oh no, hopefully no damage there. And Dane's ghosted, so I don't know what the rules are there on a ghost overtake, but yeah, he backs out of that. So Dummy does retake the lead. There's all sorts of chaos here. It's starting to take off. Hammer whacks the wall a little bit, but I think he gets away with it. And
yeah, Dummy definitely.
Sorry.
I think Dummy definitely has damage because he's really struggling to get this car turned around. And that's the thing with Keyboard, because he's a bit more hesitant, or he slows down a little bit more on the keyboard, and of course that catches a lot of the guys out. And so that's probably what happened with Posty. He was probably getting a little bit frustrated, getting slowed down on these corners, so he sent it, but he's picked the wrong place to send it. And as we said, that could happen. This battle between Domi and Dane is just helping Hammer. But as you said, Triton, we don't know if Hammer knows about this damage that Domi's got. Also, they're still being held up by Keyboard Magnuson. And as we're coming around onto this, complete this next lap, we're going to get the 2 DRS sections. Domi will definitely get past Keyboard.
Out here.
But Dane will absolutely not want to get Keyboard in between him and Domi.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look here. Hammer looks a bit slow out of the corners. But he does not have any damage that I can see. But Domi trying his best, because he's going to rely on this DRS here from Keyboard Magnuson to keep him safe for one more lap. This is Singapore, so it is very difficult to overtake, remember. And right now, here he is with the DRS down Raffles Boulevard. I don't think it's Dane close enough, actually. Are they going to make this 3 wide into I think this is, I forget which turn number this is, but they both do get past Keyboard Magnuson there. So back up to P1 for Domi, Dane up to provisional P2, I should say, yes.
Yeah.
And Hammer getting
Alexander
past there. Oh yeah, into the pit lane he goes to park it. But yeah, this is not going to help Hammer being stuck behind Keyboard Magnuson. He's going to have to hope Dane does not pass Domi. Although he does, Hammer's the one who's looking like he's in a prime position for this race win right now. If he can get past Domi and stay with Dane because of that penalty. So right now he should get past Keyboard Magnuson.
Yes, and he
Keyboard trying his best to hold it there. Not going to work out, and he makes a bit of contact there. So now Posty is on the rear of Keyboard Magnuson again. It went all wrong for them here, and he gets a penalty taking too much curb. And yeah, it's hopefully this time around, and it seems as though they've gotten through there cleanly. As Vance also retires, Han just gets a 3-second time penalty. And now Domi, this is where he's going to be slow through this last corner. Not going to be able to carry as much speed in. Dane getting a better run, of course, has the DRS as well. Hammer back in the DRS of these two. And Dane trying to put him offline, give him the old mind punt, as I call it, as we all call it. But yeah, right now, Domi struggling heavily with the front of the car, not turning in as much as he would want to, of course, with the damage. And now we have a 3-way fight for the lead of this race. As he cuts to the inside, or it's back to the outside, very close there. Dane now gets the move done here. It should be done there as yeah, down the inside he goes. And is Domi gonna get the switch back here? Dane holding the inside now for the next corner as he cuts in front of him a little bit there, but he's allowed to do so, of course, as Domi tries to cut it there. But yeah, Dane just taking the racing line, and that is the move done. But now he is not out of the woods, of course. He has 5 seconds worth of time that he needs to make up in 4 laps, which is only going to happen if... I don't think that's going to happen unless a miracle occurs for him.
Yeah.
And Hammer, because Hammer is right on these guys. Hammer, if he's able to take Domi, and he doesn't get held up too much by him, even Domi might still take him. So,
yeah, I'm really impressed right in how Domi's able to keep up and, you know, maintain this pace, because Hammer does seem to be, you know, fairly shifting, like he's not hanging back. And Domi's able to keep up even with that damage that he does have. But yeah, this is in some respects Hammer's race to lose. Because,
yeah, he needs to get past him.
As we said, Domi has damage, so you can see that he does catch him in the corners, but it's allowing Dane to get away and stretch out his legs. Whether he can get away in these last 3 minute laps.
Oh, this should be it here, though. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, right now, here as Hammer goes down the inside. Domi tries to cover the inside as well, but Hammer picking its spot there keeps it pinned. Oh no, that's contact there. Kind of pins him in on the apex there. He's not gonna like that at all, Hammer. Does he have damage? No, he does not, from the looks of it. But yeah, again, I don't know if Domi gave him the respect he needed there. I don't know if Hammer stuck his nose in. I didn't see if there was understeer or something, but yeah, it happened regardless, and now Hammer's gonna have to wait again. So now 2.3 seconds for Dane. So he's halfway to where he needs to be. But we'll keep an eye out again.
Yeah, effectively, as we said there, Hammer just needs to get past Domi ASAP and do not let Dane get away.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the back here, Brocal and Ever Snacks a lot fighting it out here. Coming up into the beginning of the second sector here, Ever Snacks a lot having to maintain P9 there, unable to get the move on Brocal. But Epic as well has that 5 seconds to note, so Gotita is looking good as well. For a climb up the field here and into the top 5, which will guarantee you a spot in the final race. So something to note here, of course, if you did not watch the previous round. That is well, let's see what's happening here. 3 seconds now. But yeah, the top 5 will move on to the final round, and everyone else, unfortunately, will have to be eliminated. But yeah, here goes Hammer for another try at Domi. This time he's got a much better run, and he completely guns it. They make a bit of contact on the straight, and this time Hammer gets the move done very early. So good job to him. Now he has to stay within this one. Dane is gunning it now. He's 1 second away from winning this race. So he's got to hope that Hammer does not have anything in his pocket. But right now it's 3.9 seconds. And Dane is low on battery, but so is Hammer. In fact, he is almost out of battery. But Domi, yeah, now going to be under threat from Epic, who also does, as I said, have that 5 seconds. And keeping an eye out on the train here that is developed behind him as well. Because this could be anyone's here. There's Spicy and Gotita as well there. So this is where our battle might be. Already Hammer has gained almost a second on Dane. Once he got out of that pit, or once he got out of that that roadblock, so to speak, of Domi. As already Epic tries to send it up the inside of the hairpin on him, and does not get the move done there. But yeah, now he is going to have the DRS. He's going to try and feed around the outside up the new third DRS sector here, as they nearly go to the wall, because there is not much space here on Singapore. But Domi holding on for dear life here, from the looks of it, and trying to maintain that P3. But yeah, Epic unable to make anything there, and he's got 2 cars as well on his tail, and I don't think, I think Spicy only has 3 seconds, so he will take him as well. Let's take a look if that's correct. Yeah, that's 3 seconds.
Penalties aside, Triton, Dummy has 3 cars all gunning him down for this P3. Oh, and Epic really late on the brakes there, and he's going for it, and he's really forcing his way around there. I don't know whether Dummy or Epic felt that he was getting a little bit roughed up that last lap, but yeah, Dummy's not going to give us up without a fight. But it is looking nicely, Triton, for Hammered to get this race win. And before it is well over, let me just remind everyone, if you can, just donate whatever you can. The link is in the description for this medal.
Oh, but here goes Dummy having a look down the inside of Epic, but doesn't get it done there. Not close enough to make it stick. And Epic taking the racing line, keeping the move in. Great job to him. So now he's up to P3, but he has to make a very big gap in just over 1 lap. So 1 and a bit laps to do so. 2 seconds he needs to Spicy, and he needs 5 to go Tito, but that is going to be a bit of an ask for him. So it's going to be very difficult here, as already Domi gets loose there. Spicy gets moved on here, gets the move done through the hairpin, as well as Gotita getting the move here on Domi, trying to feed around the outside, gets his nose ahead and takes back the position there, I should say, or gets the position there. But now Domi having a look down the inside, which will turn to the outside, and that's not the place to be on this track usually. But here comes Gotita trying to get the move there, but unable to do it. Domi now, this is pretty much gone downhill for him. So Gotita, this is for position as we're on the final lap here. So Dane dropping down massively now, not able to hold it. He was almost in the clear, but Hammer got his foot down and seems to be like it look as though he's going to win this race unless he gets a penalty. So at the moment, there goes Gotita down the inside of Domi. So yeah, now down to P6 for him. As Spicy has been in the wall, yeah, so here goes Gotita down the inside of him, but yeah, backing out of it. He doesn't need to take any risks. This is the last lap. And Domi and Gotita making this 3 wide down again into the braking zone of Rebels Boulevard. And now Domi gets the move, and all 3 of them come together, and Domi is off. Again, it's the last lap. There was no need for that. Oh, no. Okay, so, I don't know who's at fault there, but that was very unfortunate. Spicy and Domi falling down the order. So Brokel and Weiborg both out of nowhere might be into the finals here, potentially. So depending on where they finish, because Epic, I mean, I don't know how far. I think Epic will be in the clear, but
as we're approaching just here, Triton, the end of the Singapore race, on board with Dane here, as he's approaching the very end of Sector 3 to complete the Singapore Formula 1 track. He will win on track, but of course he does have that 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pits, and he's going to gift the win to Hammer, who's kept it cool. But Dane crosses the line, P1 on track, and of course Hammer then jumps him to get P1 due to penalties. But who's in P3? So it's Epic in P3.
I think he'll hold it here because Gotita needed more time than that. Yeah. So a good drive from Epic to make up that time and get him past when he needed to, and taking advantage of the carnage behind him, as well as Eversnackslaw gets a penalty on the last lap. Unfortunate, but yeah, Weiborg making his way into P5 just about. And he is going to be moving on, so I'm sure he'll be really happy. But the big shock there, Domi from pole. I think, yeah, was he on pole, or was it Dane on pole? I forget. I think he was on pole. But yeah, he unfortunate fell apart there, got unlucky, and yeah, not going to be happy, as I wouldn't be if I were him. But yeah, that is not the way you want to go down. But yeah, Hammer from P3 up to P1, going to take the race win there. Great job. And Dane, Epic, Gotita, and Weiborg will be joining him.
If I could just make a mention that you might remember at the start, I was encouraging people to make the bet of the day, the little game we have in the chat, and it was Crystal's won it Fedevara won. He predicted it correctly for DNFs. So well done to Fede.
Yeah, and your prize, there is no prize, but
prize is getting acknowledgement on
yeah,
stream.
you get acknowledgement on stream, yeah. The prize for you at home would be to like this stream and leave your support for EGL, because they have worked very hard to bring this, and a prize, I guess, would be feeling pride and knowing that you're supporting a good cause.
Driver of the day, who's your driver of the day for that one?
It's a tough one. I would have to give it to Hammer, I think, because he was the cleanest out of everyone. Dane drove very well, but it was that penalty that took it. Of course, yeah, and
I would agree with you, man. I would have given it to Dane because he did a fantastic job. The 5 seconds obviously wasn't ideal. Then, of course, Hammer kept his nose clean, kept up with the guys, and got that race win. Domi did a great job, I think. Maybe a little bit hairy on some of the defensive moves. I don't know whether the guys thought it was a bit aggressive or not, but hey, it's racing at the end of the day. But yeah, for me as well, I would agree with you, Triton. It would be Mr. Hammer for my driver of the day.
Yeah, so we should have interviews at the ready. Do we drag them in, or will our stream coordinators do that for us?
I'm not entirely sure. Let me, Mr. Producers, could you give us an update in terms of who brings the interview guys in, or whomst decides who gets an interview? There's a word you don't hear often, Triton. Whomst.
Yeah. I don't think we're getting answers from them, are we?
Gentlemen.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Mr. Joel. So I guess I will bring in. I'll start with our race winner. Bring in the man of the hour,
here he is,
Mr. Hammer. Congratulations on the race win. How was the race from your perspective?
Well, basically, I was in a voice call with Dane, and basically the plan was not to do crazy stuff and just try to keep the top 5, because that's all what's needed. But at some point, I don't know what happened exactly, but after the first pit stop, Domi, Domi, right? Yeah. He did the undercut, but it didn't work because Dane came out ahead of him, so that was already weird. And then he got wing damage. And for some reason, even with wing damage, he started fighting Dane really hard and in places where you shouldn't really be fighting really hard. So that caused more wing damage. And that allowed me to get close. And I knew Dane had 5 seconds. And then, I started fighting with him, and he was also defending that like it was do or die. So, I don't know. And I saw him drop out of the top 5 later. And that was really causing one's own demise, I think. I think if you just stayed calm and just, even with wing damage, he would have had easily top 5. So I'm not sure what he was doing, but for me it was just chilling.
we were watching that, Hammer, and we did mention that Dane and Domi are looking pretty tasty for this race win, but we were expecting something to happen between them two because it was getting quite feisty. And then of course it was just the mix up. It was just that I think it was Posty initially instigated the whole events, the sequence of events whereby he sent it on Hammer, and then it was just kind of a domino effect. But yeah, man, you kept your nose clean and you made the moves count. You see, you went for a move early on Domi at the start, turn 1 or 2. Was that kind of a send from you, or do you think you got cut off?
No, not really. Was it at the start? I remember I had a good getaway, but then Dane was on my inside, so I had to back off. And then I was on P3, so then I think it might be Dane who did a move on Domi, but I didn't really do a move on Domi until like after he got wing damage.
Yeah, but you had that issue, of course, with Domi at that first section, and then of course the next lap you did get him. So well done, man.
Yeah, thanks. I'm happy with that.
Have you anything you would like to ask the one from Mr. Hammer, Triton?
I don't think so. You covered everything.
Because if you don't, I have a woman standing behind me which would like to speak.
She may speak.
Okay.
She may speak.
Yes.
Yes.
You're live on To the World. What's the
Can
crack?
you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who donated
Mhm.
today, and thank you to all the drivers and everyone who helped
Mhm.
this event.
And congratulations to Wimpy.
And congratulations to Wimpy and Roxy. You both look absolutely amazing.
Have you seen the pictures?
I have.
Oh, why haven't I not seen the
I am
pictures?
special.
Oh, sorry, I forgot we're live there. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to see the pictures as well. But anyways,
that was ladies and gentlemen, my lovely wife. But anyway, back to the charity event and back to the Formula One.
Yes. So I think we've taken up enough of Hammer's time. Congratulations. We'll let you prepare for the finale, and we'll move you out here.
Will we get Mr. Dane in?
Yeah, let's get him in. There we go. So, Mr. Dane. Good job on P2 in the race. Was a bit hectic, especially there in that middle part, and unfortunately the penalty cost you the win. What was going through your mind there?
Oh, when I entered the pit, I forgot it was 60 kilometers an hour instead of 80, so I messed up there.
I definitely haven't made that mistake myself, so definitely haven't made that.
I don't believe you. But trying to pull the 5-second gap. The two back markers that were on mediums, they backed dummy, and I up so hard. I was scared I was gonna fall out of the top 5. But after that, I don't know what happened, but the gap was suddenly 12 seconds. So, yeah, fair enough. P2. Good enough.
Okay. But yeah, the fighting in the bit there, Hammer told us, or in the middle there, Hammer told us how you were attempting to play it safe and just get to your just get to the top 5 and finish there. Was that still in your mind? I guess later on when you were fighting out there, I guess I could see you were playing it very safe, and just whereas I saw Domi, trying to see the first opportunity, and it kind of cost him in the end there.
Yeah, sure did. When we were with 4 cars together, I was trying to maneuver my way through the traffic well. Then I think coming out of the second turn in the second sector, I don't know what happened to Domi. Maybe he hit the inside wall, or he went for a dive, but he pushed me into the wall, which I got a bit angry about, because I was trying to play it safe. I wasn't sure what his ERS was at, so yeah, he seemed like an aggressive driver to me. I don't know where he finished in the end.
Yeah, we were watching him, Dane, and I was keeping a close eye on the battle between you and Domi and a Hammer, and yeah, you were conserving your battery much more than Domi was, and a couple of guys were saying he was a bit aggressive, but hey, look, we're not here to call people out on it.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, for me, it would have been driver of the day for yourself. Obviously, the 5-second penalty didn't help you, but yeah, man, it was a great performance from yourself and all the guys. I'm sure you've heard me before. I would like to talk to you lots and ask you lots of questions, but the guys are saying that we're a bit pressed for time, man, because there's still Group C and D to happen. So
yeah, we're gonna have to end it here, unfortunately. But yeah. Thank you for joining
those
us.
groups. Thanks, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Good job.
Back here. But yeah, that's it from us, I think. Then. Thank you very much for having us. As I said, this is a very important event, so I'm very honored and thankful to be a part of it. Thanks to Joel for having us here and including us and coordinating this whole thing. Thanks to Kebab for running the stream. And thanks to Tipsy for commentating with me and holding it down alongside me. I truly appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll just pretty much second everything you've said, right? And tell the guys that have been running this whole thing not to drag it on, because the guys are eager to get on the group.
I can hear them seething.
Because you know me, I can talk all night. But yeah, just a great cause. Donate what you can, guys. The link is always permanently there on the bottom of the screen, and anything is very much appreciated. But that has been Group B of this lovely charity event. Up next, of course, is Group C, because C usually follows B. And who have we got up next? Triton, do you know who's commentating next? Is it Icewind? Oh, it's the wonderful Icewind and Mr. Chief.
Yes.
So
the man, the myth, the legend himself, Icewind, and Ocean Chief, the legend as well. So stay tuned for that. I have been Triton.
And I have been Tipsy Bob. And with that,
And yes, we will see you soon, hopefully. Thank you all for watching,
au
and
revoir.
stay tuned.
Thank you very much, Tipsy and Triton, for that
Thank you,
group
Joel. Thank
B.
you.
I think that was it Group B? I can't even remember now, to be honest. I think it was. We've got Melbourne coming up next in, you've guessed it, Group C. Chief,
G'day, mate.
got anything to say? Thank you everyone for the donations. £491 for on. Thanks for a big donation by Pixel, £50. But anything can help. So if you've got a few spare pounds you'd like to donate, then be sure to go to the link always on the screen, and it will really help us out. So thank you everyone for your support. Melbourne next, isn't it? What do you think about that track?
Oh, it's a great track, so we should see some excellent driving. And going by the first two races, I think we've got quite a race on our hands. That final is really shaping up to be something special, so stick around for that as well. But as you say, the donations coming in thick and fast. Thanks to everybody for supporting. We're halfway there, and we're almost halfway to $1 grand. So good stuff, good stuff.
Yeah, so I think we're going to have to hurry up a bit here because we're a bit, very behind schedule, which is usually the case with these sorts of things. It's time for Group C and the Melbourne Hot Lap.
So here we are at Melbourne, Australia, in the vibrant yellow Renault, as we're heading down into turn 1. Just after that little black box, on the brakes, dropping out of the 4th, then 5th, easily invalidated there, running nice and wide using all the track, DRS activated. Looking up ahead here, just after the 100 meter boards, or at it indeed, is your braking point, dropping into 2nd, then up to 3rd, then up to 4th, skimming this curb, guiding your car on round. No real lift here, flat out. And then just as you start to turn left after the 100 meter board is your braking point, cutting a little bit of that corner. Flat on the par. First real tricky section here coming up. Just after the 100 meter boards, dropping around the 4th, riding a good bit of these two curbs. Traction is important out of this corner. And then it's eyes peeled up ahead for this really tricky section. Easily invalidated. Nicely done by Dan. Oh, a little bit twitchy there, but he's held it nicely. Again, black boxes. Brake point. Down in the 4th. Guiding the car nicely round in the 5th, in the 6th. Just a little slight lift, dropping down the 5th, back up at the 6th. Just after that little kink on the right hand side of that wall is your brake point. Guiding her nice and round. Traction is a key in Australia. DRS activated down the main straight, crosses the line, and that completes the lap.
And we're back, and we're going to Group C this time. Joining me on the commentary side of things is Icewind. So it's the Ocean Chief here, and Icewind. And what a big pair of boots with the fill, Icewind, after listening to that Group A one with Logan and I can't remember that guy's name. It was a 261 6.
I thought you were talking about Tipsy for a while, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, and Bob and Triton as well, absolutely nailing it. So we're kind of nervous going into this one, but hopefully us old boys can hold our own in Group C, and we have quite the lineup here. I'm looking at one name in particular, and it's Vexit. We both know him as a very, very fast driver, so I expect to see good things from him today. But I'm sure it's the same with yourself, Ice. There's a lot of guys here that we have not seen on track before, so a lot of dark horses in this race.
Yeah, indeed, and I think we're missing actually one guy I had picked up before, and that is Legend, and he is not in the list as far as I can see anyway. So one of the big guns that I was sort of counting on here is out of this one. So yeah, I guess we'll just have to see. Like Ace Boy, Owen, those guys are pretty fast. Can they take the fight up to Vexit himself? We'll see.
Yep. So 25% race distance, one shot quali coming up. The guys are currently in their cars, setting up, getting setups loaded, and we're going to see a one-shot effort. Something I always struggle with personally, but these guys can just seem to hook it up on that one lap. it's very crucial to get a good starting point. And Australia is quite a tricky circuit to pass on.
Yeah, definitely. Even though there are like 3 DRS straights, but the straights themselves are pretty short, and the corners leading to those straights are relatively difficult to follow a car behind. So, yeah, and I guess we're onward on our hot laps now.
Yeah, and I'm watching Vexit right now. He's a man off the moment here, but he's currently P3 and right up to the P1 after turn 1. So there we go. We'll see who else is going to do well on this one. But so far, Vexit top of the pops as expected in the McLaren. With Crumpy P2, McLobe, you can see Owen there as well, very fast driver, kind of bouncing up and down, but still out in front. Vexit looks like he's
26-1 into sector 1. That is absolutely ridiculously fast, even for short qualifying. So let's see what this is. Could this be an 18 even on the board?
Yeah, first disqualification coming in. Matt is just.
Oh, yeah, Vexit's had a bit of a moment there.
Yeah, almost going into the wall. It is very, the walls are very close in this one, but we got the fast chicane coming up, a fast left, right, full commitment from Vexit, cutting a lot of the track and keeping it within the track limits and keeping that lap valid as he makes his way to sector 3. And it's a few corners here to get around it, but it's quite a tricky part, especially this penultimate corner, which is coming up. You have to slow down quite aggressively here and then get to turn in right. And back on the throttle again and just feather that throttle as you get on the start-finish rate. And yeah, it looks like Vex is going to go pole with Crampy in P2, it looks like.
Yeah, 19.3. Yeah, easy 7/10s almost, but
yeah. Owen snuck up there on that last part of the track, it looked like. He got P3 in the end. So good show from Owen.
Yep,
but
indeed.
The rest of the drivers are Lambert, who I have seen in league races before. He's obviously very good.
Yeah.
P4. We've got AME John representing Alliance Motorsports Europe. McLobe as well, a new driver. Alex Sin Larson, and then Ace Boys in P10.
Ace Boy not quite as fast as I would have expected here, so maybe didn't quite hook up the lap there. But yeah, look at that gap to exit though, like 7/10 at the front.
Yeah, but everybody else behind looking pretty tight there from P2 to P10. So Vexit may run away with this one, but he I think those last 4 positions for the finale are up for grabs here. So good opportunity for these fast drivers to get into that grand finale. And I mean, some of those names that are already in there, like Hammer and Dane, and of course Jerry, Billy Thompson.
Yep.
Big names, so going to be interesting finale. But yeah, we've got this race and Group D afterwards to look forward to. Just
certain myself in that group as well. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we get to see you. I was too scared to sign up for this one. I mean, bunch of killers out there.
Oh well, but we'll focus on this race instead. Monza is after, but we're at Melbourne now. Actually, one of the faster tracks on the calendar on average speed over a lap here. So not such a high-speed track. Let's say the top speeds on the cars are not super high here because everybody tends to run pretty high downforce. But overall, it's a pretty fast track because a lot of fast corners. Makes overtaking pretty difficult as well, as we already discussed it, even though we have 3 DRS straights. But okay, first guy already, your namesake got disqualified.
He's not representing the Mads of the world very well, but yeah, he'll be reset to the track. I wonder about tires though. I mean, with the 25% race distance, his tire strategy is not as big a factor here, but you could gain some time if you play your cards right. It is going to be soft medium for this one. It looks like I think everybody probably is on the soft tires. Wants to get away quickly for this one.
There's actually 3 guys on mediums at the outside top 10, so MAM, Sonny, and XTXP choosing to start on the mediums here at the start. So
yeah, I think if you're at the back, it's worth rolling the dice. I mean, you will be pretty rapid in that final phase of the race and maybe make up a few positions in the first stint.
Yeah, it's all about sort of being able to hang in there with those mediums at the start though, so yeah, we'll see what those guys can do. Safety car, of course, is off for these group races here, and yeah, just to make them a bit more straightforward. I think we might have seen a safety car in those earlier races already if it was on, so would be a bit too long, I think, otherwise.
Yeah, and just as drivers make their way through Sector 3 and then onto their grid slots, it's worth a mention. We are supporting the Mind charity. This is a charity event for Mind. So you'll see the bit.ly donate link at the bottom of the screen there. So if you're feeling generous, please donate. Every little helps, and we appreciate all the donations so far. We've almost hit half a grand already, but here we are. The drivers are lining up. I'll let you take it away, Ice.
It's gonna make me nervous, but I'll do my best here. And drivers are lined up on the grid, and then we're just gonna wait for the lights to come on. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 laps. I think that's the deal of today, and then away we actually go, so no waiting this time. Vexit seems to got a pretty good launch, but I think the Alfa Romeo behind him is trying to challenge him into turn 1, but yeah, Vexit is gonna hold on to that. Crumpy into P2, Owen third, and what is happening there in the background, pretty clean start otherwise, I think.
Yeah, apart from Matt, who did not get away from the grid there, he's actually disqualified.
Yeah, I think that was the same reason he got disqualified. And there's 3 wide actually up the Lambertje, McClobe and Avalanche going 3 wide there up the field, and yeah, Matt getting disqualified, so maybe that was the same issue he had on the formation lap already. And my result tower is going absolutely haywire, but yeah, Vexit is leading the pack from Crumpy and Owen.
Yeah, got 0.6 is the gap from P1 to P2, but everyone run pretty tight. We've got, looks like P5. Actually, these intervals are not updating correctly here, so we'll just have to go by visual.
Yeah, I think it'll update at the end of the lap or something. It's a bit bugged for me as well, so we'll just have to try and wing it for now. But no changes after the start really. So XTXP has some sort of an issue because he is pretty far down the field. Everybody else pretty much still in this train. And onward we go on the main straight for the first time. Vexit, of course, setting the fastest lap of the race at the front of the field. And then,
we may have a move here with Sin on Alex going into turn 1. Oh, they hiccup.
Yeah.
And they're side by side. They're just managing to keep the momentum, and both of them on track still. But it looks like Sin might get this moved on as they head to turn 2, I believe it is, to turn 3.
Oh, and just running the Mercedes almost off the track, and the Mercedes still trying to hang on the
and the Mercedes
inside there and spins out, yeah. Yep, and there is some sort of a contact up ahead as well. What on earth happened there? So MAM, I don't know, that looked like desync to me, so I don't know what happened there. But the Haas of MAM is around, and there was some sort of contact, I think, with some other driver as well.
It was Larson, yeah, 2SRL Larson lost some from wings, so he's dropping down the order as well.
Some sort of lag involved in that one, I think. And does Larson have damage? Because he seems to be struggling a lot.
Oh
yeah,
his
wing is
large damage,
basically gone.
But up front, we got Crumpy hanging on to Vexit, which in itself is an achievement.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to me, actually, that I was sort of expecting Vexit to just run away with this one. He's basically got a full battery, though, so he's not decided to deploy at all yet, Vexit that is. But letting these other guys run in the DRS range.
Yeah, and I can see this front group starting to pull away from I think it's P7 then. There's a bit of a gap forming, so a bit of a gaggle at front, and then the midfield pack as well. Need to keep an eye on that as McClube going very wide from turn 2. It didn't cost him too much time.
Yep, and as you said, the top 6 are running away with it a little bit, and of course the first 5 from this race will go on to the grand final, right? So it's still a wide open field, I would say.
Yeah,
I think we'll see some track penalties here as well, because the track limits in Melbourne in this track are in this game are very strict.
Yeah, especially at fast chicane in Sector 2, it's notorious for drag penalties and DNFs.
Yeah, Larson and MAM going on hards, which is a bit of a surprise to me. Or were they on mediums maybe at the start? At least MAM might have been. I guess they had to go on the hards.
Oh, and a P11 on P10. Vorak and Alex going at it now. Alex does have that time penalty, but manages to get past Vorak for P10.
Yeah, probably picked up another warning there on the exit of 13, that is, yeah. A bit lost with the corners, but yep. And Owen under pressure actually from John in P3, and Owen has actually now dropped out of DRS of the leading 2, which is pretty crucial for him.
Oh, and Ace Boys and Avalanche going at it. It looks like Ace Boys send it up there. Oh, and there's a big contact there. Shoved him into the wall, and Ace Boys, I think he must have got damage from that.
Yeah,
I think from Demplay, yeah.
What actually happened there, I didn't see it because I cut my camera right there into the action, so...
It seemed like they hooked up as they went through turn 3, and on the exit, yeah, Ace Boys got pushed into the wall.
Yep, unfortunate, and that's gonna make their race much harder.
And now it's the battle for P3 as Owen is coming under ever-increasing threat from behind. John, TF1, and Lambert as well. McLobe as well has joined this battle. Ooh, as Lambert getting a wheel in the dirt there, that's not going to help him too much.
Yeah, still manages to hang in there though. So, looks like Vexit and Crampy are running away with it for a little bit at least. There's about 2 seconds to Owen. John is right in the back of Owen here, but I think he's not going to try to send it into turn 1. He's on the outside, so now he's going to have to wait for another opportunity here. Maybe on this straight he's going to deploy. DRS wide open, and he's going to go on the outside. Let's see what he can do. And Owen tries to hang it on the inside. Doesn't really leave... neither of them really leave a space for each other, but yeah, he gets it done. So John up to P3. And this has cost them another half a second to the leading pack.
Yeah, that was a great move from John there. It looked like it might be a mirror image of what happened in the previous lap to Ace Boy, but both of them getting through that one nicely. But Lambert is now all over Owen, so Owen again under attack from behind, and he may well see Lambert make a move again on the start-finish straight, if not after.
Yep. And coming to the back straight now, Lambert J doesn't really get the best run through the chicane there, so he's Owen is not under threat here at least. And nothing happens for now. And then I think there's a battle at the back there, so I think that's Alex, that name? Yeah, the other Merc anyway, overtakes McLobe on the back straight.
Yeah, so actually P1 to P5 looks like they've made a breakaway then from P6.
Yeah.
So that looks good. We're seeing some of the first guys coming into the pits there. Who was that? I saw
that's Alex,
pitting.
yeah.
Yeah, Alex in the pits. So early pit stop, maybe going for a bit of an undercut here.
Yep.
As sorry, John.
Course.
Oh, what's happened here? Lambert is.
Oh, John must have had an issue there.
Yeah, so actually, John's lost
Behind
2
both
spots.
of them now. Yeah, so maybe he's become under attack or something. I had my eyes on the pits for a little while, and of course that happens in the background. So yeah, not quite sure what happened there, but John has had some sort of an issue, or he's been overtaken by 2 cars. He's down to P5.
Yeah, so all his good work undone. He's going to have to try and do it again, but this time he's got Lambert and Owen in front of him.
Yeah, sliding a bit on the... Maybe his tires are a bit done at this point, and probably worth it to think about pitting at this point. And has to lift quite a bit actually on the exit of the fast chicane there, so John may be struggling on his tires a bit at this point in the race. Maybe that was the problem for him.
Yeah, I think we're going to start to see these soft runners start to peel into the pits now and cover up that undercut from the guys behind, but he really these... oh yeah, Vexit in the pits.
Yeah, Owen as well.
Them. And who stayed out there? Lambert in the Ferrari has stayed out, so he's going to go for an overcut.
Yep.
Must be feeling
Yeah, I mean,
okay on these stuff.
Yeah, and he's got DRS here for both of these straights because you get both of them with that one detection point here, so he might be able to do a pretty good overcut here anyway. And I think he was pretty safe anyway from behind because the gap was like 5 seconds or something, so let's see.
Vexit coming out in traffic. He has the silver arrow, Red Bull ahead of him. Varrock as well, just up the road. So if he's able to clear Silver Arrow, he shouldn't be too bad. There is a bit of a gap ahead of that.
By the way, interesting to note is that Vexit was able to drop Crampy from DRS and the pit, so Crampy must have been held up a little bit or something. Or had a scruffy pit entry or whatever happened there, but Crampy 1.7 seconds away from Vexit now. And Vexit, of course, needs to clear this Silver Arrow in the Red Bull. But don't they call the Mercs the Silver Arrows? So.
Yeah.
Anyway, Vexit, I wonder if he's going to be able to do it here. He's not really deploying.
Yeah, he's going to have the DRS zone after the chicane here. Oh, and Arrow looked like he got a bit of a wiggle on for that fast chicane, but
not close enough though.
Yeah, he probably could have won for it if he had used his overtake, but that hasn't allowed Crumpy to close the gap too much. 1.7 at the minute.
Vexit on the outside, and okay, Silver R just lets him go there. So Vexit went for the move, and I guess these are both at the Red Bull pitting
yeah,
now?
They're going to double stack. So that was a bit of a error from Silver Arrow. He didn't have time to react there as he saw his teammate pull into the pits. Will be held for about 5 seconds, I reckon.
Lambert coming out of the pits just behind Owen. Oh my word, that was close. Turn 1.
That was very close.
And John has dropped from this pack in the pit stops now, but they basically the top 5 are very safe. There's an 8-second gap to Avalanche in P6, so unless these top 5 make a huge mistake or start collecting penalties like I usually do, they should be pretty safe here. Talking about the finals, that is.
Yeah, I mean, with an 8-second gap, you don't want to feel too comfortable, but it does give you a bit less stress in the race.
Yeah, there's the Mercs are actually going for it right at each other. There are 2 tenths only between them, and this is basically the closest battle on track. I think Alex is. I wonder if he's gonna try and send it into this one. No, he's gonna wait for the DRS and gets a pretty good run through this fast chicane here, and DRS wide open. And yeah, I think his teammate is not really interested in fighting that one. Alex up to P6, but as I said, he has a 9.5 seconds in front of him. Vexit setting the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.2, which is actually very fast. John actually picking it up from him. That's a bit of a surprise to me, but yeah, John has managed to actually close the gap back. So,
yeah, I can see some of these top 5 guys actually getting penalties. I'm seeing Lambert, he's pushing quite hard. I think in turn 2 there, he would have got a warning at least, so I'm expecting to see a pop-up here with some of these top 5 guys getting penalties, so not that it's going to matter too much, but it will affect the order of the finishing top 5.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what they're going to do here, though, because they are so safe. They don't really need to race each other if they're only thinking about getting to the finals, but you know, race drivers don't always only think about that. They actually want to be ahead on track as well, so we'll see. And Lamberche, yeah, I'm just checking. He's picked up 2 warnings so far. John,
there you go.
Warning as well. Is there a penalty?
Yeah, Lambert picks up 3 seconds, so there you go.
As I say that.
He's obviously pushing here to try to stay on the back of Owen, but Owen's looking alright on these mediums. I mean, he was struggling a bit on the softs with these guys behind, but right now he looks pretty comfortable. Although he can't get too comfortable. These 2 guys right on his behind, and Vexit fast lap once again, and he's absolutely just dominating out front there. 5.8 is the gap now.
And Grumpy's had actually John making a move, and Lamberche is in the same time, so John up to P4, but Grumpy's had some sort of an issue, by the way, because he's 5.7 behind Vexit now and only 2.2 ahead of Owen. So I wonder what's happened there. He must have made a sort of mistake somewhere, so I don't know.
Yeah, Lambert and John continuing to fight here, but John coming out on tops. I don't think this battle is over just yet, though.
Yeah, and Owen is actually closing this gap now to Crumpy. So Crumpy is, I wonder if he's, I don't know, half spun or something, and his tires are a bit cooked at the moment. So let's see what this brings into the play, but still they are completely safe from behind. The next challengers, can't speak, but challengers are the Merc boys in P6 and 7, and they're 10 seconds away.
Yeah, I've got Ace Boys as well. He's in the mix, P8 on the back of Avalanche, so he's got those 2 mercs up ahead. You never know. You never know. Anything can happen in a race, as Avalanche does get another time penalty. So Ace Boys, yeah, he's not doing too bad here, but at P5 or beyond looks out of his reach for now.
Yeah, it's well, of course, anything can still happen. We've got 4 laps to go. And
that gap as well that you were talking about, Owen and Crampy, 1.4. He's really closing up. He's pushing hard as Owen.
I wonder if Crampy is, because it is always possible that he's sort of tapped the wall and picked up light green damage or something, because I can't see anything wrong with his front wing visually, but if it's very light damage, you don't always see it. But he seems to be struggling a little for now. 1.4, yeah. And Owen is slowly bringing that gap down, 1.3 now for a bit there at least. Owen completely out of ERS as well, but so is pretty much everybody else in this train, except maybe for Lamberjay, he's got 60% left.
Yeah, we've only got 4 laps after this one left, so he's if he's throwing it up for a reason, he needs to make good use of it before the end of this race.
Yeah, Owen under pressure from John. John locks up a little bit into turn 13 there, but gets away with it.
Owen tantalizing close to that DRS now, 1.1 going into the final corner.
Crumpy definitely struggling here, and this might actually light this race up still for the, because if these guys get tangled up in each other, then the rest of the pack is ready to strike and grab a spot in the finals. But we'll see what happens. Owen is just outside of DRS range now.
And John quite close onto the back. Owen actually taps a little bit there, but yeah, Owen making his car as wide as possible, but also guarding that inside line heading into turn 3, so able to seal off any possible move from John behind. But John is looking pretty punchy right now, and that's going to put the pressure on Owen as he tries to keep that 1 second gap to Crampy, but it's going to be tough with those 2 guys behind him hassling him, and John almost pushing him through the corner too.
Yeah, Owen having to go a little bit defensive there, and now John is right on his back here, and I wonder if these guys are actually going to keep in mind that they do not really have to get involved in this fight. But yeah. And,
we're going to see a movement from John on Owen. Yeah, he's got DRS, and he's
around
made the movement. Yeah, I think Owen was wise not to fight that one too much.
Yeah.
Let's see if John can actually, pull in this gap to Crampy ahead. 1.1 is the gap. We've got 2 laps left as they cross the line. Is it going to be enough?
3 actually.
Oh yes, you're right. 3, yep.
So this, 2 plus this one. Let's say it like that, and confuse the hell out of everybody. Sorry, that's a bad word on stream. Anyway.
This is it. This is the closest battle. It's been a race-long battle for P3 pretty much, but now we're seeing John within that 1 second gap, and he is closing in incrementally every corner. And I think it's really crucial that he just hangs on here through Sector 2, Sector 3 until he gets to those the prime DRS zones, which are going to be on the start-finish straight and just after.
Yeah, indeed. And John getting that DRS, and of course, a racing driver is always interested in being higher on track, so let's see if he's gonna try to make a move here. Larson picks up 3 seconds, but that is John actually picks up 3 seconds as well, so yeah, I don't think he's gonna get that P2 with that penalty.
Yeah, but he's right on the back of Crampy right now. He's literally pushing him through the corner as they go to the penultimate corner, and again, more contact, so John is being a bit impatient here.
Come on, guys, you don't need to drive into the back of each other like that. That's not it's not good racing. But anyway, John has DRS here on the main straight, and he's going to go on the outside of Crampy into turn 1. He can't really make that stick. Crumpy getting a pretty good run out of turn 1 actually, but John once again gets DRS.
Owen's off! Owen went into the wall!
Oh no!
Somehow he doesn't have any visual damage, but oh my god, that was a big impact.
And in the meanwhile, John actually makes it stick and spins Crampy around, so that was a bit of a weird one. I wonder if that's something for the stewards to look at, but yeah, Crampy and Owen both suffering. Owen on his own accord, I think, somehow doesn't pick up damage, but yeah, Crampy got kind of squeezed into turn 4 there by John. I wonder if he should have just let that one go, but he's still safe, of course. He's got wing damage, but I think he can hang on to one more lap after this with this kind of damage as well. 5.7 the gap behind, and those guys have penalties as well.
Yeah, what a dramatic finish to the race there, but yeah,
How did Owen not get damage from that, though?
that was some contact. I would love to see a replay of that, but yeah, he hit the wall hard, but must have just got the right angle on it to avoid damage. What a lucky man he is, because he probably would have missed out on a spot in the final due to that.
Yep. And Acepo has left the session. He's actually retired from the race, so... Yeah, and we are on the final lap, actually, of the race. Vexit all on his own in the lead, 12 seconds, and nothing is gonna pretty much take this race away from him. And looks like this top 5, they got a little bit tangled into each other there, but they're still probably gonna get away with it. And advance to the finals. Jensen suggesting in chat that Vexit should finish through the pit lane. Like Schumacher did in 98 at Silverstone, I think it was.
Yeah, he's almost like a pit stop ahead at this point.
Yeah.
It's good thing this wasn't a 50% race. Although we're going to see Vexit in a 50% race in the finale up against some absolute killer names. So that is going to be the one to tune in for. And yeah, I'm just riding on board with Vexit here as he's going around the final corners off the track. And it's he's made it look easy once again. This guy is something else on track. And it's actually going to be a McLaren 1-2 by the looks of it.
Yeah, and Vexit picks up his second win of the day. He already won in SLR Tier 1 earlier today. Right? No, we didn't actually win. He was second, sorry.
Oh, right, okay.
That was my mistake. But anyway, second podium of the day. And yeah, guys, spinning it across the line. And yeah, the top 5 that we saw earlier on in the race, making a break for it, makes it through to the finals as well, unless the stewards actually make something of it. But I don't think... not worth 8 seconds anyway, so yeah.
So there you go, and actually McClobe grabbing that P7 spot on the line as he crosses the line, because Avalanche obviously had all those time penalties and shenanigans at the end of the race. Larson picking up the coveted P10 position, and the rest of the drivers just crossing the line now. You got Sunny, XT, XP, Sin, Vorok, MAM and Hinduja. So there you go.
I wonder if Joel is listening here, because I probably should drop out at this point and get the Group D lobby started out, because I'm the host for that as well. So if Joel could take over the interviews from my side anyway.
Yes, that will be more than fine. So yeah, Chief, you're watching the race. I didn't see a single lap of it. So,
well, you know me. I can remember.
I'm still listening here, guys. So I'm just setting up the lobby for Group D at the same time. But yep.
Yeah, quick recap. Vexit ran away with it, and the 4 guys behind, they just pulled a gap on the rest of the guys. Was a bit of argy-bargy in the final moments of the race there, but thankfully didn't cost the guys too much. Owen was in the wall at one point, but still managed to come home within that first group of guys and gets himself that finale spot. But I tell you what, after watching that race, if I'm the guys in the finale, I'd be a bit concerned about the pace of Vexit right now, because yeah, he's probably one of the favourites to win this tournament or this event.
yeah, he's definitely looking strong, winning by, what, 15 seconds on penalties? Yeah.
Easy.
So, you know, sort of trampled the field, to be honest.
Yeah, and I wonder if we can get a chat with the man himself, Vexit. I don't see him in interviews, but we've got Owen waiting there if you want to drag him in, Joel.
Yep. Ice, is the lobby up yet, so I can just let them know. Oh, bet he's left now. So. It is. Go. Okay, thank you, Kebab.
Hello, Owen.
Yes.
How are you, sir? Welcome. What a dramatic finish to that race. I mean, you looked like you had that, spot in the finale sealed, and then there was that contact where you went into the wall. It's quite a contact you had with the wall, but no damage. How did you manage that?
I definitely had damage. 100% I had damage. I got a bright orange right wing, and my left wing, I don't know how it wasn't red. I don't know how I got that high, to be fair. The guys behind me was so much better than me. But yeah, we moved a bit of wing damage, but there was only a lap left, so I kind of just did my best to keep the gap between me and the car behind. But yeah.
Yeah, and that incident, was that just, just a racing incident, or would you think there was a bit of bad contact there?
I'm not too sure, to be fair. I was just trying to push as hard as I could. The two guys in front of me were fine, and I was like, I've got everything here. I'm just going to use what I can and see if I can get past both of them. And then my rear end just goes, and yeah, I don't know if there was contact or not. But,
yeah. Well, you've booked a place in the finale, and I'm sure you've seen some of the drivers that have went in already from Group A and Group B, and of course you got Vexit as well from this group, as well as the other three guys in the top 5. How do you feel about that finale? Are you feeling good, or are you a bit nervous about it?
So I'm aiming for P18. If I can get P18, I'm happy. But yeah, I think I'm praying for. Well, I'm going for Vexit. Hopefully, Vexit can go and win it for Group C. But
so basically, you're on hashtag not last.
Hashtag not last is the goal. Yeah.
That sounds like every race I've ever had. But yeah, good luck in that finale, Owen. I'll be watching out for you on track. I think the biggest bit of advice I can give you as someone who's very slow, giving a fast guy some advice is enjoy yourself out there. And maybe if you can get in Vex's slipstream, just let him pull you along to that P2 spot.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just just good fun at the end of the day and for a good cause. So
yeah, that's it exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's good to get free.
Well, thanks for joining us in the commentators booth. We'll put you back into the chat and speak to you soon, I'm sure. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And do we have Vexit? Oh, there he is. Joel, he's right there. Bring the man of the moment in.
This is when my Discord doesn't want to actually drag up. Right, let's move this. Oh yeah, here we go. There we go.
Hey, Vexit. Yeah, so you're in the commentators booth. You got myself, Joel here as well. We're just watching that race. I mean, every time I watch your race, it's pretty much with a mouth open. I'm speechless. I don't know really what to say. You make it look easy, and I think a lot of people had their eyes on this event to see how well you do. And you've booked a place in the finale, which pretty much was a given. But now you're up against guys like Dane the Dangerous and Jari, and to name a few. How are you feeling about that finale? Are you confident for the win, or?
The finale, like obviously in SLR early, me and Jari were pretty closely matched around Austria, and I get the feeling that we're pretty evenly matched as well. So I reckon it'll be quite a tight one for trying to get the win, but I'll give it my best shot. That's for sure.
Yeah, like I say, you know some of the names like Jari. There's a few other guys that I haven't heard of, but yeah, anything can happen in a league race, as I'm sure you're well aware. Yeah. But so far so good. I mean, you almost had a pit stop in hand by the time you crossed the line in that race. I mean, was it all plain sailing for Australia, or was there any moments where you had any difficulties?
I was, to be honest, just vibing. Like out front. Like
that's so you.
Like, I mean, I can't really say anything else. Like I was relaxed. I was out front. I was just. I mean, the only real word I could say to describe it is vibing. So, yeah, you know.
So I have a picture in my mind. It's you with one hand on the steering wheel, the other one, like, you're texting your friend or something, Hey, what's going on, Just chilling, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. So we're gonna move on quickly because I think we are a wee bit behind schedule. But I'll let you go. I'll let you go, Vexit, and obviously get ready for the grand finale. But we've got Group D coming up next. I'm sure Joel can give us a wee bit of intel about that.
Yeah. So we've got Group D in. Monza is next. We're gonna get straight on with it. Kebab, is there a video to play? I think there is now, and then we'll go straight into the hot lap after that.
I was about 16 when I was diagnosed with depression. My doctors think that it stemmed from my parents divorcing and struggling with school, really.
It all started when my father died when I was at high school.
It all started in university during my final year.
It all started when I was 16. I came out of a relationship I was in at the time, and I started purging and self-harming.
I first realised I had a mental health problem when I was 15. I was cutting myself every day and crying all the time.
Soon after the attack happened, I started to feel throes of anxiety, panic attacks started creeping in.
I first realised that I had a problem when I really wanted to stop all the things I was doing, but I just couldn't seem to stop no matter how badly I wanted to.
I was suffering from hallucinations, which at the time were really scary because I didn't know what was reality and what was my imagination.
At my worst, I felt like I was absolutely worthless, alienating and destructive, with no help of recovery.
I felt like I had this black cloud hanging constantly over my head, and it's just a feeling that stays with you and you can't seem to get away from it at all, and you feel completely alone.
I felt like this was going to be it forever.
I felt as though I'd never reach any of my ambitions or my goals.
I felt like I was in my own bubble, hearing muffled voices of people around me.
When I had my first proper mental breakdown, and I decided to run away from home.
I felt like the world would be better off without me.
My mental health problem means that I go through many highs and lows which I struggle to control.
Sometimes I just want to hide away.
I feel that I have to make everyone else happy and every day is a struggle, but I just remind myself that I'm strong.
My mental health problem means that sometimes the world can be a very scary, very dangerous and very dark place.
Everyday tasks can become the most mammoth missions that seem like you're never going to be able to do them.
My mental health problem means that life is hard.
The hardest thing about having a mental health problem is people not realising that there's something wrong with you and that you can be really ill even if you look absolutely fine. I think especially having an eating disorder, people assume that you're going to look a certain way or be a certain size or a shape, or they imagine certain stereotypes that aren't necessarily true.
Like the social, and in my case, like the cultural stigma associated with it.
If I'm having a bad day, no matter how small it is, it feels like the whole world's crashing in on me and things just keep getting worse.
Just trying to get the people around me to understand what I'm going through when they haven't gone through something like me is probably the hardest thing.
Social situations in particular can be really difficult. I sometimes can't commit to what we'd call sort of normal everyday activities.
The word schizo, I think it has a lot of stigma attached to it. I really don't like it.
What really reassured me was knowing that there are so many other people out there who've got the same diagnosis as me and that I'm not alone.
Having my 2 rescue dogs to look after and to take care of, because I know that they need me around and they're always happy to see me. So no matter how bad my day is or how awful everything seems to be, I know that they need me and they always make me smile.
Having such a great network of friends, family, and people who are out there who can help.
I'd look at how far I've come and everything that I'd gone through and realise that I am still standing.
It really helps when my friends treat me the way that they did 6 years ago before this all started. I was that happy, laid-back person, and that's the person that I want to be and aspire to be again.
It really helps me when people just treat me normally.
I'd like people to treat me like you would your own mother, I guess. I think that's a good way to treat people.
I don't want people to tiptoe around me.
I'd like people to treat me like any other normal person, but also just to be a bit more sensitive around me, not to be stigmatised, depression and everything, and telling me to cheer up and everything.
I wish I'd known how much I was going to grow and learn as I grew up and grew older. I wish I'd known how much therapy was going to help me and how much I was going to gain from that. And I wish I'd known that it was possible to meet people who would love me for all of me, including my mental illness.
That I didn't have to feel so alone and that there was a lot of support out there.
That there are people out there and organisations that can help me.
I don't regret having mental health problems because it has made me who I am today.
I wish I'd known just how supportive people can be once you tell them what you're going through.
People are accepting. They're not going to walk down the street and cry, "You mental case." They're not going to, they're not going to do anything like that. Everyone's incredibly understanding. And if they're not, them.
So the best piece of advice I'd have to give would be just getting over that initial fear of coming out to people about your condition, because once you talk about it, it really does help.
The best piece of advice I ever got was to just focus on today, because you can't change what's happened in the past, and there's honestly no real way of predicting what's going to happen in the future.
I know it's hard, but be yourself and be brave, and you will recover.
Take each day as it comes, and even if that's too much, break it right down to just 5 minutes at a time. I find that really helps.
Just ask for help. Just make that step and ask anybody, and they will be supportive for you.
Everybody has scars. Some people have them in the mind and some people have them on legs like I do.
Just basically be yourself. That's simple enough and what it might be a bit cliche, but I guess it's true.
It's okay to be mental, and that most people are, just not in the same way as you, but there are ways to get help.
Even if you think that things can't get better, that you've tried so many times and you've fed up and you've had enough of trying, things really can, and you can get better and you can recover. So don't give up on yourself.
So here we are on board the Ferrari for the Italian Grand Prix here at Monza. And in comparison to some of these other hot lap videos, this is going to be pretty straightforward. Running down to the turn 1, just before the 100-meter boards is your braking point. Third gear, riding a little bit of those corners, not too much. And keep her into third gear, switch your shifting to fourth to get good traction. Maximise your speed down this main straight. Now, 100-meter board is your next braking point. Drop it down in the fourth gear, riding a good portion of these curbs. You can get away with it. Trying to carry as much speed as possible. Just after the 50-meter board, dropping down into fifth, back up to sixth, and then again 50-meter board again, and once again here. You can cut that a little bit tighter, DRS active, but you run the risk of losing it. Up ahead here, the black box, 100-meter board is your next point of braking. Riding a good portion of these curves. Again, being careful. Easy to lose it there. Now, as we're approaching the end of Monza, his eyes will be firmly fixed on the end of this bright green patch just there on the left. Dropping you down to the fourth, then gradually back up to the fifth, keeping that throttle firmly planted. Holding the right-hand side, crossing the line, completes a lap of the Monza Italian Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Oh, hello and welcome for the fourth heat of the Mind charity event here on the EGL channel. We're here with the last one of the elimination races, so to speak. The top 5 are gonna join the 15 already qualified drivers in the finale later on, and we're here at the Temple of Speed in Monza, starting our one-shot qualifying laps, and I think I'm gonna try and find someone quick. Let's go with Icewind for the moment. He's sitting in an AlphaTauri, and he's already passed the first chicane, and is now gonna approach the Variante della Roggia. Of course, Monza is gonna be a really exciting race. Right, I should mention, I am Timo, and the commentary is gonna is Tara with me, so,
Hello, everybody.
Could have mentioned that, but we're right in with the hot laps as Icewind solid run through Lesmo 1. Now he needs to carry that speed onto the back straight, and it looked kind of conservative. It's one-shot qualifying, you know the drill. Everyone needs to be a little careful, because if you're gonna invalidate your lap and you are P18 or thereabouts, good luck trying to make it into the finale. And Iceman hasn't validated, I believe. Just as I talk about it, I've properly commentators cursed him. It looks like Luca is actually on top of the timing sheets right now in that black Mercedes for VRT. The Croatian driver is going to drive through Parabolica. Ben is right on his back, and then we've got Lewis, I assume, and Bean in fourth. And that's, I assume, how they're going to come across the line. 18.5 is a seriously fast lap time, especially for one-shot qualifying. That's actually, I think, close to what we had in the EGL tournament. So Lucas on pole, then we've got Ben, Lewis, and we're going to see the rest in a second. That was quick qualifying.
That's a very fast, 18.5 is a very fast lap around Monza, one-shot qualifying. That is seriously impressive. We have a bunch of people, and how many people? 6 people invalidated, including Seb, the winner, unfortunately not quite able to emulate Seb himself in Q1 earlier. He got knocked out in P18. This version is P19, so not quite. But yeah, good lap from Luca, very good lap from Luca, and Ben and Lewis as well, both in the 18s, and a pretty big gap to AZ UK. And that is how we're going to go into this 25% race. So relatively quick race here at Monza. It'll be, I think, like 14 laps, maybe 13 even.
13. It's going to be interesting. I mean, Luca certainly showing some promise here. He is, I know, friends with Vexit, who is already qualified in a past heat. So they are going to join each other in the finals. If Luca can, use that pole position for the reason he has it, which is try and win the race, or at least get top 5, which is all you need to do to get in the finale. So Luca in a very good position, and behind him is certainly going to be some scrapping. We've had some very exciting races at Monza. Indeed, I must say I was very hyped up when I saw that the first race I'm going to commentate on is going to be Monza, because those races just keep giving, and there's always something to talk about with constant action, constant overtaking, long straights, proper carnage. Hopefully not too much, just enough to be entertaining, but not too much to be frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely. And Luca, Ben, and Lewis pull away, and it is the top 5 that qualify for the final. We've already lost some big names in this tournament so far, including Jensen, including X Crystals. We know how fast those guys are, but couldn't quite make it through to the final. And we've got 5 slots up for grabs here. And to try and get themselves up the grid a little bit, we've got 3 drivers towards the back of the grid. Sheps, Nick, and Icewind, who've gone for the medium stint first. So around Monza, you don't really have to worry too much about tyre wears. The soft last a little while. The soft probably, if they wanted to, could do the whole race. But the mediums are the tyres that you have to be on, at least for some of the time. And those 3 drivers deciding they're going to do that at the start of the race, which is understandable.
Yeah. I think we might need to check the audio balance. I hear a message. I see a message in chat. Maybe Tara's a little bit too loud. You can.
Oh dear. Okay.
Can maybe adjust the audio balance on the streamer side, but it should be fine.
That's Kebab that has to do that, right? That's not.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't have to do anything. So if we can get that sorted, that would be great. This is going to be interesting because, of course, we are here on the EGL channel. EGL hosts Tour SRL and SLR, so those are the leagues that I am familiar with, and I'm sure the same applies to you and many of the viewers. And well, it's safe to say I basically know none of the drivers here, which is going to make this even more exciting. I have no idea what's going to happen, and we're going to see 5, to me, unknown names probably come out on top with an exciting race as everyone lines up on the grid. Can Ben challenge Luca into turn 1? Can maybe Lewis get alongside, or maybe even Azuk into turn 1? It's a heartbreaking zone, quite known for carnage there, and let's hope everyone gets through safely. We don't want to eliminate anyone after lap 1 of the 4th heat here. As we are getting ready for the lights, watch Ben in the Red Bull and Luca in the Mercedes. We have got 5 red lights, and we are go with the 4th heat, and it looks like Ben has had an absolutely great launch as Luca's already squeezing him to the edge of the track. They're going to run side by side into turn 1, but Ben's going to have the inside line, so it looks like he's set to take the lead of this race, but he breaks quite early. No, actually, Luca breaks late, and Lewis gets spun, so he's probably out as well. He resets to track. You're not supposed to do that, but it absolutely throws him out there. Renzo has gone from P6 to P3 as far as I'm aware. Zook 4th, Max 5th, Bean down to 7th. Ingenio's gotten himself into 6th, so he is knocking on the door, and Luca and Ben fighting into the Variante della Roche, and Luca just reclaims that lead swiftly after having it taken from him into turn 1. So sad that the Alfa Romeo got spun there, and Renzo with a brilliant start. Boss and Dean are fighting, Bean are fighting for P7 as Bean drops down to P9 and Azakin gets there.
Yeah, absolutely, absolute disaster really for Lewis, and I think has he gone off again? Yeah, Lewis has spun again, unfortunately, in the Lesmos, so real disaster for him. But at the front, Luca and Ben stretching their legs a little bit. Renzo's going with them as well, and then it's Max and Azuk 4th and 5th. A good start as well for Icewind on those medium tyres. He was briefly up to P10, and as I say that, that is a curse and a half, and Joel goes into the wall and is out of the race. He lost a wheel, unfortunately for him, so Joel... unfortunately, into the wall on the exit of Ascari. But Icewind did have a good start, not such a good rest of the first lap.
Yeah, and we've got some fighting going on, basically everyone on the grid, and it's going to matter what's going to happen in these next 2 laps, because the DRS is really powerful here at Monza, and you really want to make that break, and Max has, I think, already lost that space. We've got a disconnected Azuki. I think there's some proper desync going on, so I'm not quite sure what's happening, but certainly Ingenio and Max are fighting for that position into Rogia now. Max on the inside of Ingenio, and the Mercedes enters to corner cut. It goes to the floor for me. That's amazing, Codemasters. And Max gonna come out ahead, and they go 3 wide. I think DJ Boss just got spun there. Yes, he goes off in the Renault.
And Ingenio as well into the wall on the inside of the exit of Lesmo 1. We're trying to see what's happening with the timing tower. Something is very, very up with my timing, so it's difficult to see what's happening. I think Luca and Ben are still running 1 and 2 at the front. Certainly there's a clear track ahead of Luca, so I assume that's the case. And then it's Renzo P3, Max and Azakin P4, P5 still. So that's as it was, but some carnage further down.
Yeah, so Ingenio certainly come out poorly there, as well as Boss. But Azakin actually in a top 5 position. I believe he's a Tier 4 driver in SLR, isn't he? Now,
yep.
Maybe this is his moment. It's P5 for him. He needs to cover that off from Bean. And as we enter the 3rd lap this time for real, don't listen to the timing tower. We have one significant break in the DRS train caused by that fight going on, and that is Max. He has lost 3 seconds to Ben and Luca already, who are basically in their own race at this point, which means that Max is very susceptible to attacks on the DRS straight from here on out. So maybe Azakin can get himself 1 spot further away from elimination and 1 spot closer to the podium as soon as we enter the DRS. And behind them, Bean and how am I gonna say that name? Ro,
I guess. Yeah, let's go with Ro. That's a good start. But yeah, Azakin doing his best to hang on to the back of Max. I don't know exactly whether Max has any damage or anything like that, but he's fallen way off the back of the front 3, who have completely checked out in this one. Nearly 5 seconds is the gap between Renzo in 3rd and Max in 4th. And then Azakin is right on the back of Max. As you mentioned, the DRS very strong around here, and Azakin will be fancying his chances of getting that 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, Icewind gets the move on Scorto done, so he is having an absolute sprint after invalidating an Ascari. He's up to P9. You kind of cursed him on the first lap, but he's still going strong, bouncing back from the curse even on those medium tires. P9 now for the Finnish driver, as Ben maybe having a look at Luca there, but nothing doing there. I mean, those guys, they need to be aware of the fact their goal is just to go into the finals, except the winner with a penalty. They just need to be in the top 5, and with a huge gap to Max right now, that looks more than likely. So they just need to not kill each other, and they are set with a spot in our final race at Zandvoort. So,
yep, absolutely right. Icewind making those medium tires work. He's just passed Scorto, and he's sprinting up now to the back of Mikuhan, who is in P8, and he's on the back of the Max train, which is all the way up to Max himself in P4. So certainly Icewind is going for it on those medium tires, giving it everything he's got. 10 laps to go still, so plenty of time for him to make time up. And of course, he will have the soft stint at the end, which will be faster for him than the mediums for everyone else. So Icewind very much in this race.
Yeah, for the race win, that is certainly still interesting for, taking the glory of it, even if you're already into the finals with the top 3. Ben is going strong because he's got 80% battery, Luca on 44, Renzo on 40, and there goes Luca actually into the pit lane. So he's doing the undercut, gonna go with mediums. I don't think he's gonna come out in traffic. I mean, with 4 laps in, would be quite astonishing if he did come out in traffic. Actually, yeah, he should be fine.
I think he's coming out behind Nick, and I think he'll be a few seconds behind Nick. So I think he'll not have too many cars directly ahead of him. Yeah, coming to the end of the pit lane now. They're passing him right now, so it'll be a little bit of clear space. Not all of the clear space that he might want. He's probably going to catch those guys before they pit. But yeah, Luca with an opportunity to do a couple of fast laps.
Yeah, and Ben needs to respond to that. Yeah, I mean, he's got that move done, I think. And now Mikko Hun actually wants to get the move as well, so that's going to cost both of them a lot of time. And Mikko Hun gets the move done as Icewind with an absolute slide through Lesmo 1 there. Yeah, he's catching those guys, even though he is on the harder tires. So, I mean, it's not all hope lost for Icewind yet. He could still get himself there, but we're really putting the commentator's curse deluxe on him here. So let's.
I've been watching Icewind a little bit on board. He is absolutely sending it basically every single corner. He is driving as hard as he possibly can, and he's almost in DRS now of Bean. Just needs to use a little bit of battery through there. Are we going to get some more pit stop? Yes, we are. We're going to get the 2 leaders pitting.
Yeah, it's Ben and Renzo, and they are both in. Ben used quite a lot of battery on that lap, so did Renzo, but he was already a little down on it earlier. So maybe Ben has been able to, cover the undercut from Luca by going for the overcut and made it work. We're going to see, where is Luca? He's actually coming down the straight, and yeah, he's quite easily got that done. No, wait, does he? Yes, he does.
Yeah, no, he does. I wouldn't say easily. It's going to be very close. Yeah, Nick is right with Ben. Ben really has to clear Nick as soon as he possibly can. Nick on the older tires.
But he's screwed that up. Now he's behind Nick, and Nick is certainly going to be slower because of the old tires through Rogia, and then maybe the Lesmos. That's how long he has to wait. Nick has his lights flashing as Nick just turns right. That's a straight, buddy. You don't need to turn. You're already fine, but whatever. So
that was a reset the track as well, I'm afraid, from Nick. So I don't think it's going to matter.
Oh, Seb the winner is doing... what are guys doing? He's just gone off as well between the 2 Lesmos. But yeah, now the gap between Ben and Luca is 2.3 seconds. And that's quite a big one if you consider how close to each other they were before those pit stops. I guess like half of it is Luca just having a really good ad lap, and the other half is Ben having been stuck behind Nick there and getting held up. Ingenio making life even harder for himself with that penalty that he's just picked up.
Oh, interesting. So Icewind pitting with the soft runners. So he's going to run a slightly longer soft stint. It is beginning of lap 7 now. So yeah, only 7 laps to go, and Icewind maximizing the time that he's on those soft tires, presumably to try and go as fast as possible. He did get held a little bit in the pit lane, but he's certainly going to be fast on those softs.
Yeah, and he has, he's got 4 guys to clear by my calculations. No, 5 probably. Actually, even more, because there comes Sheps, I guess. But he has to pit again, so that's one less. But
doesn't necessarily have to pit again. In fact, he won't, I don't think, unless he started on this. Oh, maybe he started on mediums. He started on mediums.
Yeah, okay. But anyways, Icewind should probably have that with the tire degradation. Now he's already going for a move on Bean. He might be the one to look out for because he is fast and he is probably out of position outside of the top 5, and he's already asserting dominance on Bean. He needs to be careful with track limits, of course, because those can be quite harsh at Monza. You get a lot of time for being really close on the track limits in those chicanes, Rogia and Retifia, and he has had problems with that in the past. And Sheps is the next one, but Sheps won't have DRS next time around, so that should be an easy pickup for Icewind, who wants to get himself to the back of Mikko Hun and Rowe again. And, oh, wow!
Oi. That was a moment. Yeah, he cost himself a little bit of time there. He's going to have to try and slingshot himself to the back of Miku Hun. I think Sheps is actually always really, really close as to whether he's going to get DRS or not down this main straight. He's going to use a bunch of his battery, and he does have DRS, so Icewind's going to have to do this the hard way to some extent, but he's got way more battery, so he's going to cruise past him here into turn 1.
Yeah. It might have been the hard way, but it was easy enough for Iceman, as he's got... Oh! As he has to adjust for his braking point, goes really deep, and now he's scrapping with Sheps as they go into each other a little bit. Now they're going to run side by side through Curva Grande, where Iceman is going to have the inside line into Rogia, but the outside line through Curva Grande, and uses a lot of battery to keep himself in contention for this corner. This time he doesn't. Well, he needs to not overshoot it, and this time he actually gets it done. So Sheps actually resisting quite a lot, maybe having a cheeky look into Lesmo 1. No, he's done. So Icewind up to P8, and this time for real he's actually in P7 because of Miku Hun's penalty. And Miku Hun wants to get away because he's got an AlphaTauri on soft tires up his rear, and he wants to get that Ferrari between himself and the AlphaTauri. And Max actually needs to watch that with a lot of worry, because Icewind's got the top 5 in his sights.
Absolutely, he does. Yeah, Sheps with the penalty. Oh,
Miku Hun is off, and they're going to rejoin onto the track, and that's easy mode for Icewind. He's up to P6 with a brilliant recovery, and yeah, that was just Rowie going too deep, catching grass, not lifting properly, and then taking Miku Hun with him. So 2 bite the dust, and Max and Icewind look like the 2 who are going to fight out who is going to get to the finals.
And Icewind on the soft tyres certainly has the advantage as far as that is concerned. He's run out of battery now, though, and Max still has 60% or thereabouts. So it'll be interesting to see. 5 laps to go, including this one, and Icewind is going to give this everything he's got, I'm sure. He might have to get himself a gap before the end of the race on Max with those soft tyres. Can we talk for a second, though, about Azaken, who looks like he's going to get himself in the final here. He had a really fast pit stop, and he jumped basically that whole group, got himself ahead of Max, and he's clear of him by nearly 3 seconds. So Azaken, with a fantastic drive, looking like he's good for the final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, still, even if Icewind gets Max in, it's going to get closer and closer to him. He's still going to be fine as Icewind takes Max here. Down the back straight into Ascari. Now he needs to keep it clean to get into the finale, to not get himself eliminated, and he can hunt after Azaken for good measure, but Azaken knows that Max would have to pass him too to eliminate him. So.
And Icewind does have 2 warnings, so he really needs to be careful now not to get that 3rd warning. He's had 2 warnings since lap 3, in fact, as Icewind, so he's kept it clean so far. 4 laps to go.
Certainly hasn't taken any speed off that I can see, because I was running on board with him and it looked quite wild considering track limits. Up front, a little update. We haven't talked about them in quite a while because it was kind of static. Luca is still leading by 2.5 seconds, and then Ben and Renzo are probably going to fight over P2. Michael Lab retires, but they've got, up front, they've got the 10-second gap to Azaken, so they're probably fine unless some major silliness strikes them. Or they strike each other with it.
Yeah, I think they'd have to crash. I think that's the only way they don't get through to the final. Azaken in P4 is looking pretty good. Icewind in P5 has dropped Max, which we said that he needed to do, and he has done that. So he's very fast indeed on those softs. He's chasing after Azaken, and maybe even can get Azaken and slingshot himself into P4.
Yeah, and Max has one hope left at this point, and that is not getting himself a penalty while hoping that Icewind does. He won't know about the warning situation, of course, but it is probably the last realistic hope, as those medium tires are just not fast enough to catch Icewind on softs, who is a man on a mission.
I'll tell you what, though, even then, I think Icewind is going to get 3 seconds on him.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's fast enough to get those 3 seconds, and those softs don't die for a few laps, certainly around Monza, so Icewind looking in very good shape indeed. Don't want to curse him too much, but 3 laps to go. He's almost in Azaken's DRS, and this is really where the action is, as Ingenio looks like he's going to pass DJ Boss into turn 1. He does indeed.
DJ Boss slotting in behind there, getting a little cheeky there, but having to give up that position. Actually, he's going to come back at Ingenio, so I mean, they might be eliminated, but they're still going to have some fun. Like, nothing is stopping them. No consequences to their actions, really. DJ Boss going to send it No, he's not. Okay. Well, I sensed some carnage there, but nothing ended up happening. It's Monza. I always expect carnage, to be honest.
And Icewind has 3 seconds now on Max, so he has given himself that little insurance policy of the gap. And even if he gets a third warning, and he was extremely close on the entry to Ascari there, he didn't get one. But he now is in P5 very solidly, and he's in Azakin's DRS. So it's looking very good for Icewind to get through to the final.
Yeah, Luca has entered the penultimate lap. So, yeah, just, one more time down the start-finish straight and then complete the final lap. And he is going to be the winner of the fourth heat here at the Mind charity event. And Ben and Renzo, I wonder if there's still some fighting left for them. I mean, Renzo, is he aware that he's got like 50% more battery than Ben? Because I don't know if he is, but if he is, he certainly has a chance to still take the cake, aka P2, in this fight with the Red Bull driver. He's gonna have 1 DRS straight here after Lesmo 2, and that might be where he can set himself up, use some of that charge to then take Ben down the main straight, and I mean, he's actually conserving his powers a little bit, so we're gonna get a final showdown between those two on the last lap. I'm sure they just need to not take each other out as Azakin gets passed by Icewind. That was, yeah, I mean, that move was just to be expected. Icewind with massive overspeed gets another car between himself and the cut-off point. Sheps and Max are actually fighting, and Sheps gets the move done, but he's got a penalty, so it doesn't matter.
No, Sheps! Oh, that was a heck of a save. My goodness, he was very, very sideways off Ascari there. DJ Boss is also on the back of this group, and the reason he's on the back of this group is because he completely straight-lined the first chicane.
Renzo was on the outside of Ben there into turn 1, but Ben covered that off nicely, but I believe he just got some proper wheel spin out of turn 1 and 2, so through Curva Grande, Renzo's actually going to take P2 the lead in this fight as they head towards Rogia, and I'm sure Ben will want to fight back, but he keeps it clean because he knows it doesn't need to be done. It's just for flexing rights, honestly, to get P2 here. A very sensible decision from the Red Bull driver, maybe down the back straight, but he's got 14% ERS versus the 50 of Renzo, so Renzo's going to claim a solid P2 here for sure.
Yep, looks like it, and they do have an 11-second gap to Icewind, but Icewind has gotten the move done on Azakin, as you mentioned.
Oh, Luca!
Pulled out a second and a half.
Luca just picked up a penalty, so actually Renzo...
close for the win then.
Yeah,
Very
Renzo.
close for the win.
Oh, boy,
and he'll know now as well. And he'll be using all of that battery and then some will Renzo. He's got a little bit more than Luca coming out of Parabolic. It's going to be really, really close on the line.
Oh boy.
Whether this was a throw for content or whether this was something else, we won't know from Luca, but it looks like he is going to get it done. He got a very good Parabolica by nearly 0.2 of a second. He takes it from Renzo.
So really close there. So Luca qualifies, Renzo qualifies, so does Ben. Icewind with a brilliant comeback after bottling qualifying a little bit, and then Azakin, tier 4 driver, manages P5 in this. Then we've got Max in P6, Bean, Sheps. Yeah, they're just all having some... Yep. Oh my god. I'm busy watching this, man. So we've got Bean, then Sheps in P8, Ingenio, P9, Unlucky Incident, Scorto 10, DJ Boss 11, Miko Han, Nick, Azuk, and then Lewis, who got spun turn 1. Could have been on for greatness.
Lewis certainly very unfortunate in this race. Worth mentioning that Miku Han stopped twice as well. So obviously got some damage at some point. But yeah, that was a fun one.
Yeah. Monza just keeps giving every time we're there. I know commentating on Monza is just easy mode, because you know the drivers are gonna do all the all the show for you. Don't need to do anything.
Driver of the day, Icewind. I can't argue with that. That was a great drive from Icewind.
Certainly was, man. That was so good that he probably would struggle to talk it down himself.
Yeah. He'll I'm sure he'll give us his thoughts on that. Probably not very long thoughts because he likes to put himself down, as you mentioned, and he's gonna struggle to do it there. But really great drive from Icewind.
Yep.
It's really good to see, and we'll see him in the final.
Yeah, along with 15 others that are gonna scrap over a short qualifying and then a 50% race on the Dutch track Zandvoort. And yeah, I mean, make sure to be there for that. And if you haven't already, this is a charity event. So if you want to donate to a good cause, we've got the links in, I assume, the description. We do in the description. We certainly have some in chat. So if you can spare some cash and want to help for a good cause, we would
absolutely.
certainly be happy. The donations have already been really good. I mean, last year we hit the donation goal of £1,000, and right now we are about halfway to that donation goal, but we still got the grand finale coming up. And let's see what we can do together as a racing community.
Hopefully, as far as the donations are concerned, it is a grand finale. That joke was way funnier in my head than it was in commentary. Oh man. But yeah, thank you to everybody for donating. It really is for a good cause. And thank you everyone for watching and participating and being involved in this event. It's really good to get the community together like this for something like this. It's all on the back, of course, of Mr. Joel, who did the cystic fibrosis event and is doing this one as well. His hard work has made this possible. And thank you all for being involved. All right, are we handing over? I don't know how this works. Are there interviews at the end of these races?
Yeah, we can do interviews. You have the Icelands waiting there. We can drag them in.
It can take longer than normal with these interviews because we need to do the FIA stuff before the final, obviously. So
okay, cool.
We've got about 10-15 minutes.
Okay. Would I be all right to leave one of you to do the interviews?
Yeah.
Just because I want to get back to the 12-hour race. I'm sorry. It's it's a sort of fly-by-night appearance, I feel like. But
yeah, good luck with her. Good luck.
Thank you.
My PC just heated up to 100 degrees. That was scary.
Okay, you can restart if you want to, Timo.
Yeah, I mean, I just restarted the game and that gave it push. So someone of you want to do the interview, sir? Because I want to do the lobby.
Chief can
also, my voice is just done.
Thank you very
much. I had it. No, thank you for the invite. It's really good to be involved. So.
Wait, are we on stream right now? We are, right?
Yes.
Are we? Okay, cool.
Let's go.
I thought we weren't, but I didn't.
Oh well.
I didn't say any bad words, just in case.
I mean, Tara is very known for.
Exactly.
yeah.
I swear like a trooper. In normal conversation.
Disgusting.
So, yeah.
Disgusting.
Goes around and insults you. I cry every time.
Well, we bring in a driver for an interview then. I got Luca here and Icewind.
Icewind first.
Yeah, driver of the day.
All right. Thanks very much, everyone. I will catch you later. Bye-bye.
All right, Tara.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah, so Icewind, hello, welcome. You just did the commentary with me in the last race, and I have to say I was rooting for you in this one. Just tell us about your race. Obviously, the qualifying you invalidated, so were you thinking at that point it was game over?
Well, I wasn't really sure what to think. I wasn't really expecting to get through anyway, because that was the one-shot quali was my practice for this race. So, invalidated the Ascari and almost spun there as well. So that was a bit of a mess. But then just managed to keep my head down in the actual race by you yelling at my ear every lap, like no more warnings. I think I had 2 warnings from lap 2 or something. So
yeah, I never know whether to say don't get any more warnings, because obviously the driver knows not to get any warnings, and does that extra pressure mean that they're probably going to get more warnings? But yeah, you did phenomenal job there. No, you got 2 warnings the whole race, and
lap 2 as well. So that was just because I saw after my pit stops that I probably would be able to get to at least in the reach of P5, and then suddenly I was in P5 because those 2 guys crashed. So wasn't really expecting to get through to the finals, but I guess I'm gonna have to try and go do at least 1 lap of Sandford now, but I don't know if I have time for that. So
well, we will. We've got another guy to interview, so maybe you got time for 1 lap or 2. So, but thanks very much. You got driver of the day. It was Tara and Timo actually calling that race, and I think Chad as well agreed. Driver of the day goes to even the game. agreed it was driver of the day to Icewind. But yeah, great drive from P13, or sorry, no, P9, no wait, P17.
Yeah.
P17 to P4, and you're up against. Oh, one last question. You're up against some killers. We were talking about it before. Vexit, Jari. How are you feeling about that finale?
I mean, the problem here is, once again, I haven't done a single lap of practice for this track, so I'm just gonna go out there and have fun and try and provide some entertainment for this good charity event that Joel has put together. So, yep, everybody go and donate, please, if you already haven't. I've donated a little bit as well. So, yep. Let's make a show for it for the last week.
So you heard it from Icewind himself. He's going to win the finale, and I'll just move over to the chat before he can retort that one. But yeah, I think we've got another driver in the wings there waiting for an interview. Is Luca, winner of that last race?
Yeah.
And bring him in for a chat.
Yeah, I need to give roles to people. If you could drag him in, that'd be good.
Yeah, I actually cannot do that because.
Okay, right, yeah.
You know me, old man.
Right, here we go. Come on, this is when my PC doesn't want to even drag people. Right, I'm going to have to do something intelligent here, which is a big ask. There we go.
Hey, so Luca, you're joining us in the commentators booth. It's actually myself and Joel here are going to give you an interview. We just wanted to speak to you after that fine performance. You sealed the win, even with that 3-second time penalty, though was close at the end. You're into the finale. Tell us about your experience during that race.
I don't know what to say. I got a bad start and then just overtook Ben instantly, and it was just cruising to the end, to be honest. That penalty was like a dumb thing because I wanted to go for the fastest lap, but was just way too like oversteer the setup at the end of the race, and then I just bottled. That's all that happened in my race, to be honest.
And how worried were you about that penalty denying you the...
Not really, because I don't care if I win or not. I was just in the final, and that's all like really bothered about, to be honest.
Yeah, and the final then, how are you feeling about that one? Some big names in there. What do you reckon?
Not really good, because Netherlands is literally the worst track I can have pace on. I mean, I will probably be able to maybe fight Vex and Yari on race pace, but on quali pace I will be nowhere.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, that sounds like it's going to be interesting. I mean, if you think you can keep up with Vexit, I would say, that's going to be an interesting one, especially Vexit Jari, the top names in there. But there are a lot of other fast drivers who made it through as well, so it's going to be very interesting. That one-shot quality is going to be crucial, I reckon. But yeah, a great win from you there in Group D. We will see you soon in the finale. Until then, good luck, sir.
Thank you, and see you.
Okay, Joel, so have we update on the donations?
Yes, we have got £491.
Ooh,
so 491 out of the 1,000 we're targeting. So thank you to everyone for the donations. Keep them coming. We've got a grand finale with the best drivers on PC. You'd have to say 20 of the best, obviously in this event, and some wild cards, would you call them, or dark horses. So we'll see how they go as well. I know lots of them been looking forward to getting to the final, and they've done it. So it's going to be at Zandvoort, and I'm going to have to talk a bit slower because I'm waiting for the finalists to get in the lobby.
Well, just while you're waiting for that to happen, I can run down the donate the supporters of the donation there. We've got Pixel, that band, Sunny, Sin. Sunny actually donated twice, so fair play to him. Timo, Icewind, Bean, Spicy 30, Nick, Maddox, Avalanche, Harry Phoenix, a few anonymous ones as well. So thank you to everybody for donating, for supporting the stream, for liking the stream. I think it's been a resounding success already. We're heading into the finale, and it's going to be the cherry on the cake. I mean, I'm very much looking forward to this. This is where you're going to see all the big players. You know, you heard a lot of sandbagging there in the interviews. Oh, I'm not very good at this track, or I haven't practiced this. We'll find out. We'll see now. This is where we find out who is actually the fastest guy out of these guys. And I mean, to make it into the finale is an achievement in itself. So we are going to have a look.
I mean, we can go through the list of the finalists if you want.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you have that at hand? Because that'd be great to have a look and see who we're going to see in the final race.
So I'm just doing this in alphabetical order because that's the order it comes up. So Azakin, Bailey Thompson, Crumpy, Dane the Dangerous, Epic, Icewind, Gotita, John 68, Justin that racer. Now this is where it gets a bit difficult. Lamberta, Luca, Nebu, Owen, Renzo, Jarry, SMM Ben, Vexit, Weborg, and Mr. Rainbow.
Wow. Okay, some big names there. Some names I hadn't heard of before this tournament, but I mean, the likes of Crampy came P2 in Group C. I mean, he was very, very fast. Was able to hold on to the back of Exit for most of the race. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, have you got a favorite? I know who I'm thinking is going to be the favorite for this one, but what do you reckon yourself?
I think probably Vexit or Jari. I think it's going to be a fight between those two.
But
yeah,
we're just getting comfortable as EGL here. Okay, maybe it's someone we haven't heard of before. It's just gonna
Indeed.
take the cake.
Yeah. Is the lobby full now, Mr. Timo?
I believe it is.
Cool.
Let's see.
Not ready up yet though. Let's go to the track guide for the Netherlands. It will be Kebab and Timo to take you to the end of the evening.
So here we are on board the Red Bull at Zandvoort for the Netherlands Grand Prix. Down the main straight, just before the 50-meter port, is your brake point, dropping down into second, short shifting up on the fourth, early on the par, not running out too wide. This is a very fast hectic corner here at the 15-meter port. You want to swing around in, there's no sooner you're around, you're on the brakes, guiding her around in the fourth gear, getting plenty of traction. This is a boosting zone when the race. Using the RS to boost her up the hill. Now it's just hold on. Just after these yellow little boards, you just want a little dab on the brakes, maybe even just a little tap on or lift off the accelerator. 50-meter boards, swing that car right round, full speed. 50-meter boards again on the brakes. Very, very tricky braking section. And then just after the 50-meter boards, or at that kind of that caravan is where you want to look to brake. DRS active. Just at the top of this hill, or as the curve starts here on the left, is your brake point half on this curve, avoiding with everything you can that inside curve. It will spin your car around, almost over. 15-meter boards just after it, little dab on the brake, short shifting up in the fifth, on the par as early as you can, hugging this inside lane, moving over to the left, DRS active, and that completes a lap of the Netherlands Grand Prix.
Hello and welcome to Zandvoort, and we have the final of the Mine charity tournament that has been graciously hosted today by Joel, who's the main culprit for wasting all of our evening on such a great cause. But yeah, here we are for the final, and we're going to have an exciting one. We've got some really fast drivers here. I've got Timo with me, Kebab, in the commentator booth. Welcome, Timo.
Hello. I mean, yeah, I was just there for Monza, and that was certainly exciting. And now we're gonna take it to Zandvoort, which is on the opposite end of the spectrum when you look at the, the overtaking difficulty. I mean, at Monza it's almost a little too easy, and at Zandvoort you really have to work for it. And with 20 hungry drivers, I'm sure they are gonna be, hungry enough, determined enough to try and make overtake stick and give us a good show as they usually do. And I'm totally here for it.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. We've got obviously a few, Ocean Chief and Joel kind of talking about their favourites, but as we've seen there in previous races in the heat so far, kind of thing, that anything at all can happen. As I'm just going to have a quick look at something here because my game looks a bit laggy
Stuttery
for some reason, and I'm not sure why, but it's my actual game that's doing it. So.
That is weird. I mean, Codemasters are known for brilliant performance on the games. I don't know what that is. I don't know if you want to restart quickly. I don't know. Like it's qualifying. I can do a radio show. I can talk you through it. Maybe Or maybe just tabbing out does it? I don't know. That's weird.
Possibly. I'm just going to try and get rid of some stuff essentially to try and make my PC run a little better because of it. Get rid of any unnecessary things. But let's see if that affects things. So yeah, that seems a fair bit better. So hopefully that's out. But I can no longer see chat. So because Firefox was one of the first programs to go in the purge. So 5 grid place penalty there for Crampy for a collision with John. That's pretty big. I didn't see what happened there, but we know what Cody's going to be like with those penalties sometimes. It can be extremely harsh. But, yeah, looks like we've got who have we got coming out on the lap first? Looks like Bailey Thompson. Nope, not Bailey Thompson at the moment, kind of thing.
Yeah, pit stop from John, so he's certainly lost some front wing in that. I mean, he was out on mediums anyways, which I don't think were the tires he was going to go for. I actually don't know about the strategy because, you know, this is not a league race. I didn't prepare my stuff properly, but we're going to find out. I think this is a soft medium.
I think so, I can't remember it for sure either,
chat
but
knows.
I
Chat
think...
knows.
Yeah, well, I can't see chat, so you'll have to rely on you on that for that one. But Bailey currently on the first one to get around on a hot lap, I think, at the moment, as he's coming through sector 1. So it's a soft hard, chat's saying. So a couple of people wondering maybe if they're trying to get out on the mediums just to see if they can get into the top 10, maybe sneak into the top 10.
Oh, okay. I just seen a spinner. It was a Ferrari. Iconic. It's a Wehrborg.
There's a Williams off the track there in sector 2 as well at the moment as well. Maybe he's just getting out of the way. But Bailey crossing the line now to be the first to set a time. And let's see what we've got. So we've got a 9.1, setting the marker for the rest of the field.
Yeah, 9.1 is okay. I mean,
and Owen sets the exact same time. What are the chances of that happening, eh? But Vexit comes in and sets the first of the real fast boys with an 8.6, 0.4 fat quicker.
And Hammer on mediums with a 9 flat.
That is quick.
That is really solid. Dane doing the same thing as Hammer spins.
Sideways.
That was interesting. So the Hammer and Dane, both SLR Tier 2 drivers, are going for the mediums here at qualifying. Maybe they know something about the strategy that we don't, because soft hard, I don't know why they are doing this. I mean, they've got enough time to do it, I guess. So yeah, Dane is in Dane is in P7 with that Hammer is third, but I assume drivers are gonna be able to jump that, as one of them does, and that is Justin, the French.
Kang as well there puts himself P2 with an 8.8, one of the other race winners in the heats, staking down a claim kind of there for the race winners to kind of be 1, 2, 3, 4 essentially kind of thing. I'm thinking who else was our other 8 race winners? We had Yari didn't win his group, unfortunately. I don't think.
Vexit, Luca, Justin, and Hammer, no? No, wait, no, Justin.
Hammer won his, yeah. Justin, yeah, I think Justin won the round A, yeah.
Didn't Dragon win? No, he got pole. No, Justin actually won. So yeah, that's the heat's actually quite representative there. The times that we are looking at for the end of qualifying, I assume, are gonna be low 8s. I know that Yari's done a 7.9 before, but Yari is seriously fast. So far, he hasn't put a lap in. He's on an outlap right now, so he's gonna contest the front end of the grid with Vexit, I assume. And yeah, so we'll see how that transpires. That's gonna be exciting for sure. Owen and Bailey still. What are the chances, man?
Yep.
Pretty great.
Follow on board with Yari here for his lap as he takes a wide line in the final corner. Yeah, coming down into turn 1, he's going to get brake as late as possible, just before the 50-meter board here, I think, and carry that speed, as much speed as he can. Gets a nice early upshift for the exit. Touches the curb there on the outside, but gets a little bit, goes quite deep there in that tight hairpin, but I think you've got to do that to carry the speed. And he's carrying all of this down now through this long, fast sector. The most fun part of the track here. Very high speed corners. You've got to be really on the limit and be brave here, especially through this right-hander, as he doesn't get very close to the apex there. But that shouldn't cost him too much time. He gets much closer to that one. That's a much better line through there. And early on the power, a late apex on this one without getting too near the curb. You've got to get closer than that, though, I think. And he gets a bit twitchy on the exit there, but he keeps his foot in it. It's looking quick from Yari so far, you have to say, as he locks up there, but he's made a few mistakes for sure. So it may not be the best lap, but I'm probably going to eat my words as he comes around the final corner now. Gets a nice line through there, doesn't touch the inside curb, and keeps it tight to the right on the exit. This time, let's see what he gets as he crosses the line. So he puts it P1 with an 8.4, so there I am eating my hat. Talking about how he's made a few mistakes there. He's still got lots of time in that lap by the looks of things.
Yeah, not gonna lie, like Jari setting an 8.4 on Zandvoort actually probably means that he had some mistakes. It's just Jari is incredibly quick. So with an 8.4, there's certainly some room there, but well, he's got, I would assume, 2 more runs to extract exactly that potential that he's showing there. What is Vexit doing? Vexit has just started his lap. He's now gonna come into Hugenholz, the first banked corner, and then run towards Skyblack and try and beat that Jari time. Where's the first sector split? The first sector split is after the downhill Skyblack, and it's probably the biggest sector on the track, so it's going to give us a good indication. He's sitting on an 8.6 right now, and he's up by a little bit more than half a tenth on that, and he abandons. Why?
Yeah, he certainly does abandon there. That was interesting, but the very different lines there you saw there between him and Jari's run there, especially through that tight left-hand hairpin. Vexit staying much tighter than Jari did. Jari let the car run a lot deeper. To see if we can find somebody else on a lap at the moment. We've got Dana Dangerous.
Put himself third, Rainbow.
Nice.
He comes through after all. He was in the first heat, I believe, and now he's in P3.
Lukang on a lap with Dana Dangerous following closely behind on the track.
Dane's invalid.
Dane's invalidated his lap, so we'll follow on board still with Luca, or Luca Ing, as he's named himself today. Because he should surely hopefully be challenging for some of those higher spots. He looks clean and tidy so far, but is it going to be quick? That's the question. He gets a good exit out of that corner there. Doesn't use all of the track, but his final corner, he takes a little bit too much curb there. That's going to cost him a bit of time, I think. He gets a bit sideways, gets a bit of a wobble there on the exit, but he's staying in it. He's not abandoning it. It's an 8.5, so he does improve and gets himself P2. 2.5 tenths, 2.81 tenths up, essentially, if I can get my words out. But great lap from him, but maybe some time left on the board there as well. But Jari with his, what looked like a scruffy lap, really showing that pole, he wants that pole all for himself.
Yeah, it is a Renault 1-2. Of course, teams or the constructors are quite meaningless here. Everyone's just out representing themselves. But one thing that it could matter for is their strategy, because that means they can't pit on the same lap. One of them is going to have to run a little bit deeper into the race. They can even block each other, basically.
Yeah.
Which is not what you want necessarily. So if Jari leads, and then he dictates when he's going for a pit stop. And Vexit, he's abandoned the lap earlier, but he's put this one in, and it is an 8.2, and we're getting closer and closer to that ominous 8 flat that I have...
It's worth mentioning there as well that Vexit's still not on his second lap on those softs, so he's going to have a bit of extra wear if he starts if that's his qualifying lap for the race, because he's going to have to start on these older tyres. And we've got a 50% race here, so that's going to come in into a big part there. He's got a lot of traffic coming behind him at the moment.
It was spicy as Icewind or Azaken going past there. Oh, someone's sideways. That is Jari, actually, but he's on a... Why is it pushing? This is an outlap, Jari. Why are you pushing? You're ruining your time.
John puts it P2 with an 8.4. Great lap there from the Williams driver. He was looking racy in his heat, and I think he managed to get the P2 in the end as well, and almost got the win. Unless he did get the win as well, I'm not sure, to be honest. But my memory fails me in my old age. But yeah, looking quick here in Zandvoort as well.
Yeah, certainly a marker, that 0.4. Now, I wonder who's going to be able to get themselves up the order. And actually, is the reverse strategy viable here? Maybe someone in chat knows, like, is it a thing that P11 is worth something here at Zandvoort? Or will people just try and go for the top 10 no matter what? Like, there's tracks like Austria where P10 is just terrible position. I speak out of experience. And because the medium soft is a lot faster, but I guess the hard soft probably isn't. Hard's probably too slow to keep up with the softs on the first stint, so you're going to lose the DRS train and then slowly, lose time. And yes, John heads into the pit lane. I believe most of these have one more lap to go. Yari is on a flyer right now as well. The Renault coming to the second sector line as he approaches the Audi S. That doesn't feel like an S. It actually feels like a chicane. He's up 2,000s. That's not a lot, but you said that he made some little mistakes in those final corners, and maybe he can not make those mistakes this time. Carry more speed. Go through the banked section of the reworked Zandvoort. Maybe pick some... no slipstream, and he's gonna come across, and it's not enough for Vexit, but it is enough for John for now. It's P2 for Yari, and he's got time to one-up himself on the last lap, maybe. Vexit on an outlap, John in the pit lane, and Luke has actually started his lap, so he's just coming through Tarzan into Hugenholz. I am sorry for every Dutch person. I don't mean to, I'm not trying to personally offend you with my
at least you
pronunciation.
know the names of these corners. I didn't have a clue what they're called before you started spouting them off. So yeah, it's you've done some research at least, more than
I've commentated with Terra. Hey, wow. Okay. I've commentated with Terra. He knows all the corner names, and you remember some. So.
I'm just going to remember Hugenholz, because that's just a very fun word to say, you have to say.
I believe Hugenholz is the name of the architect of the very original old Zandvoort track. I believe that's the architect. It's, and it's antique, ancient Tilke.
Yeah,
so,
here comes Luca around the final corner, though, to see if he can upset the top runners. I didn't really keep an eye on his split times, but it's an 8.4. And he does knock John off, but it's not good enough for P2. But yeah, those Renaults, these guys are seriously quick, you have to say. And there's not a lot to split these top fours. As Dohammer sets an 8.499, puts himself above Bailey there as well, gets himself back in the fight there. So these guys are the top 5 kind of thing. Very little separating them.
Yeah, Dane is now on a lap trying to get himself up there. He's obviously seriously quick, we know that from SLRT2, and he's gonna come across, and he just about beats Hammer with 8.487. That is enough for P5, so those two very close to each other. I mean, you've got some experience commentating those two fighting. It's gonna be interesting.
Just heard a sound in my ear that I've never heard before from my headphones, and I've got a feeling it might be the battery's about to die sound, which I've never got to before. So if I do disappear, I will be back as quick as possible, but we may have to get somebody in to cover for me if that does happen. But hopefully they last a long time. But they don't come with any kind of or app or anything that shows you how much battery they've got left. But fingers crossed.
It's
there it goes again. So yeah, I've got a feeling they're definitely going to die soon. So apologies for that, because the cable is definitely not long enough for me to plug them in at the same time as listening to them.
You're just gonna have to take your chair, roll a little bit away from it, and do remote commentary. No, please don't. We've got 2 minutes and a bit left in the session. It's actually probably more because of the spectator glitch. Faruna doesn't know that. Spectator countdown starts a lot earlier than for the drivers, which means that we will reach 0 before the drivers do. So there's gonna be more time for them than we see them having right now, as drivers are getting into their pit boxes, drivers are getting out of their pit boxes, but I believe no one is really on a lap. Icewind is not. Owen has just started his lap. He's coming through Hugenholz. He's currently in P14. He's a tier 3 driver in Tour Several. I think actually in SLR as well, as he's gonna storm down Sky Black. What is he gonna do? His time right now is a 9.1, and he's up a 10th and a half roughly, which means he could get himself close to the top 10 contention actually. Rainbow's gonna be sitting in that P10 spot, just in P9. And yeah, I mean, it's really impressive, this grid, just because, you saw the heats and they were all looking so dominant, but put them together in one race and they're gonna fight it out. And there goes Owen a little bit sideways. I believe you can't see anything properly because Kebab's not.
I am here. I am back. I have solved my problem by sitting in an
Amazing.
extremely uncomfortable place and watching from my sofa, so I'm close enough to the cable charger.
You
So
can
it
control
reaches
the
my
camera,
headset.
though,
So I'm
can
currently
you?
kind of like, yeah, I can control the camera now. So where should I be pointing it? Who have we got on a
Oh,
lap?
well,
Justin
I was
Racer.
talking about Owen, but he's done now. So yeah, Justin is a good call actually, and it looks like his lap has been fine so far, up 2 tenths coming into the penultimate corner, which is honestly the last corner because the last one is banked, so it doesn't really feel like a corner at all. 8.8, where can he go? I believe this might be threatening for P7 at least, and that's exactly where he goes with an 8.6 dead. So behind Hammer, ahead of Bailey. Bailey himself on an outlap. Epic is not gonna improve. No, actually, he's not on a lap. What is Ben doing? Ben was really fast in Monza, and he's currently sitting in P14. So I would expect him to go a little bit higher, as he's got a massive bit of oversteer to catch through Skarbak coming into the middle section of this track. He's got Icewind ahead, who's hopefully going to get out of the way. Yes, he does, and so does Dane. But he takes a really tight line on entry. Time must tick down for us, but that's probably just spectator glitch being funny. Second sector split. He's going to come across. He's up 2 tenths. So struggling a little bit more here than at Monza, but he could still get himself into the vicinity of P10. Which I don't know if you want to do. Starting on hards might be solid, as that's
he gets very sideways there. He's invalidated as well on the final corner there. So big mistake from him. Yeah, it started up a lot higher in the heats. So you got a feeling that Ben has more pace in him. Yeah.
Vexit is getting slipstream from Luca, I think. That can't be a coincidence. They're really close. Okay, no, actually it is a coincidence. They're really close to each other on track. I know they know each other well, and Vexit manages to one-up his lap, actually. So it is another 8.2, but a better one. So, that's cool. Yari. Yari's actually an absolute flyer. He's finally managed to find that time that he's been missing, even though that Audi S looked kind of, I don't know, scrappy coming through the final proper corner through the banked section, and I think this might very, very well be pole in the fight with Vexit. Is he gonna come out on top? Oh, it is not! He's lost some time there, 1/10 in the last sector, and he's just short by 100th of a second. Lucas bottled it through Skarbak, so he's not gonna improve. What is John doing? John is in the middle of the track, coming down the back straight now. Who else is on a lap? Epic, not on a lap. Icewind is on a lap, I believe. What was that? That was John.
Yeah. Icewind's starting a lap maybe, but doesn't seem to be on one. He's not got ERS going.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it looks like he's abandoned it, or he's not got time. He's going to come into the pits. So that could be our grid.
Yep.
Yeah, because Luca went off track on his run. So yeah, I think that's qualifying done. So an exciting race to look forward to, because Yari and Yari, you've got to say, had more time there. He definitely made a mistake that we caught at the very death there in the final sector, so he maybe could have pipped Vexit for pole and maybe has just a little extra pace and can challenge him in the race. But Dana Danger is not far behind them on pace, but it's very, very tight from P3 all the way to P15, you got to say, all within 6/10 of each other.
And Vexit and Yari, for all of those not too familiar with our own EGL leagues, they are fighting, over the lead in SLR Tier 1 basically every single week, because they are both really fast and very close on pace as well. And that is gonna be nice that we will be getting another iteration of that fight between the two of them. Then Luca with his bottle has enabled Dane to get right in there. Dane is actually, I think, 3/10 faster than he was in his actual SLR Tier 2 race here. So he's found some pace since then, which is nice to see for those who don't have to race him. And so he's in a great spot there, ahead of Luca, then John. Hammer in P6, Justin. That's Justin P7, and this is gonna be a great race, I'm sure, especially between Vexit and Yari. And I'm gonna have another look if we can get an update on the current donation status. You know, we are at. Oh wow, someone's chipped in big time. Wow, we've got Eversnacks, Danny, and Tipsy Bob and Kitsune have all gone in. So now we've got £626, which is actually really good. I mean, I mean, that's really nice to see because it is, of course, a good cause. I mean, we've got a pandemic going on right now with the coronavirus, of course, but you know, it's what people keep saying. It's not the only pandemic that's going on because mental health has been on the decline globally, basically, especially in the developed countries lately, and the pandemic is certainly not helping. And I
Definitely
mean,
won't be, no, because we are social creatures at the end of the day. Yeah, if people are doing this right, then social things have kind of gone out the window a fair bit, and everything's kind of moved to an online setting, which good reason why so many of us have become such good friends over the past year or two through the racing and things. But yeah, it's definitely something that's worth supporting. I'm sure everybody, as myself kind of thing, has been affected in some way by either friends or family or themselves through mental health. So it's important to always try and give back when you can, if you can. But thank you to everybody who's donated and everybody who's taken part in the event. But it's amazing that we've managed to earn so much money in so little time.
yeah, I mean, the sim racing community always. I mean, I'm biased here, okay, because I'm a sim racer, but I feel like it's one of the most, you know, is wholesome the right word? Like, it's a really great community. I feel like if you put it in relationship to other gaming communities or stuff like that, sim racing is relatively, you know, clean of toxicity.
League of Legends, League.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about, like, you know, if you think about the shooter communities or something.
Yeah.
I don't want to put them down, but I feel like sim racing has got a nice spot. It's not the biggest community, but it's usually can pull together and do some great things. We've had we've had the charity stream last year for cystic fibrosis, and now we've got this. So it's really encouraging to see, and of course, always remember, if you're struggling, you are not alone. People will probably want to help you and listen to you, but well, we've got a race to go, and so if you wanna, support the cause, then you can still donate. Well, not only until the end of the race, but I guess over the next few days. And now the drivers are gonna line up. I would call the start if you don't mind.
If you want to call the start, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Because I can go on board with Yari to see what's happening. Yeah. No need to wait who's getting a good start, because that's going to be crucial here. Track position means so much. I mean, it is going to be the biggest opportunity for Yari to get himself ahead of Vexit. Here, we've had some really good races. They've both come out on top in their heats, and now we are getting the 5 red lights. Are we getting the spectator glitch? Yes, we are. And let's light Zandvoort on fire. We've got Yari with a really good start. Actually, no, but in the second phase of that acceleration, he actually falls short, so he's not going to be able to challenge Vexit. Behind them, Luca and Dane are wrestling through turn 1 side by side, and Luca has actually gotten the position, so he's up into P3, then Dane P4. John slots in behind, then Hammer, I believe, has lost the position to Justin. Justin having a cheeky look on the inside of John there for P6, but up front it is really clean. Luca a little bit off the back of Yari already, as those two up front are pushing each other. Oh yeah, that's Epic. He has fallen first. So Epic all the way down to the back, and Ben and Rainbow both go off in Skyblock. And remember, safety car is enabled here. Rainbow's retired, so we're down to 19 drivers already. Safety car can happen though, because this is an actual proper 50%, unlike the 25% races, and it hasn't happened though. So Vexit leads from Yari. Let's actually go and see. Gotitza, I don't know how to say that name. The second has gained 5 positions, and he and Reebok are the biggest winners of this starting phase. And up front, of course, Luca has gotten that position off of Dane, but Gotitza has actually got a penalty already, and now Yari is really close to Vexit. He knows he needs to get that move done really soon, and he knows he needs to use as little ERS as he can while doing it, because this is probably the track with the worst ERS regeneration. Icewind gets a move on Renzo as well. Oh, Bagel. big wiggle from Iceman, actually.
Yeah, interesting and very action-packed first lap there. A couple of cars coming up with us for Rainbow, one of them, and I'm sure it was the Red Bull of SMM Ben who got caught up in some of that as well, got spun around. I'm not sure if he got damaged.
Yep.
We can check now, but no, it doesn't look like he's got any of his front wing missing, but we've got more yellow flags in that sector as well.
Crampy, and Crampy's giving us a VSC by losing his wheel out of Hugenholz, facing the wrong way there, so this is a little bit of time to breathe, but you don't, well, it can't be caught out by the VSC, of course. If you overstep the delta, you're gonna get yourself a drive-through penalty, which is so costly you don't even want to think about it. It would be an absolute disaster.
I can almost hear Icewind screaming Delta, Delta, Delta to himself in his head. So yeah, that's Crampy out. So we've got 3 DNFs already in the first 2 laps of Zandvoort, so it should turn out to be action-packed. As we've lost Epic as well. The Haas who got caught up in an incident there, just leaving our session early, but bit of a bug going on here with this minus 1 minute 21 second gap from between the Renaults, but I'm sure that'll sort itself out as it mainly does there. But we're under green racing now, so we're back underway.
No drive-throughs, which is really nice, and Dane is having an absolutely cheeky look on Luca. Yeah, maybe he can force him the wide way through Hugenholz. No, he doesn't. So Dane stays in 4th, but Justin has gotten the absolute launch here. Actually, John, I think, has lost the position as he hit Hammer right on the straight line. And yeah, that's basically game for Hammer as he loses a big chunk of front wing, then is gonna be sent all the way to the back of the grid. So we lose another one. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but I think John had a really bad safety car restart, and Justin used that, and Hammer tried to use it as well, but it ended in the wall for him.
Ben retires as well at the back there, so we've lost another driver, and we might be about to lose to Hammer as well, unless he gets a safety car, which is very possible with the way this race has gone so far. But the Hammer there, just getting his nose chopped off. 2 does not go into 1 into those into that fast sector, especially in the climb up the hill to it. We've got a safety car.
Safety car. Someone gonna use the chance to pit? No. Vexit? No. Yari? No. Okay, no. Justin? Oh, Justin faked it. He's out to get me. Nice one. So Justin doesn't pit either. No one does. Is that Icewind? Icewind is in. Icewind, the one brave man. Maybe he wants to. Can't. Oh, he's doing medium from here, which is actually not. Well, I don't know if it's bad because he loses a lot of track position, but the pit lane here is. Like, the pit lane here is really short. You lose like 15 seconds on a pit stop compared to normal 21 seconds. I don't know if that was the right call. It's gonna have to go medium from here.
Yeah, a bit of a breather for us though, and maybe time for me to get a little bit more comfortable because where I'm sitting is not comfortable at all. So yeah, but yeah, Zykin, you got to say, he's come from all the way at the back to get himself up at the P12 under the safety car as well. So really kind of flying the flag for Tier 4 SLR, because that's where he's from. He's done extremely well to get to the final, you have to say. Not many would have expected that. Yep. And now he's currently looking at a points-paying position, maybe, if he keeps things together and maybe things don't go his way ahead of him. But action-packed so far, a lot of action and people trying to go for overtakes that maybe aren't possible, causing problems for each other.
Yeah, that's the thing about Zandvoort. It's got a lot of stigma around it because it's one of those tracks where overtaking just, doesn't work. But, well, there are ways to make it work, and the drivers are going to be on the lookout for every single opportunity. I mean, you're going to see someone run deep into a corner, be safe, the other guy's trying to set them up for a move because they know, like, every chance they can get has to be taken. You can't pass a chance to get an overtake. And that is where the excitement in Zandvoort comes from. You've got these really prolonged battles, and as soon as one of them cracks, you get a move. And that's why league racing here is, in my opinion, still really good, even though it is such a... Well, it's basically Monaco with gravel traps and more dirt here, honestly. And it still works.
It's still better than Monaco, if you ask me, because obviously those walls aren't quite as close here as they are in Monaco. But yeah, it's a very hard track. But one thing that makes it extremely difficult for the overtakes as well is that the only real place to overtake, the safest place to overtake, is on the start-finish straight. It's very short, so your DRS doesn't really give you that much overspeed, and that long right-hander before it, you lose a lot of speed on that with the dirty air from the car in front. So staying very close to them proves very difficult. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're being hunted here, but with pitchforks and torches. Honestly, you need to put tires on the screen, or the screen is gonna kill me because this is somehow my fault.
They've been crying about that all evening, and
I know they always do, and I don't know why. Position changes are so interesting. It's but you know, you gotta give the people what the people want.
yeah, you certainly do. Safety car in this lap though, so we're going to be back underway in the Netherlands once more soon. So we're going to see Vexit start to back the field up. I'm guessing he's going to do it early because it's a long route for the safety car back to the pits, and only a couple of corners where you can go. If you go too early, the game will stop you and cause absolute mayhem.
Yeah, and yeah, how much is he gonna back the grid up here, Vexit? That's a question.
That safety car is still nowhere near the pit entry, so he can't go yet.
Yep. There it goes. Now he has the choice. Everyone's still trying to keep some heat in their tires, which is ironic because they overheat a lot on this track, and Vexit's gotten a solid restart, but actually Yari is really close for comfort. He thinks about the sense, certainly, but he knows that it is a bad idea, which is why he doesn't do it in the end. Luca also leaves the door open for Dane, but knows he can get the swing and isn't under threat. I think Owen has actually passed Zyken here. So those hard tires seem to be really fast on the Alfa Romeos. We're getting the McLarens too wide. Iceman's got some time to make up. He's thrown himself down the order with that pit stop quite a lot. So I don't know if that was necessarily the right decision. And now Luca hanging on to the back of Yari quite well. The two Renaults hunting down that Mercedes there, and it's gonna be important to stay with the DRS. And basically, I think the best chance at an overtake here is if the guy ahead doesn't have DRS, then they will slowly use ERS just by the game auto deploying. Because in in low speeds, game auto deploys. You don't even have to press the button for it. And there's a lot of low speeds here on Zandvoort, and that's when you press. That's when they are gonna lose the battery. So Yari basically has to wait for Vexit to just drain himself off of all ERS. I think that's the way to go here. And Bailey Thompson makes it stick around the asset of John. I didn't see that coming at all because it is Zandvoort. And Owen is actually fighting with Iceman. They're gonna go side by side into Hugenholz with Owen down to P13. So Iceman has actually made 2 moves stick already, and now John is getting back at Bailey. They're fighting really hard. So bad run from Bailey. I assume into Skyblack they are clear of each other, so we're not gonna see a repeat of that lap 1, which ended in terror for some drivers, the 4 DNF drivers amongst them. So clean this time, which is good to see. So yeah, John fights back from Bailey, which is really impressive. I mean, if you're getting past the Zandvoort, it's usually game over.
Yeah, you have to say as well with the timing of that safety car that these soft runners have really hurt from that safety car. So when these guys pit, they're going to be in dead last. And the medium runners, the guys who started on the mediums, Renzo, Gatita, they're going to be inheriting the lead of the race when these guys pit and be in a commanding position there. So Icewind switching the tyres might not have been such a bad idea after all, because he's going to be 5 or 6 positions ahead of Vexit when Vexit finally pits.
Going for Weborg. He is the one to make moves. He's made plenty of moves in the Monza race, and now he's going for another one. Up to P11 is Icewind, but it's basically out of battery because he's had to deploy quite a lot, and good luck gaining that back over the course of this race. So P11 for Icewind. The next one is Dragon. There's a 1.5 second to close for him, but I'm sure he can bridge that if he drives more like he has been doing so far today.
He certainly got the tyre advantage on Dragon ahead as well. A couple of penalties kind of coming into play so far. Lamberte's got one as well, but it's not one that's a track that's well known for penalties, but there are a couple of corners where it's very easy to pick a warning up.
Yeah, certainly the chicane that is called the Audi S or Porsche, I'm never sure, but I'm gonna go with Audi here. You can cut that off quite a lot, and it gives you a good bit of lap time, which makes it very it is very easy to do that, because you want to extract the maximum lap time, and then you also extract a warning, which is not what you want.
Yari here is pressing that overtake button quite a bit in that final corner to try and negate the dirty air, but he's not going for
Oh,
it.
is he going for it? Vexit catches some dirt there. Vexit catching some dirt. That certainly took some speed off, and they're going to run side by side through Tarzan here, and a little bit of bumping into the sideboard of Vexit does Yari, but Vexit keeps it ahead, so that's more and more ERS that is being drained out of the battery of Yari. Owen and Weebok are having a fight as well, side by side into turn 2. And now into turn 3, there's some front wing missing for Weebok. I hope that wasn't some other guy's fault, because it's of course a shame if people take each other's wings off. Lambert here on a charge on Hearts, which is also interesting, because he could go to the end maybe, and we'll see where they will end up. Owen with a fat slide there as well. And yeah, Weebok and Owen are going to be under threat next, and Weebok takes off both breaking boards. What are you doing? Oh no, this is and then he gets pushed as well. And he's going to get into Hammer's way.
The Ferrari master plan coming into full effect. They're now in P15-16, running last on the grid as the Hammer. Things have gone wrong for him after that incident earlier in the race. He's on a recovery though, and there's still time to do it. Another safety car.
Vexit pulls to the inside. There's a proper draft snake down the main straight, and I think this draft snake is now going to have a new head, and that is Yari, as he's going to take the inside line into turn 1. And yeah, finally he has been able to overtake Vexit, which is really impressive just because it's Zandvoort.
Just because it's Vexit. It's just because it's
Yeah,
Vexit, never mind the track as well. But now he's in a sandwich between two of those two Renaults there, and I wonder if they're going to work together to try and push Vexit back into the clutches of Luca, and maybe
watch Yari do the corner without braking boards. I want to see if he blinks. Oh, okay, no, okay, he knows what he's doing. I just, for myself, I know every time I come around that corner in tier 2 and everyone else uses race line and I'm there completely with no assists, and I see the braking boards going, I'm just like, oh, come on, guys. Why?
Be honest, whose name do you think of first when you see a brake board missing in tier 2?
Genuinely no idea.
I was going to say Crystals.
Oh, I mean, he comes past every braking board usually like once per race, and then he's out. So there's a lot of chance for that. That was really mean. What am I doing? John is coming into the pit lane. I'm sorry, Chris. This isn't personal. This Austria race was really impressive. Maybe I shouldn't talk. John is the first to pit there out of the lead runners, and he is on hards now. So maybe he's putting in a big undercut. Yeah, the other that's Renzo's spun. The other Williams. So one of them pits, the other one spins. Both lose a lot of time. One's got new tires though.
No damage for Renzo though, so he's got away with that. But he's got a lot of work to do now to claw this back. Now we're starting to see a few gaps forming, a couple of little trains. So we've got a train there from Yari to Dana Dangerous, and then got Katita and Bailey Thompson quite close. So Katita's doing really well on those mediums to have stayed with the soft runners. But we are going to start seeing some of these soft runners start a pit. We've got John, the first to crack there, and you obviously see he goes down into P15. So you imagine some of the guys ahead of him are going to end up in similar positions, kind of thing. So 15 seconds, you say, is the pit stop here. So leader would probably be around Renzo, essentially. So get the feeling that these softs are at the end of their life, and it's going to be time to switch off them soon. And that could be a big switch up in things, kind of thing. And I'm wondering whether Icewind can actually get these mediums to the end. It is a two-stop strategy here, is it not?
Well, he is on one. Gatita is going down the inside of Bailey. Those softs have certainly reached the end of their prime, and a little bit more. They've fallen off quite hard there. As Hammer goes around the outside of Owen as well into turn 1. So a good move from the Ferrari driver on the recovery. And
yeah, he's doing quite well on that recovery. Just 2-3 laps ago, he was in P16. So now he's P11. That's pretty amazing. Weibo gets the fastest lap. This Ferrari strategy really is playing into their hands right now.
I just remembered a thing about the strategy here. There were actually some brave souls who could stretch soft medium, I remember. I think you need to go like lap 15 and lap 16 is like the window. But it gets really close on both tires. It is certainly faster though, and knowing Yari and Vexit, they are the kind of drivers to take every edge that they have within reach. So actually I wouldn't be surprised. I could see either happening here. Track position is very important, so maybe the undercut is strong. I don't know. Lap 12 and Yari pits. Okay, Yari in. And is Vexit in? No, Vexit is going for another one. And
So I'm wondering if there's going to be a difference between strategy between those two, because is Yari going to go onto the hards? He is. So Yari on the hard tyre here. And if Vexit goes for that soft medium strategy and tries to extend them both, he's going to be much quicker for a large window on those mediums. But the undercut could negate all of that, especially if Vexit ends up in traffic, which is highly possible the way this race is panning out.
Yeah, exactly. Traffic is always a big factor here. I've got some experience with that. You really don't want to get stuck behind people, because it can just ruin your race. Losing 3 or 4 seconds to those medium and hard runners that just won't let you pass because they don't need to. And Yari will need to be very efficient. Slicing his way through the order. Now the question is exactly what does Vexit do? You say he's probably going for soft medium. I don't know if that is quite the case, but he's getting closer and closer to the window where it is possible. And like lap 13 can still be a soft hard pit stop, but we're certainly in the, well, close to the soft medium window, and the fact that he's not pitting now tells me that he's doing soft medium indeed. So that is quite ambitious, because now he opens himself.
The top three are going to do that.
Justin is off. He's facing the wrong way out of the Audi S, and that is a big shame, because he is a fast boy. He has won the Group A race, I believe, and well, first he picks up a 5-second penalty, and then he spins his car around. So it's gone. Well, it's all gone wrong for him, honestly.
Yeah.
Yari getting Owen.
Gatita at the moment leading the pack on those mediums kind of thing. He's doing extremely well, but you get the feeling that this field's so tight in this race that when he does come to pit, he's not. He's going to be slower than the guys behind him for the foreseeable future. And when he does come to pit, he might lose out quite a bit. But same with these guys on the softs as well, who are extending this run. You know, how quick are they going to be on those softs compared to the guys behind, and how much are they going to lose out? Where are they going to come out? In the field of traffic kind of thing, because at the moment it'd be P10, P11, something like that kind of thing.
Yeah, speaking of field of traffic, let's watch Yari a little bit, because he's now reached Hammer, and every second that he wastes behind Hammer here is a second that Vexit can maybe use to get the overcut done. Luca is into the pit lane now at the end of lap 14, start of lap 15. So he can probably stretch to the end, but it's going to be a little tighter for him. Vexit still taking one more. Dane is also into the pits, and they are both on mediums. And if they are ahead of Yari, that is terrible news for Yari, but they are not.
Yari has managed to get past Hammer there in great style there. He looked down the inside, dummied it, and Hammer braked a little late, expecting the move kind of thing, but he never went for it, and he just got him there on the exit, just slow in, fast out.
Owen! Owen looked really keen to kill himself in the rear of Hammer there, where Hammer threw it off the road earlier. John is also past Azaiken here, so nice work from him. And now, yeah, Luca and Dane basically have 2 cars between themselves and Yari, who's trying to run away from them, and that is Owen in the Alpha and Hammer in the Ferrari. And Luca, with an absolutely brilliant run, is going to go down, well, around the outside actually on the back straight. The acceleration gets that move done. Now Dane just needs to follow if he wants to keep the train alive, if he wants to keep himself into that fight, inside of that fight for the podium positions.
Yeah,
and that means
Vexit finally pits. Let's see where he's going to come out. He's going to be well behind Yari, I think. Dane's retired. And I'm not sure what's happened there. It looks like it's on track. It's down the start-finish straight. I'm not sure.
Look at Yari and Vexit. Oh god. Vexit is right behind
so he is
Yari.
dead on the track. He's lost both back wheels. Yeah, not sure what happened to Dane there, but that's huge. Big accident there. It's a VSC. And Vexit has come out behind Yari, so Yari has got the undercut done as well, but I don't know how Vexit has managed that. I really expected him to come down a lot further down the grid there, but
mate, Dane's got some questions coming his way, because I have no idea what happened. As chat's saying, probably too early an overtake, but like how?
I'm guessing that he was just maybe very close to the back of somebody, went to move on the inside, and maybe they moved to defend and kind of slam him into the wall or something.
Someone else is off, and that is the guy that was holding up Dane and Forstiero. Owen is round, so he is down the order, and can't Dane just do that in tier 2 once, please? Thank you. My god.
I knew a snipe was coming at some point, but we are racing now. VSC is ended, and at the moment, it's telling me that Dragon's in the lead. That's obviously because he's on the old hard tyres. So going very deep into this race on those hards. Be interesting to see where him and Lamberte come out after they've done that very old long stints on those tyres. Lamberte is doing very well because he obviously pitted from the softs for after early incident maybe to get onto those hards. Interesting to see where he might come out. But Vexit and Yari still very close together for this for a very tight finish come the end of this race by the looks of things.
Yeah, Yari's got such a tough task at hand. He's got one big advantage, and that is track position at Zandvoort, but he's got two big disadvantages, and that is until the end of the race he's going to be in a worse compound than Vexit, because Vexit is running those mediums, Yari is on the hards, and he has basically no battery, and that's not regenerating at all. He's got 20%, Vexit's got 60%, so Vexit has got the means to fight his way past Yari, but maybe Yari, you know, the way for him to win this race is to keep it clean and just try and force the arrows and try and force Vexit to waste the arrows.
Vexit's going to go for it here, and Lambert blocks. There's 3 wide into turn 1.
Oh no, they're gonna get squeezed! And Vexit's gets off the track actually, and Luca is through. So Luca is now taking that position right behind Yari and Lambert. So that was just 3 wide in turn 1. What are you gonna say about it?
It just definitely does not go there, does it? They just don't fit there.
Yeah.
Vexit was on the outside. He was the one that got the worst of it. Gets pushed wide.
Lambert.
And now Lambertia kind of holding everybody up, but Yari being passed is huge, and losing now 2 cars between him and Vexit, his main rival here so far in this race. But Luca might have something to say about it as well once he gets past Lambertia. But yeah, Vexit was trying to kind of take advantage of that slow car of Lambertia. He thought, must have thought like I did, Lambertia was blocking Yari into turn 1 kind of thing, but they ended up turning it into a 3 wide instead of a 2 wide. Because Lamberti got out of the way of Yari, and it worked. It really worked very much against Vexit in the end. But Vexit now with it all to do with a couple of cars to overtake. Luca is going to defend that position with his life, you can imagine. And Yari already creating a gap here to these guys. So will Luca get past? Yes, he will. It looks like he's already got that move done. Vexit unable to follow, so Lamberti still a roadblock in his path.
Yeah, I mean, a really awkward situation for Lambert here to be on. Like, first he boxed in. I thought he was going to box in Vex, and then he moved to the side, and I thought, okay, he's letting them fight, and then he's still there, and it was as good, right? So, unfortunate for Vex, and that is exactly what I was getting at, that the path to victory for Yari in this race is, well, to hope and force the mistakes from Vexit and Luca, get them to waste all of their resources, you know, wear their tires a little bit, use some battery to get them to 1 tires and the 10% because he's got 10% himself. And if he can do that, then he is actually still in a really good position for the win because track position is so valuable at Zandvoort. And with that...
Vexit's going on the move here on Lambert into the Audi S's, as you call them. I'm not sure if that's the name, but he seems to have got that move done cleanly. Vexit, Lambertier not giving it too much, but he does pick up a penalty in all of that, Lambertier. I think, oh, he had that already, didn't he? I'm just being old, as always. But Vexit passed his roadblock, and he's still on the DRS of Luca as well. So, but there's a gap forming between Luca and Yari, who seems to be running away at the moment.
Wait, what a lap time from Yari that was.
Yeah.
And Luca has got 1.3 seconds, and I think it's safe to say Vexit a little bit faster than Luca. I believe like he's got the edge on raw pace, but like, I don't know. 2/10 Luca absolutely throws it off the road out of Hugenholz, and that is going to be really fortunate for Vexit because now he has to look at the back of that Renault for a little less as he's up to P3 again, and now he is right back where he wants to be in the driver's seat. 2 seconds adrift off of Yari with a purple sector 1 and a position gained. Brilliant for Vexit now.
Yeah. So yeah, keeping the pressure up on Luca there, forcing them his error maybe, and takes the payoff in the end. But he's got some work to do now to close that gap, and he's got very little resources to do it with very little ERS. Luca also very low on ERS, but so is everybody. Everybody's struggling here. De Hammer sitting with 67% at the moment, and I'm wondering if he can get those tyres to the end. But 16 laps to go. That's essentially what, 31 laps. Kind of thing on the hards. I don't think that's going to be possible. He's probably going to have to pit again.
Yeah, probably.
Well, But
maybe
Icewind has done his pit stop and is out on the mediums once more with his 2-stop strategy, and looking comfortable in the points at the moment, and is going to be quick compared to the guys ahead of him, so can maybe gain some more as well. A few of those guys still yet to pit as well, so a few positions to be gained for Icewind. He's having a good evening this evening, you have to say.
Yeah, actually, proper good stuff from him, and he's got only one problem, and that is that he has basically no ERS. But there's things working in his favor, and that is that there's basically no train ahead of him. Bailey is well adrift of John, who is well adrift of Hammer, which means maybe this is some material for Icewind to just pick them off one by one. If no one has if no one is getting DRS to defend from him, maybe he's got. He's getting the easy mode Zandvoort overtakes done today. I don't know. So Iceland's still on a charge, certainly.
Yep, Gatita has gone for the medium hard strategy in the end because he was going running quite long on the medium tyres. He's completed his pit stop as well, and now 3 laps old hards till the end for him. So he's not going to be as quick. He maybe would have wishing that he went on the hards first instead. But Justin getting a move there on Owen. I think so. Owen's made a big mistake because he's well ahead of him.
And Lambert and Hammer actually are fighting side by side through turn 1, and Lambert doesn't give the space on the outside there. Hammer's still gonna try and take it into that bank turn 3, and he's not getting it. So Hammer looking hungry. They're both on 17 lap old hard. So this is a fight with the same caliber of tire. Basically, they should go similar pace. So all of this is down to driver skill.
Yeah.
And Lambert has got that penalty. So
Hammer's not going to fight it too hard because of that penalty, essentially. But Yari is now in traffic once more on the back of Dragon. He'll want to clear him quickly, otherwise he may get backed up into Vexit. You wouldn't want that to happen, so he's going to get that move done early, and he might be aggressive with it as well. It's important to get it done as soon as possible.
Certainly. 1.7 seconds to Yari for Vexit. And Gotita is actually really close to Ozek, and I wonder, I mean, they're fighting over the last points paying position. We don't have a championship, but you know, top 10 still. It's one of these magic numbers. Like, you just want to be in the top 10. It's really nice if you
Yari
can do it.
Gets the move done on Dragon, and he gets it done at the earliest opportunity as well. So he's done exactly what he needed to do there, and throws the ball back to Vexit for him to do the same.
Someone's off that Ferrari, and it's Hammer. Hammer's done it again. Why can they drive so much better in Tier 2? I don't like this. Can you
I've got a funny feeling that the Hammer bottled Netherlands in Tier 2 as well.
Oh, he did, yeah.
So maybe it's just a track. It's his home race after all. Maybe the pressure's just getting to him. But it's unfortunate to see, but he's still running well. He's in P9. So in that magic number 10 position. As is Eichen as well, who's 22 laps old on those medium tyres. So almost certainly he's going for the medium soft as well. He could be very quick come the end as well, but he is going to drop down to P14 or 13 or so when he does pit. But he's going to be very quick on the softs in the end stint, and he's going to be the only driver on the soft in the end stint by the looks of things.
It's going to be a hell of... it's going to be a big bit of validation if Ozaikin can make the top 10 in an event with 76 drivers and some big caliber drivers as well. So tier 4 SLR would certainly like to see it if he can make the top 10. And right now he's still in there, but pit stop is gonna come soon. And up front, Yari is actually setting the pace. I wonder if Vexit has anything to strike back with. He should, because those are medium tires that he's on. They
don't seem to be working all that well for him because he's stuck in this traffic, and Yari's taking huge advantage out of that move that he got on Dragon there and created a big gap there. So he's already gained 0.3 to Vexit because of that, and Vexit, if he doesn't get past this lap, could be in real trouble to catch Jari come the end of the race. Because that gap's only growing at this stage, and the longer it takes for him to get past Dragon, who, if I know as well as I know him, kind of thing, he's not just going to give it up, but Vexit pushing him through the Audi S's at the moment, and he's lining him up for a move on this back straight now. He's all about the exit from this final corner, and it looks like he's got a very good one, so he looks like he's going to get the move done very close to the back as, Dragon comes into the pit anyway, so makes it easy, but 0% ERS for Vexit, so he's going to find it very difficult to gain any to attack Yari with, but he's got 2 second gap there to make up, and he's got Luca on his tail as well to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, Vexit looked like he was in command of the race, really, but then he made that crucial mistake. Dragon on the pit exit, actually really close to Icewind, so Icewind up to P7 now on his recovery, and Dragon with the softs right on his tail, so probably actually P8 for Icewind there, as they both hunt down Bailey Thompson, who's in P6. But yeah, to Vexit, he had it in his hands, really, and then the mistake, or I don't even know if it was a mistake. Probably was just a racing incident in turn 1 with Lambert here and 3 seconds and Yari there. It cost him, like he had a power spike, so to speak. You know, if you were to say it in gaming terms, because he had those fresh mediums against slightly worn hards, and that is basically the biggest tire delta he was gonna get all race. And as now he comes across the line for the fastest lap of the race, which is only, I think, half a tenth or something faster than Yari's
We're
fastest
sure
lap.
to have some action here as a group of cars come around the final corner there. We've got Dragon, Ice and Bailey all coming down into turn 1, and it looks like Icewind's going to go for the move onto Bailey. Dragon behind on the soft tyres as well. He's sure to be looking to follow through if he can. But side by side here, Bailey and Icewind go. Bit of a contact there.
Oh,
and he's Bailey spun Icewind.
Actually.
Oh, Icewind,
no.
and he's got away with no damage by the looks of things. He's back on track. He's lost out a few positions there, though. He's now outside of the points, but he's still got fresher tyres. He can still pick these guys off, but he's got it all to do again. And yeah, too wide into that sector there, just does not go. And Bailey just chopped Icewind's nose off there, as Gazita gets a 5-second penalty, so that could be huge in terms of the top 10.
That's getting taken off. I like ignoring yellow flags, probably because you overtook Icewind or something. But Justin is definitely breathing down his neck. He wants that P9 for himself, you know, getting every position he can get. Yari, what are you doing, man? He's absolutely flying. He's actually pulling away from Vexit. So I don't know if this is just Yari being an absolute alien, even more of an alien than Vexit is, or if this is the tires, the hard tires coming into their own, because you know, the mediums fall off quicker. So we're
the hards are going to be constantly getting quicker and quicker.
Dragon and Bailey in turn 1. Bailey Thompson on the medium tires on the outside. Can he hang on? This is scary. You know what happened to Icewind, Dragon. You've got it fresh in your mind. Be careful.
Dragon's going to hold it all the way around the outside there and get a brilliant exit there. He uses those tyres to full effect. But yeah, after watching what happened to Icewind in that exchange a lap earlier kind of thing, Dragon must have had his heart in his mouth as he went side by side with Bailey there. He's a known murderer in that corner, so he must have been really panicking, but they come out clean this time, and Dragon making those tyres work for him is in a great position here, and could close up that gap to Lambert for sure, especially with the time penalty there. He's looking at P5.
Yeah, he's easily on for that P5, actually, I'm pretty sure. I just wonder if John is maybe on the cards as well, because John doesn't have any DRS to defend himself with. The 8-second gap to Luca is responsible for that. Which means that could be a relatively easy target for Dragon if he is able to carry himself there in the final 8 laps of this race, and that's gonna be what we're gonna keep track of. And Lambert, yeah, I don't know if he makes the end. I mean, I believe he probably doesn't, and if he does, then it's gonna be like crawling around in the
I
end.
think he's gonna get a puncture before that happens. If I'm honest, you have to be a real absolute genius magician with your tyres. I think that's beyond some idiot levels of tyre management, if we're honest.
It's true, yeah. Justin is really close to Gotita again. It's just because, you know, I get excited every time I see the 1/10 delta on the side, but it is Zandvoort. You need to pick your chances, and this is exciting because I'm pretty sure Justin is faster than Gotita, because the only reason he's this far down is because he spun early on in the race, and now he's on a recovery charge, and that is like, this fight is gonna, you know, it's gonna boil on for a little bit until we'll get some fireworks, but we never know when we are gonna get them.
Yeah, Icewind still competing here for the last points paying positions here. He hasn't got a penalty and the guys in front of him do, so, but he'll still want to clear these guys
Justin
if he
goes.
can.
Justin goes down the inside, and I feel like that's exactly the move he was setting up all the time. But Kotita is actually hanging around the outside, not getting any space though. Pushed onto the cup. Can he hang it around the outside? I don't think he can. So into Hugenholz, and Justin's got the position. He's up into P9 now. The next one is Hammer, and with Hammer's tire wear, he spun on those tires. This could be very, very nasty indeed for him. Icewind actually going on Kotita with an absolutely unlikely move into Skyblock, and he's up into the top 10 as well. The magical number for Icewind.
Yeah, certainly is, and he's going to gain a position or two off Dahammer and Justin as well on those penalties, especially if these guys can catch up to the back of Dahammer with that 4-second gap there. Bound to start coming down now that they've cleared Gatita, but Bailey looking like he's having a good race as well, they have to be worth mention as well, up in P7 at the moment, other than obviously murdering Icewind. He's had a fairly clean and stable race, but Dragon, well, no, Soft, it's coming down that gap, but it's not coming down quick enough. He's managed to only gain like maybe half a second, 1 second max, over the last 3 laps or so. So he may not be able to compete with Lambert for the win, but it's a 5-second window that he needs to be in. He's only half a second off that, so that's one to keep an eye on. I am going to have to love you and leave you just for a moment because I've been sitting here for a very long time.
He's certainly gonna get himself into range with Lambert, so I don't think P5 is up for discussion. But I think actually, unfortunately, P4 is not up for discussion either, because the gap that John has got there is just more than convincing. Dragon would need to absolutely drive the wheels off of this car without driving the wheels off of this car. And that's going to be a real tough ask for those softs to find pace later into the stint. Usually doesn't happen, so the fact that he's not on the trajectory to get there now means probably it won't change until the end of the race. If you look at the front, I wonder if Vexit and Luca are going to get a little bit more familiar with each other. They already race in the same VC and everything, like they know each other pretty well, but maybe there's some potential for more. Actually, Hammer getting past Bailey. You can't see it, of course, because Kebab's not here for the camera. But yeah, Hammer gets a move done inside of turn 1. 17-lap-old mediums, 26-lap-old hards. They're both on the skin of their teeth. And it is... yeah, it is very nasty indeed with the tire. When up front, exactly what I was going to get at. Yari looks out of reach for Vexit, but Vexit doesn't look out of range for Luca, so maybe Luca is the one who's gonna give us the final fight for a podium position. P2 up for grabs still.
I am back. Apologies for that. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be an exciting finale. And yeah, looking at the penalty situation right now as well, looks as though Justin could be dropping out of the top 10, but maybe not if... actually, yeah, because Katita with the 8 seconds of penalties is going to be his buffer. But it's been an exciting race so far at Zandvoort. And but Vexit looks as though those tyres, those medium tyres, the strategy choice did not work out for him in the end, because Yari has just been gaining lap after lap. Really got the strategy spot on with the hards.
Yeah, Yari has got the pace that makes it seem as if tyre degradation isn't a thing. I think it's really close on this track. Your hards basically stay the same pace all race, because fuel consumption, tire wear usually even each other out, but Yarit is able to find more and more lap on lap. He's pushing so hard, even if he doesn't need to. Can you check the warnings, actually? I want to know if there's maybe something coming our way there.
Well, if I check the warnings, it comes up on the stream, so
oh,
if you check the warnings, it doesn't.
Mate, I am so used to having the stream, it is incredible. Woo!
But yeah, just looking at the position changes here as we're coming into the last 3-4 laps of the race. Lamberche has done very well in this one, you have to say, up 11 positions from P16 to P5 by the looks of things. So and Dragon as well, up into P7 at the moment, and he has closed that gap quite a bit on Lamberche as well. So he is going to within that 5-second window, and we'll get the P5 off him as long as he doesn't pick up a penalty himself. He'll have gained 8 positions at the end of this race, so great stuff from him. And I have to say, my driver of the day for the whole tournament so far has got to be a Zyken, who, I compete with him regularly in Tier 4. and he's very consistent. He's been great in the championship there, getting quite a number of podiums and a couple of wins as well in Bahrain and in France, I think, as well. And he's proving a stalwart talisman for Tier 4, should we call it, at the moment, kind of thing, doing our tier very proud.
Yes, certainly. I mean, it is exceptional with the strength of the grid we've got going on here. Of course, now he's falling short a little bit, but can't blame him. It's a Tier 4 driver who's been thrown into the finale of a race with 80 drivers, where like only the top 20 make it in. So this is like far from a shame. It's actually really impressive.
You've got to take into account who he's racing against, and he's beating Owen at the moment by 6 seconds, who is incredibly quick. Race against him a few times in 2 SRL, and Weiborg as well, who had an absolute fantastic heat where he came from P17 to get into the last position, just to sneak in there on penalties, kind of thing, to get into the final as well. He's also done a fantastic job. We've got to thank all these guys who stick around at the bottom of the grid, because as racing drivers ourselves, we know it's not easy to be at the back, but as long as you've got somebody to race as Delta even, and you have fun, is the most important thing. But yeah, it looks like Gatita is now closing in on the back of Icewind on those hard tyres. Those Icewind tyres are starting to fall off the mediums, and you see Vexit is really falling off Yari at the moment, who's put in the fastest lap again. Yari.
Yep.
I seem to remember Yari having an excellent time here in Tier 1 this year as well. You would have commentated that, I'm sure, but I'm sure he won Zandvoort in Tier 1.
I think he finished second. There was something that he bottled.
Did he bottle it? Yeah, maybe he had an incident, but I remember him being extremely quick nonetheless. Even in qualifying, I'm sure he took pole here in Tier 1 in SLR. But it is one of his favourite tracks, I think, and he's absolutely dominating it here today for the Mind Charity.
He's got 2 warnings, by the way, just like Vexit and Luca, which is likely not going to matter because they all, I think, are good enough to, keep
it clean. But, I mean, even if Yari does get that penalty, he's got a 4-second gap now, so it won't matter. As such as his domination, essentially, kind of thing. So, but yeah, Dragon within 3 seconds now of Lambert J, and I wonder if Luca is ever going to make a move on Vexit as well. I wonder if he's been... he hasn't got any ERS still, so he hasn't been charging up, although he could have been, but he's using it a little bit there. So I don't think he is saving it, or hasn't been saving it.
Yeah, and Yari is going to come across the line for the penultimate time. He's got 1 more lap to go, in which he just needs to not throw it off the road. Even if he gets the penalty, it doesn't matter. As you say, such is his domination. And I'm gonna keep a very keen eye as well on Lambert and Hammer, especially Hammer, because he's got, the same tire wear as Lambert in those tires, plus a spin. If they're gonna keep, if they're gonna hold till the end, fair play to them. I've seen others getting a puncture from less laps.
Got some moves going on here for 10th place with Gatita trying to get a run in the slipstream on Icewind, but Icewind defends it by going very early to the inside line on the back straight there. Sorry to interrupt, but thought there was going to be some action there. Turns out there wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. And final sector for Yari. He absolutely yeets that curb. I mean, this is not going to give him any points in the championships he's fighting in, but it's certainly confidence that he's able to beat Vexit like that. He's pushed basically every lap, which is proved by all of, by his pace basically, and he comes across the line to win the race. So Yari wins the Mind Charity F1 tournament ahead of Vexit. Then it is Luca in P3. Really good performance, and John is gonna make it across the line in P4. There go really old hard tires that have been dragged to the end with Lambert. It's going to end up behind Dragon because of a penalty, though. So Lambert 6th and Dragon P5. Hammer actually also made the end 7th for him. Then Bailey Thompson gets himself a top 10, which is something that he probably needed. It is P9 behind Icewind with the interesting 2-stop. Then Renzo rounds up the top 10. Then we've got Justin, Gotita, Azakin, Owen, and Weebok. And, of course, also, Dane, Ben, Crampy, Epic, and Rainbow are DNFs, and that is the final race of this grandiose tournament.
Okay, something very strange is going on. I can no longer get back in the game. Every time I press escape, my Windows menu comes up, which is very interesting. I can get it in the race director, but yeah, escape just seems to have given up. But not to worry, the race is over, so I don't really need to worry about that right now. We can still see the screen, but yeah, I'm not sure what's gone on there. But the escape button definitely shouldn't do that. But Lamberto gets drive of the day from the game. Who would you say is your drive of the day for this one?
This is really difficult. I mean, I feel like because it's not an official SLR drive of the day, so I don't feel guilty for being boring. I feel like for me it's probably honestly just Yari. There were some memorable, there were some good drives from Dragon and Lambert, but I feel like Yari was just so standout. Man, like normally he struggles a little with Vexit. Like he needs Vexit to bottle to get a proper gap, but here we just beat him by 4.1 seconds. They had that little contact, which I don't think was Yari's fault, and like he didn't keep it at that 2-second gap. He extended it to 4. So I think for me it's just him because it was really impressive. But Dragon and Lambert are worth a mention.
Yeah, worth mentioning that Hammer managed to come P7 after starting P6 on the grid after spinning twice. So
Fair
that's
enough.
pretty decent from him in the end as well. But yeah, I can't argue with looking beyond Yari. He did get a commanding win here and got his strategy spot on. Made the move on Lamberto really when at the moment he had to, and it really caused problems for Vexit as well. So I agree with that one as well. Yeah. So Yari, congratulations on the win and drive of the day and fastest lap. So he really has dominated proceedings this evening.
Yes, certainly.
Surely move on to interviews now then. See what's going to happen kind of thing. My PC is causing me some real issues at the moment, so I'm thinking it didn't really enjoy this particularly.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I can hear mine. Mine is just sounding like I can only hear the fan from below the desk. It didn't like that one, but it was a heated race.
So at the moment, Streamlabs seems to have crashed and won't let me change into interviews. So or change the screen at all, kind of thing, or even let me Alt F tab F1. So I can't seem to close anything or do anything at the moment. So it seems to have gone all wrong at the moment. But we'll plug on and we'll get the interviews underway. We've got a black screen on things at the moment. I'll do my best to try and fix this, but I may have to restart, which means we may lose the stream altogether at the death. But yeah, I'm gonna probably have to memory usage, using all of my RAM essentially is the problem.
We can still, the stream's still going, so should we just leave it like this and finish
There we
up?
go. I seem to have solved the problem. So we're now in an interview. So apologies for that. I think it just does not like running two things at once. So we'll get some interviews on the go. Who have we got in the interview channel at the moment? We've got Yari, so we'll bring him in first off. So Yari, interview there. You've really dominated proceedings there in the final of this tournament, and congratulations on winning it. Congratulations on the fastest lap. Congratulations on driver of the day, and I don't know what else I can congratulate on you. Being born, you've done it all today, and you've done extremely well. You must be really happy with that.
Yeah, really happy. Yeah, first great event, guys. First time I participate in this, so really enjoyed it. I don't know what happened in T1 when we went through side by side with Vexit and Alpha Tauri or something. I don't literally know what happened, but I give him a little touch. So I don't know really what happened, but yeah, I joined it. Really, I liked the way we went to the final in groups, and yeah, I'm gonna also donate something. So good job for you, also.
Well, thank you very much. But yeah, it was a tense race, exciting race kind of thing. You were on 2 warnings the entire time, but I was saying during the stream as well there that this might be one of your favourite tracks. I seem to remember watching Tier 1 this season, and you did pretty well there, but didn't win. But I'm sure you got pole in Netherlands this season, did you not, in Tier 1? And is it not? Am I wrong in saying that's one of your quickest?
No. You are That's true, but yeah, really, this qualifying was it was not a good run though. It was a 0.2. Maybe the most times what I said was 0.9, but yeah, no problem. I like it was 10,000 or something to Vexit.
Something like that. It was very close.
Yeah, it was very close. So yeah, I thought firstly it was a little stupid to go on the hards because I thought maybe the mediums were faster, but after I think 10 laps before the race, I saw that Vexit and Luca was creating a gap to me, and yeah, I like with 5 laps to go, I could easily set fastest lap. So I don't know what those hard tires are, but they are good in the Netherlands.
Certainly seemed that way, and you certainly got the strategy right. A defining moment of your race, from my perspective as a commentator, was when you got past the traffic very early. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Dragon. You got past them quickly and put in between you and Vexit didn't get past as quick. And then when Dragon pitted, he obviously lost out on some DRS there as well. But from that point on, you never look back. And yeah, is this kind of your first time winning a tournament of this type?
Yeah, it's the first time that I win a tournament. So no, the first time was Owen let me by, and it was very nice of him. I think the exit of turn 1 he let me by. So he also, I don't know, he was on old hards or started on hards. I don't know really what tire he started on, but he let me by.
Strategies at play here today, so yeah, it's impossible to tell at this late stage. But
yeah. No, Owen let me by. That's very nice from him. And yeah, what I said, the little strategy what I played was because I went on the hards, I won some cars between us, so they can't close the gap very fast. So yeah, that worked. And I think I don't know how much ERS Vexit had, but I was a little scared because I was the whole time on like 20% or something, because you can't save on the Netherlands.
Yeah, he was exactly the same because, like you say, you cannot save at the Netherlands. It's just impossible to kind of collect any. So he was the same, very low on ERS at the end. So you were probably much safer than you imagined in your head. But congratulations once more. We're going to get some other people in for interviews as well. But
guys,
yeah,
thank you for the event.
Yeah, you
I'll
take care.
go pretty soon.
So should we leave the interviews there, or let your?
I mean, we can do some more after I've gone. Yeah, but
all right.
I'll just sort of wrap up my part now. Thank you everyone so much for those who raced, watched the stream and donated. I think we've ended up with £600, so thank you all for your generous giving.
An absolute terrific haul for the charity. So yeah, thank you from me as well to everybody who's taken part, whether donating to racing or behind the scenes commentating or anything like that kind of thing. I've thoroughly enjoyed the evening, as challenging as it's been. Hanging upside down on my settee to get the headset plugged in and to getting it all timed right and things, which obviously we ran over massively. So we will kind of move on to another interview, and then we'll play a video for to see us out as well. So we'll crack on. So who else have we got here? So we'll bring Neba in for this one here. So
Tipsy just said, "Forgive me, Joel, for what I'm about to do," and then he's joined VC. So,
well, you won't be interrupting my interview. Thank you very much, Tipsy Bob. This is an interview time at the moment. You can do it after the interview. Thank you very much. So, Neba, great race for you there in the end, kind of thing. But a couple of spins in that, but you still managed to bring it home in the points-paying positions. Yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was already in qualifying. I was on for an 8. I think an 8-2 maybe even, but then I messed up like one of the final turns. I had 2 purple sectors before that. So, and then in race, what happened was Justin and John were fighting, and Justin hit John, so John had no speed on that twisty straight, and there was room on the left of him, so I went on the left of him, but I feel like he left no space at all, and he pushed me on the wall.
Yeah,
so that was incident 1.
Saw that. We saw that as it went down, kind of thing. So yeah, it was a tough one to take from your perspective, I'm sure. But yeah, how did your recovery come about then? Because it seems though that you didn't really didn't lose too much from that, or you must have had an incredible second stint.
Well, after that crash, I was actually going pretty slowly because of the wing damage. and somebody in the back was caught out and went full force into me, which actually caused the first safety car.
Oh, we missed that. We missed that.
So
for sure.
that's how I could. Then I pitted for hard. It was a gamble because I didn't know if they lasted until the end. And basically then I was just train driving, and I got all the way up to P6, and then I tried to overtake Lambertje, but he turned into me, so I spun. So I was back to P9 again, and then I basically drove my well, you know what, off until the end. Like I like, there's nothing to lose. There's no championship or anything. It's just fun. And then I somehow recovered to P7. And I must say the hearts were incredible because at some point I was like at past 60% hearts and I was still putting personal best with 11.5, and I saw Yari was doing 10.9 on fresher hearts. So I think my pace was really, really good today. So I'm kind of happy I recovered to P7, but otherwise I'm also kind of sad because I think I had the pace for top 5 at least.
Yeah, so
this is my my second favorite track.
Yeah. But it's the second race you've had there this season as well. I seem to remember something similar happening.
God!
You killing somebody in turn 1. I remember.
Yeah, that was Dragon. Yeah, but now I was the one to get the cat killed, so I guess it was karma.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I had fun, and I hope a lot of people donated. The link is still on YouTube, I think. So
we've managed
if
to
you
raise
can,
over £600. So yeah, we've done very well in terms of that. But,
yeah, great.
Yeah, we can certainly move on. So Tipsy, you had something to say. You something to do.
Not really. No, just join. That was it.
So yeah, should we leave it there then, and we'll get the last video playing, and then that will be the end of the stream essentially.
Thank everyone. Basically, I'm sure everyone wants to do it for taking part in the whole thing. It's been a long night for all of us involved, and thanks to everybody who's watching. We maintain a good, healthy viewing footage. So it's basically shout out to everyone that's contributed, everyone that took part in the races, everyone that took part in their whole running this event. Just wanted to say a big shout out to everyone and thank everyone for it.
Yep. It goes from everybody across all of the leagues, I'm sure. But we'll love you and leave you, and thank you very much for everybody who's donated. And please don't forget to like and subscribe as well. I'm sure the donations are going to be open for a little while yet. But if anybody else has got anything more to add, now's the time. Otherwise, I will cut the stream off.
Kebab, I just want to say big thank you to you for 5-6 hours of streaming, and to your computer for holding out just about, and to Joel, of course.
Yeah, barely by the looks of things, yeah. But
and to Joel as well, because I know I personally have been working with Joel, and I know how much he's done for this event. It's been a lot for one person, but he's obviously had the backing of the community, such as guys like yourself and all the commentators. FIA, Praetorius was great with that. So yeah, really appreciate it, and love to see the amount of money that's been raised for a good charity as well. So thank you very much, everyone, for your support. That's me.
Okay. Anybody else to add anything, or should we leave it there? Right, so that's that. So thank you very much once more, and we'll leave you with this one more video. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your evenings, and thank you for taking part in what was a very fun event.
My first mental health problems were when I was about 14, 15, and I started seeing this big scarecrow man, like 8 foot tall, big bag on his head. I didn't think I don't know what, wasn't sure what to think about it at first, but when I moved, and then voices started, and eventually it started affecting my work, and a lot of teachers had to go at me for forgetting my homework and all this sort of stuff because I couldn't remember anything. So I started going to see a doctor, and they diagnosed me psychotic psychosis bordering paranoid schizophrenia. I think that was the diagnosis at the time, and I can't remember what it was called, but it was an anxiety disorder as well. And then I went to, after a little while, I really struggled with that, and I was hospitalized. in a under 18 sort of hospital in the down south, and I stayed there for quite a while. And then after I got I remember I had to go back and forth from the hospital to go do my GCSEs, which was like a special arrangement they had with the school. So I didn't do my GCSEs in with everyone else. I did them in my own little room. I guess at school they sort of have to tell other people just in case. But I had a lot of people whose parents wouldn't let their children be friends with me anymore. And even now, sometimes I go to relatives' house, or like friends' relatives' houses and stuff, and they won't leave their kids alone in the room or anything like that, which is really not nice. Prominently, I have two voices. The first one that sort of turned up was Norman Bates, who's is just sort of, it sounds just like Anthony Perkins does in the film. And he's more direct talk. He talks directly sometimes. And then I got Humphrey Bogart was the other one. And he's now, he's more third person. Like he says, like, Juno's making tea, Juno's doing this, and stuff like that. While Norman's more, he says, watch out for the guy behind you. Like he might be stealing your blood and stuff. And I'm not on any antipsychotics at the moment because personally I've had not very nice experience with them. Like they made me gain weight, and also they made me really blunt, like getting up and stuff and making sure I could just talk, even just sometimes just talking is a lot of effort to start talking. My friends know now that I can't go out clubbing or anything like that, or be in really busy areas. I mean, getting here was pretty tough, but like being in busy areas, they know like it's much better if we stay at home or something, or go to like a quiet pub or something during the day, and like going home at night especially. And my best friend, he lives in the next town over, and he always makes sure I get a lift home and to him and stuff, because I can't go on my own, which is really nice. My girlfriend, she's really supportive. She handles the money and stuff, because I can't. As soon as I see numbers, I start getting strange and can't figure it out. So she handles that. She also makes sure, she always checks every couple of minutes to make sure I'm all right. She doesn't leave me alone. If we're out, she won't wander off somewhere. She'll make sure I'm there and knows where she is. If you try and pinpoint like that's a hallucination, you just have to keep reminding yourself that's a hallucination. But then lately, within the last sort of 3 months, it's getting much harder to be like, I don't know if that's a hallucination and if I'm making that up. It's very hard to, because it's even little things like a cup on the side, you're like, I don't know if that's there. And then you start questioning everything, like, is that everything here? Is that cupboard there or something? Or is that tap dripping or anything like that? You start questioning everything. And that's when it's a slippery slope.